Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to do this pretty lace pattern. It's almost like a V-stitch, but it's not. It's like a little mini fan with a V-stitch in it. It's easy. Do not think for 1 minute that this is going to be difficult. It's not. Now the yarn I'm using is this variegated one. I like using variegated yarns for doing my little samples, for doing my tutorials, because it lets you see what these stitches are like in just single colours. You've got, it's really pretty in pink, you've got lilacs, there's blues, we've got it in greens. It's really pretty in all those little green shades as well. So if you're making a blanket for a man or an older person, then and they want more subtle sort of toned down colours, then it'll show you that you can do this in a really subtle shades of green and darker colours if you want to do them for men or for older people. And I know a lot of people don't like me saying that, but men do deserve blankets as well, and there is as many people out there that will say, I want to make a blanket for my granddad. What's a decent stitch that's not too frilly, it's not too feminine? If you want a nice stitch for your husband, for your son, for your grandfather, then I'm going to show you what it's like. Some of them that you can use to do blankets for men, especially with Christmas coming up. And even men like to sit and watch the TV with a blanket over them as well, don't they? They're not any different from your gran or your aunt or your mum or yourself even. So I'm going to show you how to do this stitch. It looks kind of offset, but it's straight. Look, it is straight. It's got nice straight edges. Well, not there, I was crimpling it in there. It's got really nice straight edges. It's got a nice straight bottom on it. Even the top's nice and straight. You don't even need a border for this. If you want to put a border, you can put anything on. You can put a shell border on, put a fan border on. Shells and fans are very similar anyway. You can put treble crochets on, but look how straight it turns out. There's no real need for a border, which is an extra plus. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Well, the yarn that I used for this is this ice yarn. And I got this from a lovely lady on eBay. I'll put a link under the video, and I'm not getting paid to do this. I am not getting paid to show you this ice yarn or who I got it from. She's very reasonable, and that's why I'm going to put a link underneath the video to her eBay selling site. That way you don't have to go to Turkey to get your yarn. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is Nice Baby, this yarn is called, and I got this in, I did a little yarn unboxing just the other day, and it showed you this in it. There's all different colours of this, and I think it's quite a relatively new yarn, and it's beautiful to work with. Look at that, it's beautiful. Comes in lots of different colours. So today for my sample, and I'm going to use this Red Heart Super Saver yarn. It's a really pretty mint green. It looks blue, but you can see down there it's a nice mint green. So I'm going to use this to show you that sample. So the hook I'm going to use with that yarn, I'm going to use this 4.5mm tulip crochet hook. Now look at that, it's like one of those ones with the silicone and someone squished it in. And that's the way you get it. You get it with that nice broad thin in pad here. And it's really quite comfortable to hold. It's not too long. So it just sits really nice in my hands. So for this stitch, we're going to do a chain of 4. What you're going to do is, I don't know how big you want to do your blanket. So do your sets of 4 along a measuring tape until it's as wide as you want it to be. So I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then keep repeating that until your foundation chain is as long as you want it. Now what you're going to do is into the 4th chain. So count your chains. Don't count that loop on the hook. 1, 2, 3 and 4. into that fourth stitch you're going to put a UK treble crochet, just in through there, pull through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now into that same stitch put 1 more treble crochet, 1 more stitch. Now you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and into that same stitch do 1 more treble crochet. You're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3. Now into here you're going to do that little fan and V stitch, or a little cluster and V stitch. So you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 1 more crochet stitch into that same area, into that same stitch. So the stitch creates, it's like a V stitch, but it looks like a little fan as well. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and do that little V stitch fan again. 2 UK treble crochets, and if you're in the USA these are double crochets for you. Chain 2, 1, 2, remember that chain 2, and put 1 more treble crochet into that stitch. Move to the next, skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your V stitch fan. That's 1 treble crochet, 2 treble crochet, chain 2, 1, 2, and 1 more treble crochet into that same stitch. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and do your little V stitch fan. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain, and 1 treble crochet. You're going to do that all the way along your foundation chain, and this is what you get. So I'm at my last 4 stitches. I'm going to skip 3, 1, 2, 3. Into that last stitch we're going to do 1 treble crochet, just 1. And this is what you have. Now at the beginning here, the 3 chain that you skipped makes your treble crochet at this end. You'll always have a treble crochet at each end. So you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. That is your treble crochet. It's not really part of the pattern. So all you're going to do now is work into these chain spaces, into the chain of each of your clusters. This is the row you'll just repeat. You'll repeat it over and over and over again until your blanket's big enough. We're going to put this cluster into this chain space. So skip those stitches. Put 2 UK treble crochets, 2 chain and 1 treble crochet into that same space. So that's 1 treble crochet. If you're in the USA these are double crochets for you. That's 1 and 2. Now you must remember your chain 2 and then 1 more treble crochet. This is so easy. Skip over to your next chain space. Don't go into that space, go into the chain space in your cluster and do your next V-stitch cluster. So that's 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 1 more treble crochet. And it's going to offset your pattern like this. So over to the next chain space and repeat that cluster. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain, 1, 2 and 1 more treble crochet. You're going to do that all the way to the end and you'll finish on 1 treble crochet. So remember your 2 chain and 1 treble crochet. This is so quick. It is such a quick stitch, and each row is about an inch tall. Remember your chain 2 and one more into that same space. We're going to do the last chain space, 1 and 2. This is a lovely easy stitch. A little V-stitch fan. Now you're going to find that treble crochet here on the end, and into the top of that count 1, 2, 3 stitches. Into the top of there you'll do a treble crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work around, and then just work back the way. Look at that, it is so pretty. We're just going to continue to do that. So into the chain spaces only, do your next V-stitch cluster, whoops, 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2 and 2, 1 treble crochet after that. So you'll have your 1 stitch on each end. You've got your 1 stitch over here. You'll always just do 1 treble crochet there, and you'll do that little V-stitch cluster into every chain space. Remember and do your 2 chains. It's 1 treble and 2. Now remember your 2 chains. You need those 2 chains to work into on your next row. Get some more yarn. That's 1 and 2, chain 2 and 1 more into the same space, and then move along. And that's what you'll continue to repeat. You'll just continue to repeat that, and as you can see, it sort of flips itself around. It's nice on that side as well, and it's so easy. I did say to you it was going to be really easy. I'll get the one back that I'm working on, and look at this, look how easy that is. All you're going to do is just keep repeating that V-stitch fan, and it's so pretty. Either side, completely reversible, nice straight edges as well. If you're a beginner, what you can do is right at the beginning, I'm going to get my little green one back, at the beginning of the row, at the top of your chain of 3 in here, you can put a stitch marker. You can put a nice bright coloured piece of yarn or a little metal stitch marker, so that you know that's where you're doing your treble crochet into. And the same here, you can put a little stitch marker on the top of that chain of 3, and that way it'll keep your blanket, if you're a beginner, until you get used to it, nice and straight. And that's it. That's the one that goes with that, that's the one that goes with that. And that is it. It's so simple. It is just so simple, and it's really nice in all those muted darker colours. So you can make these for Christmas gifts, for birthday gifts, any kind of gift, any colour. Look at all the different colours. It shows up so pretty in all these different colours of yarn as well. It really does, it's pretty. You can make it in pastels, make it in any colour of yarn you like. Any yarn that you want, just use the hook size it tells you on your label. Just use the hook size that it tells you on there. And that's it, really quick and simple. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Look at these absolutely amazing cupcakes. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. For the white around the edge, I've done 2 rows all the way around the blanket when I finished it. To do the bottom of the cupcake, I used this Paint Box Simply Aran white. Now this is a 4-weight, I think, in the USA. It doesn't actually say, oh yes it does, it's a 4-weight on this. To do the fondant icing I used chunky yarn, any kind of chunky yarn. This one is a paint box. That one is a Stylecraft baby chunky. It's the same thickness, and look at those beautiful pastel colours. I didn't have a lemon in this paint box chunky, that's why I used that one, but it still worked. You can still see it there. Now a chunky weight is a 5. If you're in the USA, the weight of this is a 5. And I got this on, this paint box is Lovecraft's own brand, and they do ship abroad, and when you click on it, it'll ask you if you're in the USA or the UK or what country that you're in. So you can get this yarn, and it's such beautiful pastel shades. I've used a beautiful baby blue, a lilac. These have just got numbers on them. The blue one is 331, if you need to know. The lilac is 342. I can't remember what the pink is because I don't have the label for the pink. This one is the ballerina pink. It's a beautiful peachy pink colour. It's beautiful. The number for this one is 352. The white is 200. The number is 200 for the white, and you'll have to look for the baby lemon. I don't have any lemon of the baby lemon in the chunky left of the paint box, so I used this Stylecraft babies chunky, and it's called baby lemon, and the number is 1233. But I'm sure if they've got a baby lemon, they'll have all these other pastel shades. You just need nice fondant icing looking colours of yarn, and you're going to get this. It is absolutely beautiful. Now I started it with a row of treble crochets along the bottom. I finished my blanket with 2 rows all the way around. I'll show you that at the end. So I'm going to show you how to do this beautiful cupcake blanket. So I'm not going to show you how to do all the colours of that blanket. When you do the fondant icing, just change the yarn to the colour you want. You can do them all the one colour. You could do them all just with the white and blue. You can even do the base of the cupcake a different colour if you want, and then do different coloured fondant icing on the top. So for the first part, we're going to do the bottom. I'm using a UK 5.5 crochet hook, so it's a little smaller than it's telling you. It tells you to use a 6 for this, and it tells you to use a 6.5 or a 7 for that. So I'm going to use this 5. If I can find the end of my yarn, I'll pop that there. Now the stitch count for this is 4. So you're going to do chains and sets of 4. Don't worry if you don't keep count of your stitches. You can always just pick the extra stitches out at the end. So for this, we're going to do in sets of 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got my foundation chain done. So what you're going to do is you're going to add an extra 2 stitches, 1 and 2. Now into the 4th stitch, in your chain, you're going to put a treble crochet, a UK treble crochet. So we're going to put 1 treble crochet into each stitch along the bottom. One treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets. one into each stitch. So I put 1 treble crochet into each of the stitches. Now I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. That becomes 1 treble crochet and 1 chain space. So you're going to skip that very first stitch and that second one. Now into this third stitch from the end, so count 1, 2 and 3. You're going to put 4 UK treble crochets into that same stitch. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets. So you're going to put 4 into the same stitch. So if you're in the UK, they're treble crochets. So that's 1, 2 into the same stitch, 3 and 4. Now you can use double knitting for this, for the whole blanket if you want to, but I think it looks nicer when it's done in a chunkier yarn. So you're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and do that cluster again, 4 UK treble crochets into the same stitch. 1, 2, yarn over and in the space, that's 3, and 1 more makes 4. This is going to make the base of your cupcakes. That's going to make the base. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do that cluster. 1, 2, 3, do your cluster of 4 UK treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4, all into the same stitch all the way along. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your cluster. 1, 2, 3 and 4, all the way along. So at the end you're going to chain 1, and into your last stitch you're going to put a treble crochet into the last stitch. Now what you're going to do is you're going to cut your yarn, just cut your yarn and pull it through that stitch, and this is what you have. You've got 1 on the end and 1, your little, remember we had a chain of 4 here, that's 1 treble crochet and 1 chain. Now you're going to your next colour. I'm going to do blue. You can do these any colour at all for your icing part. So I'm going to go into the third stitch in my chain I've got here, into the third stitch, and I've got my next colour of yarn. So remember, for the icing I'm using a chunky yarn to do the icing, and I'm using an Aran yarn to do the white actual cupcake part. So I'm just going to pull my yarn through this stitch, wrap that over. Now we're going to chain 5. Every time you do the icing part you're going to chain 5 to begin, because you don't want your blanket to go in the way when you start doing your icing. So I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's going to be a treble crochet and 2 chain. Now you can stitch your ends in as you're going along, or you can just keep it until you finish the blanket and stitch them all in. Now into the next stitch of this cluster you're going to do a UK treble crochet. So push your yarn through and pull through, yarn over and come through 2 loops. Now keep that stitch on your hook. Into the next stitch do the same, yarn over, pull through, yarn over and through 2 loops, and keep that there, and pull through. Now we're using a chunkier yarn to do the icing. You don't have to, you can do it all the one type of yarn. I just thought it looked a lot nicer because it had the chunky yarn in it to do that nice, make it look like it's got nice thick icing on. So yarn over and pull through your 2 loops. So you should have 5 loops on your hook. You're going to put your yarn over and come through 4 of those loops. If you can't get through all of them at once, just come through a couple at a time. So keep 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over and come through those 2 loops. So now you're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. That's going to take you over to the next bundle. We're going to do that little icing part again. So yarn over and into the stitch and pull through. Yarn over and through those 2 loops. Keep that one on your hook. Yarn over and do the next one. And keep that one on the hook. Now in the UK these are called treble crochets. In the USA they call them a double crochet. It's the same stitch. And pull through. Yarn over into my last stitch. Make sure I catch the top of that stitch. Yarn over and through 2 loops. So you're left with, you've got 5 loops on your hook. 4 belong to your stitches and the other one belongs to that chain. So yarn over and come through 4 of the loops. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yarn over and come through 2 of those loops. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. That chain gives you the space to put your next cupcake. You got your next cupcake will sit in here. It staggers across. So we're going to do the same again to this cluster. Yarn over again through 2 loops. Keep it on the hook. This is how you do the icing. And all you're going to do is you're going to repeat these 2 rows until your blanket's as big as you need it. Make sure you catch the top of that stitch. So yarn over and through 4 loops. Keep 2 on your hook. Yarn over and through 2. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. You'll do that all the way to the end and it's going to make the icing on the top of your little cupcakes. So I'm on my last cupcake. I'm going to do my chain of 3. Don't do your chain too tight. If you do it too tight, your little blanket will go in like this and you don't want it to go in like that. 1, 2 and 3. So I'm going to do my last set of cupcakes. That's 1 stitch. Keep it on the hook. My second one, keep it on the hook. My third one, keep that on the hook. And my 4th one, keep that on the hook. Yarn over through 4, yarn over and through. So at the end here you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and you're going to do a treble crochet into the top of that chain that's here. Just catch your stitch of that treble crochet, trying to catch 2 strands of the top of that chain. There we go. And do your treble crochet on the end there. We're going to cut my yarn. Make sure you leave enough to sew in the end and pull that through. Now this was a chain of 5. We're going to go into the 1, 2, 3rd stitch in this chain and we're going to get our next, and we're going to go back to the white. We're going back to the white yarn. So just pull that through, leave enough of a tail to sew in, pull that through, twist that over. I'm going to chain my 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now down here we only done a chain of, I think it was 4, but here we're going to go across to this chain space. And into the chain space you're going to put your 4 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now once we do the next row we'll be joining here and you won't see that so much. This is just to keep your edge from going in the way, just to keep the side of your blanket nice and straight. We will put some treble crochets up here once we're finished. Now move to the next one. So move to the next space and do your 4 treble crochets all the way along. 4 treble crochets into each chain space. Now once you've done the last one in between here, you're not going to put one in there. Don't put one in there. If you do, your blanket's going to go out. We're staggering each set of cakes. So you've got a space here. So what you're going to do is, so over here, this is at the end. I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2, and into the top of that last treble crochet I'm going to do, oops, yarn over, a treble crochet into the end there. I'm going to cut my yarn and pull that through. Make sure you've left yourself enough to sew in. So these ends will get stitched. These ends will get stitched in. And this is what it looks like. So we're staggering our little cakes in between here. And once we do the next cakes, they'll come out again to here. So what you're going to do next is get your next colour of yarn. I'm going to use lemon. I'm going to use the lemon next. And this is a chunky yarn again. I'm going to go into the 3rd stitch, 1, 2, 3, into that 3rd stitch and pull my yarn through. Just wrap that end over and I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Pull that in. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do this row again. These are the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. So wrap your yarn around your hook again and we're going into this 1st stitch here and pull through. Yarn over and through. Keep it on the hook. You've got 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over and into the next stitch. We should have 4. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. 1. Into the next one. That's 2. Yarn over into the next one. That's 3. And yarn over and into the next one. That's 4. Yarn over and come through 4 loops. Yarn over and through those 2 loops and chain 3. 1, 2, 3. And you're going to do the same to the next 4 stitches all the way along. You're going to make the top of your little cupcakes, the little icing part, and these are the 2 rows you'll keep repeating. So you've got 5 loops on your hook. Yarn over and come through 4 loops, yarn over and through those 2 and chain 1, 2 and 3. and do your next cluster. So I've done this row. I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2, and I'm going to do a treble crochet into the top of this one. Don't worry about your ends, you're going to sew those in. Do your treble crochet, and that is your little cupcake. Now we're going to do our next ones into this space. We're going to include it in this space. So we're going to stagger back out like we've done with this one. You can see that we've staggered out with this one. Don't worry about your chains looking a little offset. They will be fine once we've got that next cupcake in there. It'll be fine. And then when we do our treble crochets, where you've done the chain always looks a little messier on this side than it does here on this side. So don't worry too much about it. It'll straighten out once you've got your edge on, and you'll just see your little cupcakes. So again, I'm going to cut my yarn and just pull that through the stitch. So into the third stitch, 1, 2, 3, into the third stitch, we're going to get the white again. So we're going back to the white to do this part here. And these are the rows you'll just keep repeating. And remember that your little cupcakes get staggered. So when you're going to put your cupcake in this one, you're only going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. All the rest get a chain of 5. But when you're staggering back out here, you only need to do 4. So into this chain space, you're going to do your 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4. See, I told you it's going to straighten that edge up. It's pulled it all out. Once we've done our treble crochets up the side, that'll be fine. So over into the next chain space, you're going to do your 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And there we go, it's pulled it all back out into the right position. So just remember, when you're doing the one here, when your cupcake's on this side, you're doing 4. In between, you're doing 5s. And then when your cupcake staggers back out here, you're doing 4 chain. And then we'll go back to doing the 5s. So it's 3 5s and a 4, 3 5s and a 4, if you know what I mean, because it takes 1, 2, 3 rows to get back up to this position here where this cupcake is. So this cupcake should be in line with this one, these two. Your next cupcake will stagger into the middle again. So I'm on my last one, so remember you're going to put one in here so it staggers off to the side of this one. So I'm going to put my 4 treble crochets into this last chain space. 3, I've got a little knot in my yarn here. There we go. 3 and 4. Now this time you're only going to chain 1, because remember we only done 4 at this end. That's your treble crochet and a chain 1. So we're chaining 1 here, and we're going to treble crochet into the top of this one. Oops. And we're going to sew all our ends in as well. So again, cut your yarn and just pull it through. And that's you got that, and look at that, it's moved it all back out. Remember I just said that don't worry about if it goes slightly in, this one is going to move it back out. And once we neaten up our edges and we put our treble crochets down the side, that'll be even better. So we're going to do the top icing part of these ones, and then what you'll do is you'll go back to these 2 rows. You'll just keep putting the video back and watching it again, because the next time we're going to stagger in. So it'll be these 2 rows you'll follow next. So I'll pick a colour for the top of this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going into the 3rd stitch. Remember we did 4 here. So I'm going into the 3rd stitch, 1, 2, 3. Pull my yarn through. It's starting to rain outside, so it's starting. So we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're back to our chain 5. So the next 4 stitches you're going to do your little cupcake thing again, the little icing one. Keep it on the hook, that's 1. Keep that one on the hook, that's 2, 3, 3 and 4. Now we're going to yarn over and come through 4 of those loops, yarn over and through the other 2, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do the icing on the next one, just like you did down here. So you'll do that all the way along, and these are the rows you'll keep repeating. So just rewind the video. 1, 2, 3, I've got one more. Rewind the video and follow along. But just remember, you've got your 1, 2 rows here, then you've got 1, 2 rows here, and then you'll stagger your little cake out the way. So this one sits out here, and then just remember that you stagger that one out. Your next cupcake's going to fit in above this one, so your cupcakes are staggering out and in. And once we've done our treble crochet row down the side, it's really going to neaten all of that up. I'll show you that once we've done this row. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to work along all these little clusters, making my icing on the top of my cupcake. So you can see these cakes staggering in and out like this. So on the end with this one, I'm just going to chain 1, and then we're going to do a treble crochet into the top here. And that is the only difference with these little lines of cupcakes. Oops. When you've done that staggered one, it's only a chain of 4, and you're only chaining 1 here. On these ones where it staggers in, you're doing a chain of 5, and you're chaining 2 when you come across. So just rewind the video. So I'm going to snip that one off, and what I'm going to do now is, your next row you would chain 5. Your next row you would chain 5 with your white and do your cupcake base in here. You'll go in between these 2. So just remember you're staggering in and out like this. In and out, and then in, then out, and in and out. And don't worry about the edge. I'm going to show you how to neaten all that up. I'm going to sew my ends in. You'll continue with the pattern until your cupcakes, you've got as many as you want. Now I'm going to sew all my ends in, and I'll come back and show you how to neaten up the edge. So this is my little cupcake sample done. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to show you how to just neaten off all the edges. I'm going to get my white back. Get my white, and what I'm going to do is Now my edges did turn out quite nice and neat once I sewed all those in, but that'll neaten up even more once we've done all around the blanket. I'm not going to go down the bottom. I'm not going to do a row down the bottom. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it onto its side here. And what we're going to do is, into this space here, I'm going to pull my white yarn through. Just pull my white yarn through here. And I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Now into that chain space I'm going to put another treble crochet. Into these chain spaces I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. We'll have a look and see what 2 is like. So into the bundle that's there, I'm going to put a treble crochet. Just push your hook through. Remember, some of this yarn is thicker than the other. Then into the chain space I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. It's a little darker now because it's absolutely pouring with rain. Now into that bundle and pull out. That little bendy light that I've got is absolutely brilliant. It's just casting a really nice light in here. 2 into there. And 2 into here. 1 into the bundle. Now we've got a little bundle here. Work out where your chain is. That one there's your chain. So I'm going into that bundle. Just in through that bundle. And that's my chain space. That's there. That's the chain up the side. 1 and 2. So I'm at the corner. I'm going to put 3 treble crochets, 2 chain and 3 treble crochets into this corner. That's 1, 2 and 3. Chain 2, 1, whoops, and 2, and put 3 into this corner. 1, 2 and 3. And that's going to give me a nice sort of squarish corner. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put 1 into the top of this little icing part of the cake. 3 into the chain space. 1, 2 and 3. 1 into the top of the icing, just into that little peak that's there, and then 3 into the chain space, and I'll work my way along. One into the top of the icing there, and 3 into the chain space. 1, 2 and 3. And that gives you a nice edge on your blanket. You'll do that all the way along to this end. When you get to here, you'll put 3 treble crochet, 2 chain and 3 treble crochet. So on my little sample, I've done my corner and I've worked along to here. I've put 3 treble crochets into the corner. I'm going to chain 2 and then put another 3 into that same corner. 2 and 3, and work my way down the side. So 1 into the cluster and 2 into the chain space, into the spaces where the chains were. one into this cluster and two into the chain space, one and two, one into the cluster. We should have the same amount of stitches going down the side, each side. So one in there, squidge it in, and two into the chain space, one and two, and one into this cluster here. It's actually the line, it's not so much a cluster, it's the end of the line. Just get that out of there, and two into there, two in the chain spaces, one into that cluster, and two into this space here, and two. Now I'm right at this corner down here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put just the one into this space, because remember this is just your treble crochets on the end. I'm going to do, and then I'm going to slip stitch into this corner, just slip stitch in, and it'll give you what looks like a corner down here. Cut my yarn, pull my stitch through, and that makes it look like a corner on there. And once I've stitched this on, that'll be your corner that's there. And there is your little blanket, and your edges I've neatened up really nice as well, and now you can see that cake staggering in. So remember, when you're doing this, if you decide to do it, don't worry about your chains that are going up the side if they look a little wonky, because once you've done your edging, it will make it all nice and neat like this. I'll get my larger blanket back, and this is the larger blanket. This is what it looks like on this side, so it does kind of have a right and a wrong side, unless you actually want your little cupcakes to look sticking out in this side, and they'll look a little flatter on that side. I need to get myself a drink of coffee. I've got quite a dry throat today. And that is how you do this little cupcake blanket. Just rewind the video back to the beginning and remember the stagger in your little cupcakes. Remember that it staggers. That's the back of it. Just remember that it staggers out and then in and then out again. Once you've done this row, you can go all the way around and do more rows. When you get to the corners, put your 3 treble crochets, 2 chain and 3 treble crochets in. Or you can try it with 2, it's up to you. It depends on what your tension's like. It's great for a scrap blanket. It's a great way to use up all the scraps of yarn that you have. So thank you very much for watching. Please click on that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed already. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to make this really pretty poppy. It's quite a big poppy. I'll show you how to do the leaf, but you don't need to put the leaf on it. You can just have it like this. So this poppy can be made all different sizes. I used a UK 5mm crochet hook for this. Now if you use a smaller hook, you'll get a smaller poppy. If you use a thicker yarn and a bigger hook, you can make a bigger poppy. And I am going to use this black wool. I'm going to do it so that you can see what it's like and where you're going. A lot of people are showing you the centre in a brighter colour wool so you can see it, but you need to make the poppy in a dark coloured wool. Poppies have a dark centre, so I'm going to show you right from the beginning doing the centre in the dark wool. and then how to do the petals. Each petal's done the same way, and you're going to do 4 of those, and I'll show you how to do that as well. So to start this poppy centre, I'm going to use black. I want you to see what I see. So when you use your black yarn, this is what you're going to see. So there's no point in me using a bright colour to do the centre of the poppy so that you can see it when you're going to be using black, and you might not see it so well. I've got some white paper here and I'm going to show you how to do the centre. It's only one circle. You can use a black button if you have a black button. You can do all of your poppy in red, and the red that I've got. You can do all your poppy in red and then put a black button in the middle of it if you want. I'm just going to do a slip knot the way you would do a normal slip knot to put it onto your hook. This is also called a magic ring. Then take my fingers out, keep that slip knot big, and then just bring my yarn up over my hook like this. I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. That becomes your first stitch, that chain of 3. If you're in the UK, this is a treble crochet. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet that we're going to do. Now that one counts as 1. We need 15 more. We need 16 all together inside that loop. So that's 1 and we need 16. So into that loop, put your yarn over and go into your loop. Pull your yarn through, yarn over your hook. Just use your fingers to nip that circle. Pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 more. So you've got your chain of 3 and 1 stitch. That makes 2. You need 16 all together. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. So yarn over and through your loop, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And the reason I'm not showing you, again, I'm not using a brighter yarn, is so that you can see what it looks like when you're going to use a dark coloured yarn. So we've got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 16 altogether. 7, 8, 'So you're going to take the tail of your loop and you're going to pull. Pull it tight so it goes into a circle. And once you've stitched that in, it's going to keep the middle of your poppy quite tight. Now you're going to find your chain of 3 and you're going to slip stitch into the top of that chain of 3 and pull through. Now get your scissors and cut your yarn and just pull that right through like that. And this is what you have. You've got your 16 stitches like this all around your loop. So you're going to stitch that in nice and tight, stitch this in, and you'll be left with a little wheel that's got 16 stitches in it. So I'm going to stitch my ends in and I'll come back and show you how to do the flower part of the poppy. So I've got my circle done, my little wheel with my 16 stitches around my circle. Don't worry about it looking a little bit ragged. We're going to work in to each of these spaces that are here. Now I've got my red yarn. You can use any red that you want. And we're going to make 4 petals on this poppy. So anywhere in the wheel, in between your stitches, push your hook through and pull the red through. Now leave your tail, leave enough so that you can stitch it into the petal and hide it. I'm going to wrap it around here just once to help lock it in. And we're going to chain 3. So we're going to chain 3. 1, 2, and 3. And again, I'm using the black because you'll be using black. And I want you to be able to see where you're going with your black. So I'm inside this first stitch, in between the posts, in the space, not in the top stitch. I'm in the actual space. So that counts as my first treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochet stitches. In the UK, it's a treble crochet. So that chain of 3 counts as my first treble crochet. I'm going to put another one into that same space. So we've got 2 in that space. We're going to do another 3. We're putting 2 stitches into the next 3 spaces, 1, 2, and 3. So into the next space, just find your next space, and it will help if you put some white paper down and you can see through this coloured yarn. So into the next space, you're going to put 2 treble crochets. So you yarn over and go into the same space and put your second treble crochet in. So we've got 2 sets, you can see them now. Into the next space we'll put 2, 1 and 2. And into the 4th space we're going to put another 2 into the 4th space, 1 and 2. So this is our first petal. We're building up our first petal. If you want a tighter flower, then use a smaller hook. Go down to a 4mm hook if you want. Now I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to turn my work around into the next stitch, not the one that's right beside the chain, into the next stitch there. Put 1 treble crochet. So that chain counts as your first, and into the next stitch you've got 1. Now into the next 4 stitches, 1, 2, 3 and 4, we're going to put 2 treble crochets into each stitch. That's 1 and 2. Into the next stitch put 2, 1 and 2. Into the next stitch put 2, 1 and 2. Into the next stitch put 2, 1 and 2. So you should have 2 stitches left, 1 here and 1 at the top of that chain of 3. Put 1 treble crochet into the next stitch and 1 into the next stitch, into the top of that chain. Just squish it in through that stitch. You're going to chain 1 and turn. Into each stitch we're going to do what's called a slip stitch. I'm going to neaten that little edge. So into that very first stitch, right there where you done that one stitch there, put your hook through, pull your yarn through and slip stitch. Go into the next stitch, pull your yarn through and slip through that stitch there. Slip through there. Make sure you bring your stitches up onto the shaft of your hook. Don't work right inside the hook, your stitches will be too tight. Into the next one, pull your yarn through and slip stitch through there. It's going to neaten up the edge of your poppy leaf. Through the next one and pull through, slip stitch, pull through, go through the stitch, through both parts of your stitch, pull your yarn through and then slip stitch, through, pull through, slip stitch, and look at that nice neat edge that you're getting around your little poppy. Just make sure you bring your stitch up into that shaft to keep it same size and pull through. Now remember the one at the top of your chain of 3. Push through the top of the chain, pull through and then slip stitch, and that gives you your little petal. Now I'm going to chop that off. It doesn't take much yarn at all. Now just pull your yarn through, and what we'll do is we'll use our darning needle. And we're going to stitch these in. And it's really quick. Once you've got one of these done and you know what you're doing, it's really quick. I'm just going to stitch up the side of this little poppy leaf. And then just come back down that side. When I come back down, I'm just giving it a little tug, and it's going to make that leaf just pull in a little bit. And then put a stitch in. And that's going to give you that little curve on your leaf. We'll just snip this off. Put the other end in. And you'll do this with your 4 leaves. I'll show you how to do one more leaf, and then I'll leave it up to you to do the other 2. Now with this one, I'm just going through the stitch and then through these stitches that are here, just in and out. Pull it just a little bit, and it's going to make it slightly rounded on the end. Just pull it slightly down to the bottom. I'll turn it to the back and stitch in my yarn end. And what you've got is, you've got a slightly rounded in edge of your little poppy. Don't pull it down too tight. You don't want it down too tight. Oops, my yarn's coming off. It's up to you. If you like that look, you can pull it down a little bit more. Just pull that and then snip it off. I'll put my hook there, and that gives you your first leaf of your poppy. So what you're going to do again, make sure you leave yourself enough tail to stitch in. Now into the next space, put your hook through and pull through your yarn, and you're going to chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. Now into the bottom of that same stitch, put another treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet into the same space. Now into the next one you're going to put 2 treble crochets. So we're going to do this to the next 3 stitches, so we've got 4 sets of 2 all together. So that's 1, 2, 2 sets, 2 into the next stitch. That's 3 sets and 2 into the next. That's 4. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn your work. So into the bottom of that chain you're going to put another treble crochet into that very first stitch, and then put 2 into each stitch all the way along. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 2 into the next stitch, 2 into the next stitch, and 2 into the next stitch. Now if I'm going a little bit too quick, you can just pause and catch up. Pause the video and catch up. So I've got 1 in there, I need another one, that's 2. And then into the top of the chain, don't forget that chain of 3 where we started, into that top stitch. Just push your hook through that top stitch and put 2 treble crochets in. 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn your work. And again we're going to slip stitch all the way around this petal. So into the next stitch, pull through and slip stitch through the stitch, right through the top, pull your yarn through and slip stitch, through, pull your yarn through, slip stitch, all the way along. And then remember the top of your chain of 3, push through the top of that last stitch and through. Cut your yarn and pull it through that loop. So that gives you your second stitch in your poppy. We're going to stitch this in, and as we stitch it in, we'll just pull it down slightly like we did with that one. So we'll move on to the next set of 4. So go into the next space and pull your yarn through. So we'll go into the next space, pull your yarn through and chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. Now into the same space, put another treble crochet, and we're going to do this for 4 spaces. 2 into the next space, so that's 3 sets. I've got 1, 2 and 3, and 2 into the next space. We should be left with 4, for our last petal. So we've got 4 spaces left, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's for your last petal. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. Treble crochet into this stitch right beside your chain, and then 2 into every stitch, and remember the top of that chain of 3. So we should have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We should have 16 stitches. And then 2 into the next one. 2 into the next one. Into 2 into the next one. Two into that, all the way along, 2 into each stitch. And then 2 into your chain of 3. Just might need to use the hook of the point of it to get in there. 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn, and you're going to slip stitch all the way around these stitches, and this is what we're getting. We're getting this nice little poppy shape, and we'll join all our petals at the end, so don't worry about that. So we're going into the next stitch and slip through the stitch, pull your yarn through and slip all the way to the end. Cut your yarn and pull through. Now before you do your last petal, take your darning needle and stitch in your ends. Keep your flowers separate like that. Keep them separated. Just stitch in the last one. So I'm going to leave a little bit of a longer tail this time. And then pull through. So as you can see, I've got a longer tail this time because I'm going to actually overlap the stitches when I do this one. So I'm going to do this tail first, do the little tail first, sew it in, I can do a lot of crafts, but I'm not very good at sewing. I'm going to just give it a little pull, just to pull that leaf down a little bit, or the petal, and then I'm going to go back the way this way, just seal on that stitch. I should have left a longer tail on this one. There we go. This one off. And then I'm going to show you how just to use that one, and we're going to bring all these in around each other just a little bit, just to get that nice little poppy shape of that one that we had, so that it cradles in your hand like this. So what I'll do is I'll show you how to just use this last one and just to stitch these petals just very carefully into place like this, so that you've got your nice lovely petal. Don't worry if it's not exactly perfect, because in nature flowers are not perfect. A lot of them are not perfect. So it doesn't matter if you've got one that looks a little bit more spiked up than the other, or one's a little bit more frilly looking. That is the nature of poppies anyway. So I'll show you how to stitch this last part in and get your poppy all nice like this. So what you're going to do with your poppy now, or this is what I did. You don't have to do this. You can just leave the poppy the way it is, if that's the way you want it. Now down the side, I'm just going to do in and out, just to pull that end down a little bit like I did with the other ones. Just to make that just slightly rounded. Now I'll make it slightly rounded like that. Push my hook, push my needle through to the other side like this. Now I'm going to overlap that one, and with my yarn I'll take my yarn across here a little bit. Just go right around that rim. Just do that. Bring your stitch through. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it because it's on the back. Now I'm going to bring this one over and just put a stitch through. Bring this one over a little bit. I'm just going to put one stitch through and right through to the other side like that. Now on the back I'm going to thread my yarn all the way around to the other side. Just thread it right through like that, and then overlap a little bit. It's up to you how much you overlap it. You can overlap it as much as you want, and then take the thread that's on this one and just bring it through to that side, and it's going to overlap your leaf. Put one little stitch in just to hold it, and then thread your yarn through those stitches. It's not coming right through the other side. I'm just threading it through so you can't see where the yarn's going, and then push it out the back. And what that's going to do is it's going to hold your poppy in its shape like this. I'll figure out where. I don't want that one too far in, so I'm just going to go in here. I don't want to scrunch it in too tight. Put one little stitch just to anchor it like that on the back. One little stitch to anchor it in on the back like that. And this is what we're getting. I've got one left, so I'm going to turn it to the back, and I'm just going to loop it through those stitches. Just loop it through, but make sure it's not on that side. You don't want a big thread on that side. This is the easiest way I found to do these. Just loop it through. And that one's just quite naturally sitting there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that through. Now that one is just wanting to sit there on its own. So I'll take my yarn right through that last petal. Don't pull it tight. Don't do it tight. And I'm just going to put a little stitch in to lock it in down here into the bottom and finish off my stitching. and move that to the side. And there you go, that's you got your little poppy made. It's really, really pretty. Now once you've done one, and or you can do as many as you like. So for the leaf, I'm going to use this mint green superwash paint box. Doesn't matter what colour of green, as long as you like it. It doesn't matter what yarn it is that you're using. I'm going to pop that up there. Now you don't need very much at all. You only need about this sort of little bundle. You don't need a lot of yarn at all to make a leaf for the poppy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a chain, and I'm going to do a chain of 12. You do the chain to the length that you want your leaf. If you're doing a bigger leaf, the best way to do it is do your chain sort of like this, and then get your poppy, and then just hold the chain to the back of the poppy and up, so that you can see how high the leaf is going to go on your poppy. I'm going to do another 2 or 3 chains and hold it again. Just hold it with the chain down in the middle, so that your leaf is going to come up at the back of your poppy. I'll do 2 more and we'll count them. 1 and 2. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I've got 16 stitches to do the leaf on my chain. So what we're going to do now is into the third, 1, 2, 3, into the third stitch. Don't count the one on the chain. Count 1, 2, 3. We're going to put 3 treble crochets into that stitch. So that's 1, 2, and 3 into the same stitch. Now your chain that you've got here will make your fourth one. So you've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 all together. The next 4 stitches I'm going to put a treble crochet. That's 1 into each one, 2, 3 and 4. Now if you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. The next 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to put what's called a half treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a half double crochet. So yarn over and go into the next stitch and come through all your loops. That's a half treble crochet. Yarn over and into the next one and pull through all of those stitches. Yarn over, we're doing 4, and through, yarn over and through. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 stitches left. So what I'm going to do now with the stitches I've got left, I'm going to do double crochets. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now I'm just going to turn this around, chain 1, and then we're going to work back up the other side and make our leaf. So I'm going to go in there and do a double crochet. Then I'm going to work my way up to where my treble crochets start. So I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4 double crochets into the other side of that chain. 1, 2, just push your hook through, 3, and 4. Now if you're doing a smaller leaf, then you can just work out how to do it. You start with a bigger stitch, go down to your half trebles and then down to your double crochets, and then work the same way back up. So now I need to do 4 half treble crochets. So into my next stitch, do a half treble crochet. So that's yarn over, into the stitch, pull your yarn through, yarn over and through the 3 loops. So that's my second one. That's my third one. And one more. That's my fourth one. Now I'm going to do 4 treble crochets up these stitches. So into that loop, that's 1, should get all this, 2, 3, and 4. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slip stitch into the top of that chain. You just want to make a rough leaf shape. But it doesn't need to be perfect because, like I've said already, leaves and things are not perfect in nature. So I'm going to cut my yarn, just pull it through, and then what I'll do is I'll get my thread and I'm going to attach my little leaf on to the back. Now you don't need to make a leaf on it. I'm not that brilliant at making leaves anyway. I like it like that, but I thought I would just show you how to make a kind of quick leaf shape, and then you're going to just stitch that on, stitch that in, and then stitch your leaf on to the back. I mean, I'll put the leaf on for those that want to see what it's like. There we go, you can see it better. I've put the leaf on for those that want to see what it's like, how to make a leaf on it. I'm not I'm not going to be shy. I'm not brilliant at making crochet leaves, but I've done one anyway. But I actually like the poppy like this. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make these beautiful solid granny squares. This is called a solid granny square because all your stitches are just in straight lines. Now these ones I've done 5 rows, but you can have your granny square as big as you want it. You'll just continue row after row until your granny square is as big as you want it to be. I've got all of these done and they're really pretty. You can use any yarn that you want. For these ones I used this yarn. This is the yarn that I've used. I can't say that word, so I'm not even going to try. It's 100% acrylic. It's 100 grams. Now 100 gram ball will give you about maybe 14, between 13 or 14, it depends on your tension, squares, and you get quite a lot of squares out of a 100 gram ball. This is double knitting. A lot of the countries call this DK. It just means double knitting. And use the hook size it tells you to use on your yarn ball. So I'm going to show you how to do these full solid granny square blocks like this. So we're going to start with a magic circle. Just put your yarn down your hand like that, the tail end on the top. Wrap your yarn around your fingers. Then turn your hand around and put your hook through that loop. and then pull that yarn through that loop, let it all go, catch your working yarn and just pull it up. Now we're going to start with 5 stitches. We're going to crochet 5 chains. These 5 chains will be your treble crochet and 2 chains. So this first one, we're going to chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now those 5 chains are your first treble crochet and chain 2. Now into your circle you're going to put 3 UK treble crochets. So yarn over and into your circle you're going to do 3 UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So that's 1, 2, and 3. So you've got your little cluster of 3. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, into the chain, into the space again, you'll do another set of 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, 2. Another 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now when you did that chain of 5, that is the stitch that belongs to this last cluster. So pull your little slip knot, your little magic circle in a bit. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now into there you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Now pull your magic circle tight, pull it tight in, and as you can see it's brought that stitch around here for you. You're going to do a slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in the chain. So count 1, 2 and 3 and into that 3rd stitch, slip stitch and join. And what you've made is the centre part of your little granny square. That's this part here. That's what we've done. Doesn't quite look like it, but it will once we've got it sorted. So these are your 4 corners. These chain 2 spaces are your 4 corners. Now what you're going to do now is, so that we're always starting inside this chain space, pull your stitch up just a little bit. Pull your stitch up. And you're going to slip stitch into that chain space. Slip stitch into there. Now it brings you over into the corner and it keeps your corners nice. It keeps all your corners nice. As you can see, you can't actually see, there's no dodgy chain going up the middle of your granny square. There's no dodgy chain anywhere in it. It keeps all your corners nice and neat. So we're going to chain 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That is the last stitch of the round. When we come back around here, we'll slip stitch just like we did down here. So into this chain space here, you're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. Now right in there, you're going into that little space there. You're going to do a treble crochet. You've got to go in there to keep your stitch count correct. So into there. So don't count that one. We've got 3 stitches. So 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, that's 4. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, that's 5. And put 2 into this corner, 1 and 2. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now that gives you your first side of your square. Now you can see what I mean by that being the last stitch. Once we go all the way around, we'll slip stitch to that chain, and that will make that last side. So we started here with 3 stitches. Now you should have 7. Don't count that one. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you've got 2 in that corner, and we've done our 2 chain. So we're going to put another 2 in here. So your corners will always have 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. So you're going to go into that next stitch. Make sure you go in to that space that's there. So yarn over and in to that space at the top of that post. 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and 2 into the corner. 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. So that's your first corner done, and you should have 7 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you're going to chain 2 and into the corner again, put your 2 treble crochets into that chain corner space, 1 and 2 into that corner, a treble crochet right into the next stitch. Make sure you're going right in to that next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the top of the next stitch, and we're at the corner again. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more into that corner space. 1 into the space and 2. So you're going to treble crochet into the next stitch, right in there, 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and remember we slip stitch into this space, so you're going into there, into the chain space, your 3rd treble crochet, and then you're going to count 1, 2, 3 stitches and slip stitch and join. And that's you got round 2 done. So in between each corner you've got 7 stitches. So round 3, I'm going to pull my stitch up just a little bit and slip stitch into there. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Once again, that's the last stitch of that side. So into here we're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. We'll finish that corner when we come all the way around, and we'll finish the corner in here. So into the next stitch, you may have to pull those 2 back. You're going to do 1 treble crochet all the way along. We should have 11 stitches now on this round, and this is round 3. 1 treble crochet if you're in the UK, And if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. 1 into each stitch. You're going to put 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets into the corner. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more treble crochets into that corner. 1 and 2. Now 1 into each stitch along, and make sure you go into that very first one that's there. Not the spaces. You're not going in the spaces, you're going into the stitch. Into the top of the stitch. One into each one, all the way along. Two trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles into the corner. 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and another 2 into that big space. 1 and 2. Then you'll put 1 into each stitch along. Make sure you go into that first stitch there. Make sure you go in there. 1 into each stitch. We should have 11 this time. All the way along you should have 11 on each side once you're finished. So 2 into this corner, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 into the corner, 1 and 2. Now we're doing the last side, so remember and go into that stitch that's there, and 1 into each stitch. Into there. And we're at the corner, so we've already got 1 for the corner, so we're going into the space here, and then you're going to slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain, and that's your corner complete, and that's your little square starting to work. So you'll start with 3 treble crochets here. Then you'll have 5, 1, 2, 3, no, you'll have 7. You'll start with 3, then your next row you should have 7 in each section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you should have 11. On the 3rd row, you should have 11 stitches from corner to corner. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now row 4, you should have 15 in row 4. So we're going to slip stitch into that chain space again. Just slip stitch in and chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the last stitch in that side, remember. So into here you're going to put 2 treble crochets. That is 1 treble crochet and 2 chain. So you need 2 treble crochets into the corner. 1 and 2. Now remember, we'll complete the corner when we get around to here. Once we've done our crochet up here, we'll complete the corner by doing a slip stitch into the third stitch in that chain. So you're going to work 1 treble crochet all the way to the end, but remember and go in to that little stitch that's there. Make sure you start in this stitch here. And we should have 15 stitches along once you're finished and done your corner. So we're at the corner. We're going to do our 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 2 more treble crochets into that chain space, 1 and 2. Now remember and go into that very first stitch that's there and work your way along. When you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. The same at this corner, 1 treble crochet in each stitch, and when you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. And we'll work our way down to here, and then I'll show you what to do next. So pause the video and do around your sides till we get to here, and I'll show you how, once again, to finish the round at that slip stitch here. So I'm at the end here now. Don't forget to put 1 into here before you join up here. Make sure you've got your 15 stitches. So you need to go into there to make this corner of your square. Now you're going to count 1, 2 and 3 and slip stitch to close that round, and slip stitch through there, and you should have 15 stitches. Now doing what I've been doing makes your corners all nice and neat, and you don't have any ugly chain joinings in the middle of your granny square. You get a nice neat section on your square. Now you should have 15 stitches now on this row. This is row 4. You should have 15 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that chain makes 15. Remember to do that treble crochet into that corner before you slip stitch on to that chain. So we're going to slip stitch in to there. Keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 5, this is the last round. If you want to make a great big granny square, just continue doing what I've been doing. And we've already slip stitched into this corner. You're going to do your chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now remember, that is the last stitch of that row there. So into this corner, we're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. We should have 19 stitches in each side of round 5. So remember and go into that very first stitch there and put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. And if you're in the USA, that's a double crochets for you. But here in the UK, we call it a treble crochet. It's the same stitch, just a different term. 1 into each stitch. When you get to the corner, you'll do your two treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet all the way along to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets all the way to that side and all the way around, and you should have 19 stitches between your corners. Now remember that when you've done your last stitch here, make sure you go into that corner with 1 stitch into that corner, and then you're going to count 3 chain, 1, 2, 3, push it through, oops, make sure you go through the stitch, push through and slip stitch. Now what you're going to do now, what you'll do is you'll just cut your yarn and pull it through that stitch, and that'll finish your granny square for you. That is how you do a solid granny square like this. Just continue around and around and around and make it as big as you want it to be, and it's so pretty. You can make as many of these as you like, make it as big as you like. Make some nice, maybe 6 rounded squares and join them all together for a blanket. And if you want to know how to join your squares together, I'll put a link under the video to show you how to join granny squares like this, solid block granny squares. I'll show you how to join them together into a blanket, and I'll put the link, it's in another video, and I'll put the link underneath this one. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Look what I've been making. I've been making this lovely little blanket. This is all the yarn I've got left. It should be enough to go around and do a double crochet on the end of this little blanket. Look at this. This is so pretty. This is very much like the Call the Midwife, but it doesn't have that pattern in the middle. Remember I done the fillet blanket just with the big long lines on it? Well, this one I've done lines across the way and turned it into this beautiful box. Look at this, it's so pretty. The stitch count is 8 plus 6. You need to add an extra 6 stitches once you've done all your sets of 8. Make this as wide as you want. Now a lot of people have been saying to me, you don't tell me how much yarn to use. I used 2 balls of this, of the Deramores anti-piling yarn. This I don't have the label for this one, but it's a Deramores yarn. It's a double knitting, it's really pretty. Now also what other people say, how much yarn do I need for this size of blanket or that size? How much yarn will I need? I don't know. I don't know how big you're going to make your blanket. I don't know what your tension is. I don't know what hook size you're going to use, and I don't know what yarn you're going to use. The best thing I can say is, if you Google crochet blanket chart, if you Google crochet blanket chart, then you'll get lots of charts. I'll come up on Google that you can either write them down or you can print them out. It'll tell you what each blanket is and what the average width and length is. So maybe a pram blanket or a stroller, a crib, a Moses basket, a baby cot, a baby's bed, a cuddle blanket, all that kind of thing. It'll tell you in these charts. What you'll do is you'll do your sets of 8 until you get to that length of the blanket that you want, then add an extra 6. That's how you get bigger blankets. But unfortunately, I don't know how much yarn you're going to use. A chunky blanket will take more yarn than a double knitting, so it just depends. And that's why a lot of YouTubers who knit and crochet, they won't tell you how much to use, because personally they don't know what size of blanket you're going to do, they don't know what size of yarn, they don't know what yarn you're going to use, so it's quite difficult. But anyway, this blanket is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sets of 8, and then I added an extra 6 on to that to get this width. And I've done, I think it's 9 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've done 9 boxes. I started mine on a UK treble crochet row. I finished it on a UK treble crochet row like this. And at the end of the video, I'll just show you how to neaten up the edges. So for the sample, I'm going to use this James C. Brett Top Value double knitting yarn. For my sample, I'm going to use a UK 4mm crochet hook for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to crochet in sets of 8 stitches. 8 stitches makes a block. Then I'm going to add an extra 6 stitches to it. So just do your yarn over and pull it through your hook. Make sure you don't do it too tight. 1, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now continue doing your chain in sets of 8 until it's as wide as you want it to be, and then we'll add an extra 6 stitches. The extra 6 stitches is for the building of the first treble crochet, your second treble crochet, and the 2 that we've got at the edge on the end. I'll show you that. So do your chain in sets of 8, then add an extra 6 stitches. So I've done 4 sets of 8. I'm going to add an extra 6 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now those extra stitches make up the 2 treble crochets we've got at each end and 1 of the little chain spaces. So what you're going to do now is you're going to go into the 3rd stitch in your chain, into the 3rd stitch. So yarn over and do a UK treble crochet. So pull your yarn through, you've got 3 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now you're going to put 1 UK treble crochet into every stitch, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So yarn over and into the next stitch, 1 treble crochet all the way along. So I'm at my last stitch. I'm going to put my last treble crochet into that stitch. So I've put my last treble crochet into that stitch. Now we're going to chain 2. We're only ever going to chain 2 up the sides, 1 and 2. That's going to keep us a nice neat edge up the side of the blanket. Now you're going to turn your work around. Now not into that stitch, into the next stitch you're going to put 1 UK treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. Now to get your stitch nice and neat, I like, can you see that little line there? There's a little line right there of yarn. That's where I like to put my hook, and it keeps your treble crochets like this. It keeps them neat and it keeps them right on top of each other. If you don't do that, they kind of go off to the left and then to the right when you do your next row. But if you want your blanket nice and neat, try and go into that little stitch. If not, just go into the normal space. So I'll show you where I'm talking about if I get my stitch up a little bit in my yarn. Now you can see a little line right there of a stitch, right there. Now you can just go into the normal space here if you want. But what I like to do is use the point of my hook and then just push it in there. Just push it in and through. And what it does is it catches that little piece of yarn there and it makes your treble crochets right on top of each other, especially if you sell your blankets. Now you can see it right where at the end of my nail, going right there, that little part of that stitch. All you need to do is just take the point of your hook, this part here of your hook, and just sit it there and then just push it right through. If you don't want to do that, and if you don't sell your blankets, just put it in that normal hole there. But if you sell your blankets and you want them nice and neat, then try and go into that little stitch. It is right above that post there, that little stitch in there, that little line. So yarn over, skip the first row and go into the second, and just watch what I do. I just go in there and just push my hook through, and you can see that little stitch. Just pull your yarn through like that, and what it does is it puts your treble crochet right smack on the top of that one. You can see it there, it's right in that space there on top of that post. And if you sell your blankets, it really does make a big difference. So what you're going to do now, we're going to do the fillet row. We're going to do this row of holes. So that chain 2 counts as your first treble crochet, that's your second one. Now chain 1 and skip 1 stitch, and into the next stitch you're going to do a treble crochet. So skip that one, and watch what I'm doing with my hook. I'm just pushing it through there and pull through, keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 1, skip 1 and into the next stitch. Chain 1, skip 1 all the way along. Done my chain 1, I'm going to skip 1, yarn over and in right above that post, right in there. But you can go in that other space. It's just a little tip how to neaten up your blanket. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next stitch all the way along. You're going to do that all the way along. So I've got my last 3 stitches, 1, 2 and the top of that little chain. We're going to chain 1, skip that stitch, and into the next stitch you're going to do a treble crochet, and then into the top of that little chain that you've got there you're going to do your next treble crochet. And this is what you get. I've got my 2 trebles at the beginning and my 2 trebles at the end, and that's the first row of your pattern. This fillet row is your first row of your pattern. That's row 1. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn around. Now into the next treble crochet you're going to do 1 treble crochet into there. Now we're going to keep this fillet space all the way up the blanket. You're going to keep that little fillet hole all the way up your blanket. So what we're going to do is, this pattern has 5 rows. Your fillet row is row 1. This row is row 2, row 3, row 4 and row 5. Then row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll keep repeating it, where each box has 4 treble crochet rows and one of these on the bottom. So your next bottom one makes the top of that, if you know what I mean. So I'll leave that there. So all the way up the sides I've got 2 double crochets. So what we're going to do is we're going to chain 1, skip that space there and do a treble crochet into this one. That is stitch 1. We're going to do 7 treble crochets along. That is stitch 1. Each box has 7 treble crochets. And then it has a fillet space, 7 treble crochets, then a fillet space, 7 treble crochets, then a fillet space. So that's 1. Your next stitch is going into the box. That's 2. Then into the top of the stitch with the next one. That's 3. Into the chain space. That's 4. Into the top of the next stitch. That's 5. Into the chain space for 1 treble crochet. That's 6. And 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That makes 7. You're going to chain 1, skip this chain space and do a treble crochet into the top of that one. And this is stitch 1 again. And this is what you've got. I'll move that out of the way. And that's what you've got. So that is stitch 1 of the next box. Into the chain space. That's stitch 2. Into the top of the treble crochet. That's stitch 3. Into the chain space. That's 4. We need 7. Into the next stitch. That's 5. Into the chain space. That's 6. And into the top of this one, that makes 7. Chain 1, skip that space and do a treble crochet into the next one. And that becomes stitch 1 of your next block. So what you're doing is you're building your little blocks. You're building these blocks and then you'll do a space, 7 treble crochets, you'll do chain 1, skip the space, 7 treble crochets. So that's stitch 1. So yarn over into the chain space, that's 2, yarn over into the next stitch, that's 3, into the chain space for 4, into there, that's 5, 1 into the chain space, 6, and 1 into the top of that stitch, into that stitch for 7. Chain 1, skip the chain space, and we'll do 7 more treble crochets. 1 into the chain space, 1 into the top of the next treble crochet, that's us got 3, it's 4, 1 into the top of there, that's 5, into the chain base, that's 6, and into the top of there for 7. Chain 1, now you're going to skip that last little chain space and put 2 treble crochets in. So 1 into the top of that stitch and 1 into the top of your chain. and that's what you've got. You're going to do 4 rows like that. So that's, you've done the fillet row is row 1, that's row 2. So we're going to do another 3 of those rows. So chain 2, 1, 2, and turn. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. Now you can see your fillet space there, so it's chain 1, skip the fillet space and do 7 treble crochets along. That's 1, 1 into the next stitch, 2, 1 into the next stitch, 3, 1 into the next stitch, 4, whoops, take that one out, that's 4, 5, 6, and 7. So you're at the fillet space, so it's chain 1, skip that little chain space there and do 7 treble crochets. So I'm at my last little fillet, so chain 1, going to skip that and do 2 treble crochets at the end. You'll always do your treble crochets at the end and the beginning, and 1 into the top of that little chain of 2, just go right in to the top of that chain. So you'll repeat this row until you have 4 rows of your 7 treble crochets. So I've got my 4th row done, 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is what it looks like now. Now I've got my chain 1, skip this last little fillet space and put my 2 treble crochets, UK treble crochets, into the end. Now what you're going to do is you're going to rewind the video and you're going to go back to this fillet row. Remember I said that was row 1. That's row 1, row 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now we're going to repeat row 1 and it's going to turn this in to a proper little box. So you'll chain your 2, 1, 2 and turn. So into my next stitch, 1 UK treble crochet. Now we're going to chain 1 and skip that fillet space and do a treble crochet into the next space. You're going to chain 1, skip the next stitch and do a treble crochet into the next stitch. We're going to make little fillet squares, little fillet spaces all the way along. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next one. Chain 1, skip 1 and you'll treble crochet into that one. Just push my hook through. And you can see what I mean by it keeps the stitch nice and neat and on top of each other when you go into that tiny little part of a stitch there. So I've done chain 1, skip that space and treble crochet into the next stitch. Chain 1, skip 1 and we're going to do that all the way along. So I'm nearly at the end. My chain 1, skip 1 and into that treble crochet. Don't do your chain 1 too tight. So into the top of that treble crochet there. And we're going to go into the top of that little chain of 2, into the top there and do a treble crochet. And then you're going to continue your 4 rows again, and then so we'll do those 4 rows up here, then you'll do that row 1 again and then your other 4 rows until you have this, and that's what you'll keep repeating. So that, remember I said, was row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then do row 1, then do 1, 2, 3, 4 of those treble crochets, and then do that row 1 and then 4 rows of that to finish your blanket with 1 row of treble crochets. And this is what mine looks like. I'll bring that back up. And this is what my blanket looks like. So I've finished that last row of treble crochet, and that makes it the same. That makes it the same as the bottom. So just remember, once you've done your foundation row, you'll row 1 is these fillet spaces. Then you'll do 4 rows of your treble crochets with your 7, and then your chain 1, skip a stitch to make your little box. Then you'll go back to doing that long row of fillet, then your 4 rows of your treble crochets, the long row of the fillet, and that will make up this really pretty pattern. It's really pretty. Now what I'm going to do down the side is I'm going to do a row of treble crochets. Now you can either just put 1 row down each side of your blanket, do 1 down that side and then do 1 up this side, or you can go all the way around, but it does mean at the bottom and at the top of your blanket you'll have 2 rows of treble crochets. So just right down this side I'm going to do a row of treble crochets. I'll cut my yarn, sew on the end, and then I'll put 1 row of treble crochets all the way down this side. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to chain 1, and then right in to that space, that little fillet space, I'm going to put 1 treble crochet. Into the next stitch. If you see your blanket, it's in little rows. You've got all these little lines here. I'm going to put 1 treble crochet into that little space there. Then 1 into where your chain 2 is. 1 into that little space. That keeps it even. If you put 2 into there, you'll have little gaps. And that keeps your corner nice and straight as well. So 1 treble crochet all the way down and 1 into that gap. Now I will take a picture of this when I've got it finished. So I'm only going to do 1 row of treble crochet from that corner all the way down to this corner, and into there I'll put a treble crochet, I'll chain 1 and I'll slip stitch it to this one here. I'm only doing that 1 row up the side, and then I'll put 1 row of treble crochet up that side. Because I've already got them, I don't have enough yarn to go around a couple of times right around the blanket, and that way it just has the 1 row of treble crochets all the way around the blanket. So once I've got that done, I'll take a picture of it and I'll add it in at the beginning of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Please click on that subscribe button. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I am going to show you saw the pictures at the beginning. Now you're going to be quite shocked. No, you're not going to be shocked. Sandra made this. My sister Sandra made this. 3 simple stitches. UK double crochet, treble crochet and double treble crochets. We did 26 rows that made the path wind round this way. Then 26 rows around that way, and that made the scarf wind like a snake. And we've just called it a winding road scarf. It's like a windy little road. It's really pretty. I'm going to show you how to do this and explain how it was done. So this is the yarn that Sandra used. It's a ombre yarn, all these beautiful shades of green in it. It's a 200-gram ball. It's chunky yarn, and she bought it in Aldi's. It says that it's an ombre yarn. It's by Knit and Purl, but it is a Sew Crafty yarn, and that's Aldi's in the UK. It's really beautiful yarn. It's nice and thick and chunky. So I'm going to show you how to do this with this pretty purple Aran. This is a Stylecraft special Aran yarn. This is an Aran. The other one was chunky. Now this is doesn't tell you what weight it is. I think Aran in the UK is a 4 weight. It's telling me to use a 5mm crochet hook, and that's what I've got here. I've got this tulip crochet hook. This is a 5mm. If you're in the USA, it's a 8/0 if you're in the USA. I love this crochet hook. It's just nice, and it sits just nice in your hand. I love that gold hook on it. Anyway, we're going to use a Stylecraft special, and this is an Aran yarn, slightly thinner than that other one, just to show you that you can use any yarn in any thickness that you want for this. It says this is proper purple. Proper purple. The shade number is 1855. Just make sure that if you're buying more than one ball of yarn, make sure your die lot numbers are the same on all your yarn that you're buying. If you're using one colour, make sure all your die lots are the same. So the stitch count for each section of this is 8. 8 for your UK double crochet, 8 for your treble, and 8 stitches for your double treble. Then you're going to add 1 on. If you want to make a wider scarf, you can try 10, 10 and 10. If you want to make a smaller scarf, then try 6 or 7, 6, 6 and 6. Each section of your stitches has to be the same number of stitches to get that curve in your scarf or your wrap, whatever it is that you're making. So I'm going to stick with the 8 just to show you what this looks like. So I'm going to do yarn over, and you pull through your loop, and that makes 1 stitch. So I need 24 stitches. That is 3 times 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure your stitches are not too tight. You don't want it tight on the end. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's me got 8 for my UK double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So I've got 24 stitches. That's a nice number and a nice width of scarf. I'm going to crochet 1 more stitch, just 1 more stitch. Now into the second stitch, come down a little bit, into the second stitch in your chain, you're going to do a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. So yarn over and pull through your 2 loops. That's 1. Into the next one, that's 2. To the next one, it's 3. Into the next one, that's 4, 5, we need 8, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now what you can do is you can put a marker here. I'll get some stitch markers. We'll need 2. You can use a piece of thread if you don't have a stitch marker. So in to that last stitch there, that's number 8, that stitch, I'm going to put a marker. You can keep these on all the way through your crochet, just keep moving them up row for row. I've got another one for the next slot. Now you're going to use UK treble crochets, so yarn over and into the next stitch and do a UK treble crochet. 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's 1. We'll do another UK treble crochet, that's 2. We need 8, that's 3, that's 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now that's my number 8 stitch there. That's my number 8 stitch. So I'm going to put a marker there. So I should have 8 stitches left, and we're going to do UK double treble crochets. Yarn over your hook twice, 1 and 2, into your next stitch. Pull your yarn through and you've got 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's 1 stitch. Yarn over twice, through the next stitch and pull through. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now it's these big stitches that makes it fan out on your scarf. So that's 2. We should have 8. That's 3. Yarn over twice into the next stitch. That's 4. Yarn over twice into the next stitch. Just push it through the next stitch in your chain. Pull through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's 7. We should have 1 stitch left. If you don't, that's our little knot that we did. So we've got 1 stitch left. If you've got more than 1, just pick it out. Through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So I've got my sets of 8. I've taken my stitch markers off because they're rattling it around too much. But if you're counting your 8s, you should be able to do this. And an easier way to know how many rounds that you're doing, you need 26 rows to do a bend in your scarf. So for your next row, you're going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Just the 3. If you do 4, it'll be too tall and it'll be really wavy along the corner of your scarf. Chain 3 and turn. Now you're going to count 8 stitches down. So yarn over twice and into the next stitch. So that chain is your first stitch. So that's 2. Yarn over. That's 3. Yarn over twice. Through the next stitch. That's 4. That's 5. 6. 7 and 8. So I've got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Into your next stitch, you're doing UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. Into the next stitch, we're going to do 8 treble crochets. That's one into the next stitch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Then we're going to do 8 double crochets, so straight through the next stitch, pull through, yarn over and through 2 loops. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 1 into that last one is 8. So that's you've got, if you're doing different colours, that's you've got one section done. So this is where you'll cut your yarn if you want and add your next colour and do 2 rows of your next colour. It'll be beautiful as a peacock scarf if you do this all in purples and blues and lilacs and greens, emerald greens. So if you want to do a row count, I've done 1 and 2. So we need 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can mark off the rows if you do them, if you're doing it all in one colour. If you're doing it in different colours, like I said, do 2 rows and change your colour. So I'm not going to change mine, so I'm going to chain 1 and turn. So we're going to do 8 double crochets along. So when you do a double crochet, you're going right in to the very first stitch when you start with a double crochet. So go right in to there. You've got 2 loops, yarn over and pull through. So that's 1 into the next stitch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've done 8. So we're going to change to UK treble crochets. So yarn over this time and do 8 treble crochets. 1, 2, into the next stitch, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Then you're going to go up to your double trebles, yarn over twice and do 8. Multy's just woke up. That's 1 into the next stitch. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, got a stitch there, 7, and we're going in to the third chain here. 1, 2, so count 1, 2, 3 chains and in to that stitch for number 8. And this is what you've got. It's starting to go around. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now when you chain 3, you're just going right into the next stitch. Don't go in there. You're going into the next stitch when you're doing your chain 3. So we're doing 8 double trebles. So that's 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Oh, I need to mark off that row. I've done that row. I need to mark that one off. And then this is row 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stitches, 5, and you'll just continue like this till you've got 26 rows done. And if you're doing it in coloured sections, you'll need 13 coloured sections. That's number 8. Just count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 8 trebles. So I've got my first section done, and I've done 26 rows. You can, if you want, do 28. I might have to do 28 on it if I want a bigger bend in the scarf. So what we're going to do now is, where you've done your big stitches here on the end, we're going to start doing the big stitches here. So they'll go the other way, and that's going to make your scarf bend in the other direction. So we're going to work our 8 double crochets along these smaller stitches. So that counts as 1, and that one's number 2. So we need 8. So that one's 3. Yarn over twice. Remember your yarn over twice for these bigger stitches. That's 4. Through that stitch. That's 5. Get some more yarn. Always make sure you've got no knots in your yarn. So this one is number 6. So we're just turning it, and we're doing it the opposite way from the 8 double crochets, treble crochets and double trebles. Now we're doing double trebles, trebles, and we'll do doubles. So now we're going to do the 8 treble crochets. That's 2. This one's 3. Then 4. We need 8. 5. Now the middle section is always treble crochets, so I've got that one. I'll take that out. There we go. So your middle section will always be your treble, UK treble crochets. Go. So we'll continue to do our 8 here. That's 8. So these last 8 stitches you're going to do the small double crochets. In the USA these are called single crochets, but in the UK they're called double. So you're just pushing your yarn through, so just small stitches, yarn through, yarn over and pull through. So we need 8 of those. That one's number 7, and right into the top of this chain you do your number 8. You're going to chain 1, and that's not a stitch. Don't count that as a stitch. So just turn your work, and we'll work back down with 8 double crochets. So go into that's not a stitch, so go right into that very first stitch for your double crochet. That's 1. Then 2. Oops. Just work your way down. It does get a little bit longer and harder to work as you go along. It's not harder to work, it's just harder to hold. We'll work our way down, and this is what you're going to do for your next 26 rows. So we'll go up and we'll do the treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. I like to say both the terms because there's people all over the world that watches these tutorials. So we'll do 8 UK treble crochets, and then we'll change to our double trebles. So I've got my 8 UK doubles, 8 trebles. We're going to twist it around like this. These big stitches are going to make it bend around, and it will go in the opposite direction. So we've yarn over twice this time to do these UK double crochets, double treble crochets, sorry. And if you're in the USA, I think these are called double trebles. Oh, there we go. We'll just work our way to the end, and then we'll do 26 rows. We'll just mark them off in the paper one row at a time so we don't get lost. But you can just count these big stitches at the end. Just make sure you've got 26 rows done. But you may have to do 28 because this is Aran yarn. It's a bit thinner. I'm going into the top of that chain. It's a little bit thinner, so you may have to do 2 extra rows. And there we are. So we've got our first bend with our 26 rows. I'll bring that camera up. That's your first bend there with your 26 rows. And then this one, I'll start to bring it round like that little snake, that little windy path will come round this way. And if you're using double knitting yarn, you might have to do 30 rows. Just work it, have a look at it and see when you're doing it if you think that you need to do extra rows on it. Remember your 3 sections though. You're just doing your 8 stitches for each of your sections. And look at this, it looks so pretty. So I'm going to continue with this yarn, and I'll do my 26 rows and I'll come back and show you what it looks like. So I've got the 2 sections of my winding road done. What I had to do was, when Sandra did this, she used chunky yarn. So the bend in her road was quite dramatic because it was thicker yarn. This is thinner yarn, so instead of doing 26 rows, I've done 28. And then I changed and I went in that direction. You still change and go the direction that I showed you in the video just that little bit earlier. But I've done 28 rows. So if you use an Aran yarn or even a double knitting yarn, with double knitting is even thinner, you may have to do 30 rows to get that nice round road shape like this. So I've got this first section done and this second section done. What I would do now is, you need to do another 3 sections. I think an odd number of sections will be fine with this. That way you've got 2 sections hanging down the front. You'll have a section for your neck, the back of your neck, and then 2 sections to go down the front on your left side of your body at the front. Once you've done the amount of rows that you want to do, whether it's 26 or 28 or even 30, depending on the thinness of your yarn, I'll bring my camera back down like this. What you'll do is, you're going to start the next section. So we're going to go back to have these double crochets here this time, and then it'll fan around that way. So you'll do your chain 1 and turn your work, and you're going to do, I'll do 28 rows because I'm using Aran yarn. If you're using chunky, do 26 rows, and if you're using a double knitting, I would try 30 rows. So into the very first stitch, because that stitch isn't counted when you're starting your double crochets, don't count that little chain 1 that you did. So go into the very first stitch, and that's 1, and you'll just continue the pattern the way you've been doing it. 8 of each stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And then you'll do your treble crochets, your UK treble crochets. You'll do 8 of them, and then along here you'll do 8 of the bigger stitches, you'll do 8 of the double crochets, and you'll do 26 rows if you're using chunky. If you want to do that, you can use 26 rows with Aran, but I found that 28 rows with the Aran was much better. It gave me a much better circle in the road. if you know what I mean. It's a better bend in the road. It's a more softer bend in this scarf. So you'll continue with sections of however many rows that you're going to do. You need to do at least 26 rows to get that bend. So just once again, when Sandra done it in the chunky, she did 26 rows. I've done it in the Aran and I ended up doing 28 rows for each of the bends. You can, if you want, make this thicker or wider or shorter. Just adjust the stitch sets. The stitch sets on this one is 8. 8 here, 8 here and 8 here for that bigger stitch. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet, a double crochet and a treble crochet. If you're in the UK or anywhere in Europe, it's a double crochet, a treble crochet and a double treble crochet. It's that big stitch, the way it fans out makes that beautiful turning in your scarf. And like I've said, I think 5 sections will be fine for a scarf. So if you want to put a fringe on, I'm going to cheat and use my mobile phone here. And what you'll do is, you're just going to wrap your yarn around, that's long enough for a fringe. Wrap your yarn around until you've got quite a few strands. Just cut your yarn. Oops, I need better scissors. And carefully, you can just slip it off. Just slip it off. You can use anything to wrap that yarn around. Just cut over one section. I'll put my phone over there. And what you have is all these little loops. You've got all these little loops. And then what you can do, you can either take 2 at a time, or you can just do it with 1. I'll bring this back down. So to do your fringe, put 2 of your loops together and half it like that. Take your crochet hook and put it through your first stitch. Put it through the loops of the yarn and pull it through like that. Now either with your fingers, just pull those strands through those loops and then just give it a pull. Push it down here. Don't pull it like that because you'll stretch your stitch. Just get it in, push it in. Take another 2. And this is how you'll do your fringe. You can neaten it up to the length that you want it. Go through the next stitch. I'm going to try and catch that little part of the stitch that goes across there. Push my hook through. It'll make it more stable. Pull through. Now you can just loop it all around and pull it through those loops. Don't pull it like that, you'll stretch your stitch. Put your fingers here in front of the loop and then pull it down. Just pull it down like that, and that'll make those little loops secure. And you can do a little fringe all the way along the bottom of your scarf like that. I'll put that back up again. So you continue your fringe on either side once you've finished it. And I will put some more pictures up of the one that Sandra done. And I'll put a little picture up of the way that this one is folding. This is really nice. This is more compact because it's an Aran yarn. It's not as thick as the chunky, obviously. And I've used a 5mm crochet hook for this. This is a Tulip 5, UK 5mm. Or I think that's an American size 8 there on that one. I'll leave a link to these. These are really comfortable. Look at this. These are really comfortable. They're not too long. They don't stick out and they're really light. And that gold, whatever that is that's on there, that gold is amazing. And you get a really nice point in your hook as well. You get a nice point here and you get a good grip in the hook part there. and there's plenty on that shaft for you to do your crochet as well. I like these are really nice, and I need to thank the ladies that were sending me these. And I need to thank Karen, and Karen was sending me these all different sizes of the tulip ones, and there's quite a few. Glynis sends me hooks, she sent me Knit Pro hooks, and my friend Pauline, she sent me some hooks as well, and it's amazing. Look at this, it's brilliant. That's a good hook. It's great with that Aran yarn. And that is how you do the Winding Road scarf. It's really pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this a pretty blanket. Look at this now. All it's made up of are these granny squares, a solid granny square, and the way you sew them together, it keeps the formation going of these little spaces where your corners are. These are the granny squares here, and that's its corners, and those holes just match up with the next square, and you get this lovely diamond pattern. I'll turn it that way as well, so it doesn't make a difference, doesn't make any difference what way that you put it, and it just keeps this beautiful pattern. I've used 12 squares. I've used 12 squares, and each square is about 8 by 8 inches, and I've used 12. You can use as many as you like. You can use any yarn you like for this. I'll show you how to sew them together to keep that really pretty triangle pattern running through your blanket when you sew them up. I'll show you how to sew it as well. I'll show you how to put a very simple edge on. I've just done 2 rows of UK treble crochets, and I'm sitting at my sister Sandra's, and I'm right in front of a very large window, and that's why it's a little bright. She's made me this little desk, a little makeshift work area, and I've got a little camera up here. I want to show you what she made. I'm going to bring this down a little bit. I want to show you what she made me. Look, she's made me these. Now, where Sandra lives, there is beaches all the way around the coastline, and she goes to the beaches, and my daughter does this as well. They go around the beaches and they collect what's called sea glass. If you hold it up to the light, look how pretty that is through there. Now what sea glass is, it's just really old bottles. Look at this one, it looks like a little heart. As I'll put those ones down aside there, as you just get the little hook, just like they've got on other stitch markers. Now these are the first ones that she's actually made, and then you just hook it on to your stitch so it marks your place. Look at that, it's really pretty, and they're not too heavy either. I mean, even though it's little chunks of glass. Now what sea glass is, it could be really old Victorian, or maybe about 50 years or so, where people have thrown bottles into the sea, or it's been dumped away out to sea and washed in, and all the sand and the gravel in the sea just soften all the edges, and it comes up like this. I'll get a green piece, and look at the light shining through it. Now you get green, you get white, you get red glass sometimes, blue glass, but most common is this sort of white and maybe like the green. But it's really pretty, look at that. They make beautiful little stitch markers. So I'll take that back off my blanket. There we go. So today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful little blanket anyway. And I'll tell you what yarn this is. This is beautiful yarn. I can't remember, I don't have a label, but I've got another ball of it. So I'll show you that in a second. So just hang around, watch the video, have yourself a cup of coffee, or get your yarn, your hook, use the hook size it tells you on the yarn, and crochet along, because this is a row by row video and there's only 5 rows. It's only 5 rows to this granny square, and I'm going to show you how to do it. You can make as many as you like, and once again I've made 12 and mine are 8 by 8. That's what the size mine came out. Depends on your tension. Your squares might be just a little shade smaller or a little shade bigger if you have a more loose tension than I have. So let's go on and I'll show you how to do this really beautiful, pretty blanket. So I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty granny square. Make them any colour you like. You can make them all from the one ball of yarn. And the little blanket that I did 12 squares, and one ball of yarn was enough for 12 squares, and I had a little bit left. I think I could have got 14 squares out of it. So we'll show you how to do that. I'm using a UK size 4mm crochet hook. This is a UK size 4mm. I'm using this yarn. This is called Papataya. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. It's this. It's made in Turkey, but you can get it all over the country. You get it all over the UK, and you can get it all over the USA as well. The colour number for this one is 55409, and if you just type that name into Google, this is 100 grams, and one of these will make between 12 and 14 squares, depends on your tension. I got 12 squares done with one ball and still had enough left to do maybe 1 or 2 more on it. So I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty granny square. So we're going to start with a magic circle. Just put your yarn down your hand like that, the tail end on the top. Wrap your yarn around your fingers. Then turn your hand around and put your hook through that loop, and then pull that yarn through that loop. Let it all go, catch your working yarn and just pull it up. Now we're going to start with 5 stitches. We're going to crochet 5 chains. These 5 chains will be your treble crochet and 2 chains. So this first one, we're going to chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now those 5 chains are your first treble crochet and chain 2. Now into your circle you're going to put 3 UK treble crochets. So yarn over and into your circle you're going to do 3 UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So that's 1, 2, and 3. So you've got your little cluster of 3. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, into the chain, into the space again, you'll do another set of 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, 2. Another 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now when you did that chain of 5, that is the stitch that belongs to this last cluster. So pull your little slip knot, your little magic circle in a bit. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now into there you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Now pull your magic circle tight, pull it tight in, and as you can see, it's brought that stitch around here for you. You're going to do a slip stitch into the third stitch in the chain. So count 1, 2 and 3 and into that third stitch, slip stitch and join. And what you've made is the centre part of your little granny square. That's this part here. That's what we've done. Doesn't quite look like it, but it will once we've got it sorted. So these are your 4 corners. These chain 2 spaces are your 4 corners. Now what you're going to do now is, so that we're always starting inside this chain space, pull your stitch up just a little bit. Pull your stitch up. And you're going to slip stitch into that chain space. Slip stitch into there. Now it brings you over into the corner and it keeps your corners nice. It keeps all your corners nice. As you can see, you can't actually see, there's no dodgy chain going up the middle of your granny square. There's no dodgy chain anywhere in it. It keeps all your corners nice and neat. So we're going to chain 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That is the last stitch of the round. When we come back around here, we'll slip stitch just like we did down here. So into this chain space here, you're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. Now right in there, you're going into that little space there. You're going to do a treble crochet. You've got to go in there to keep your stitch count correct. So into there. So don't count that one. We've got 3 stitches. So 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 4. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 5. And put 2 into this corner. 1 and 2. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now that gives you your first side of your square. Now you can see what I mean by that being the last stitch. Once we go all the way around, we'll slip stitch to that chain and that will make that last side. So we started here with 3 stitches. Now you should have 7. Don't count that one. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you've got 2 in that corner and we've done our 2 chain. So we're going to put another 2 in here. So your corners will always have 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. So you're going to go into that next stitch. Make sure you go in to that space that's there. So yarn over and in to that space at the top of that post. 1 into the next stitch. 1 into the next stitch. And 2 into the corner. 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. So that's your first corner done. And you should have 7 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you're going to chain 2. And into the corner again, put your 2 treble crochets into that chain corner space. 1 and 2 into that corner. A treble crochet right into the next stitch. Make sure you're going right in to that next stitch. 1 into the next stitch. 1 into the top of the next stitch. And we're at the corner again. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more into that corner space. 1 into the space and 2. So you're going to treble crochet into the next stitch right in there, 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and remember we slip stitch into this space, so you're going into there, into the chain space, your third treble crochet, and then you're going to count 1, 2, 3 stitches and slip stitch and join, and that's you got round 2 done. So in between each corner you've got 7 stitches. So round 3, I'm going to pull my stitch up just a little bit and slip stitch into there. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Once again, that's the last stitch of that side. So into here we're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. We'll finish that corner when we come all the way around, and we'll finish the corner in here. So into the next stitch, you may have to pull those 2 back. You're going to do 1 treble crochet all the way along. We should have 11 stitches now on this round, and this is round 3. 1 treble crochet if you're in the UK, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. 1 into each stitch. You're going to put 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets into the corner. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more treble crochets into that corner. 1 and 2. Now 1 into each stitch along, and make sure you go into that very first one that's there. Not the spaces. You're not going in the spaces, you're going into the stitch. Into the top of a stitch. One into each one, all the way along. Two trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles into the corner. 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and another 2 into that big space. 1 and 2. Then you'll put 1 into each stitch along. Make sure you go into that first stitch there. Make sure you go in there. 1 into each stitch. We should have 11 this time. All the way along you should have 11 on each side once you're finished. So 2 into this corner, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 into the corner, 1 and 2. Now we're doing the last side. So remember and go into that stitch that's there. and 1 into each stitch. Into there. And we're at the corner, so we've already got 1 for the corner. So we're going into the space here. And then you're going to slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain. And that's your corner complete. And that's your little square starting to work. So you'll start with 3 treble crochets here. Then you'll have 5. 1, 2, 3. No, you'll have 7. You'll start with 3. Then your next row you should have 7 in each section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you should have 11. On the 3rd row you should have 11 stitches from corner to corner. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now row 4, you should have 15 in row 4. So we're going to slip stitch into that chain space again. Just slip stitch in and chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the last stitch in that side, remember. So into here you're going to put 2 treble crochets. That is 1 treble crochet in 2 chain. So you need 2 treble crochets into the corner. 1 and 2. Now remember, we'll complete the corner when we get around to here. Once we've done our crochet up here, we'll complete the corner by doing a slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain. So you're going to work 1 treble crochet all the way to the end, but remember and go into that little stitch that's there. Make sure you start in this stitch here. And we should have 15 stitches along once you've finished and done your corner. So we're at the corner. We're going to do our 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 2 more treble crochets into that chain space. 1 and 2. Now remember and go into that very first stitch that's there and work your way along. When you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. The same at this corner, 1 treble crochet in each stitch, and when you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. And we'll work our way down to here, and then I'll show you what to do next. So pause the video and do around your sides till we get to here, and I'll show you how, once again, to finish the round at that slip stitch here. So I'm at the end here. Now don't forget to put 1 into here before you join up here. Make sure you've got your 15 stitches. So you need to go into there to make this corner of your square. Now you're going to count 1, 2 and 3 and slip stitch to close that round. And slip stitch through there, and you should have 15 stitches. Now doing what I've been doing makes your corners all nice and neat, and you don't have any ugly chain joinings in the middle of your granny square. You get a nice neat section on your square. Now you should have 15 stitches now on this row. This is row 4. You should have 15 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that chain makes 15. Remember to do that treble crochet into that corner before you slip stitch on to that chain. So we're going to slip stitch in to there. Keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 5, this is the last round. If you want to make a great big granny square, just continue doing what I've been doing. And we've already slip stitched into this corner. You're going to do your chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now remember, that is the last stitch of that row there. So into this corner, we're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. We should have 19 stitches in each side of round 5. So remember and go into that very first stitch there and put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. And if you're in the USA, that's a double crochets for you. But here in the UK, we call it a treble crochet. It's the same stitch, just a different term. 1 into each stitch. When you get to the corner, you'll do your two treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. All the way along to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. All the way to that side and all the way around. And you should have 19 stitches between your corners. Now remember that when you've done your last stitch here, make sure you go into that corner with 1 stitch into that corner. And then you're going to count 3 chain. 1, 2, 3. Push it through. Oops, make sure you go through the stitch. Push through and slip stitch. Now what you're going to do now, we're going to leave a longish tail. So I'm going to show you how to sew these together. So just pull that through, all the way through, and that is going to finish off your granny square like this. Now if yours is not too square and it's a little bit wrinkly, you can spray it with water and put it onto a dry towel and then just put some pins in the corner, a couple down the side and 1 in the corner. But mine's is quite square, it's quite straight, so I'm going to show you how to stitch 2 of them together. So I'll show you how to stitch 2 together to make sure you get that diamond pattern for the blanket. And if it looks kind of odd, just make sure you get it up like that. I'm going to show you how to do it so it keeps the diamond shape in there, so that when you do your next squares, you'll sew them the same way. It keeps that nice diamond shape in this pattern of the blanket. I'll go and get my darning hook. You need a darning needle. And I'll show you how to do 2 of them together. Now this one looks bigger, but it's not. You stick it on the top of there, you can see that it is the same size as that one. Now I'm going to put my darning needle on to this long length that we left. It is a little bit too long, but you can sew more than one of these together. So I'm going to put my yarn through. Now turn it, if you're right-handed, so that your yarn's on this side. Take your other granny square and turn it to the wrong side facing you. On these squares there is a right side and a wrong side, and this is the wrong side. You can see the difference, nice and neat on this side, and that's the wrong side, and that's the right side of the granny square there, and that is the wrong side. So you're going to put right side and right side and put that one on the top of it like that. Now, to keep those little diamonds all nice and neat, what we're going to do is, I'm going to turn that so I've got this one on top of that one. So make sure that the back end, the back of your granny square is on the outsides. Move that out of the way. So this is the one I left the tail on. Now what I'm going to do is, in your chain of 2, you've got 2 stitches here, 1 and 2. I'm going to go, take this one, and I've got 2 stitches here, 1 and 2. I'm going into that first stitch there. So I'm in the chain. I'm in one of the stitches in the chain, and just pull my yarn through like that. Now in the chain here you've got 2 stitches, 1 and 2, so go in to the first chain, the chain in this here, you've got 1 there and 1 there, so you're going to pick up that loop and then pick up that back loop of that stitch and pull your yarn through, and that should have you should have 1 stitch in the chain and 1 stitch in the chain together. So what you're going to do now is the next stitch, you're going to pick up the next stitch through 1 and 2 strands, and your next stitch here on this one, come through that one and pick up that one and push through and just overlap it. Don't pull it too tight. So make sure you know the stitches you've gone through. So you're going to line up your next ones. So go through that one and that one. So in all, you should have 21 little stitches, because remember we use 1 in the chain and there's 19 stitches along, and we'll use 1 from the chain that's on this side, and that is 1 there, 19 there and 1 there. That makes 21. So you should go through 21 times. So we've done that one, we're going through the next one and through the loops of that next one over there, and just pull that up and over. Don't do it too tight. Then through the next stitch. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th one, and this is going to keep it all lined up. If you make sure that you do that, your little triangle in the middle of your blanket will stay nice and neat. It won't be all offset. So into the next stitch and into the corresponding stitch on that side. And what we're going to do is we're going to open it up and just check. So as you can see, they've matched up nice and neat, and it's keeping that diamond shape. That'll all straighten out once we've got it all sewed together. So it's not offset like this. You're not offset like that. You've got your nice diamond shape. Make sure that your corners are together like this, and it keeps that nice diamond in your blanket. So when you join your other squares, your diamond will all match up. And that's what you're going to do to all your squares that you've made. Join them in a line, and then we'll join them together. We'll put all our lines together, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to do my blanket 4 squares long. So I'll continue sewing along here, stitch for stitch. Just remember what stitch you went into. So you're going right through the stitch, just picking up that little arrow part of the stitch. Don't pull it too tight. If you pull it too tight, it will distort your pattern and it will distort your square. So I've done all my stitches and I'm at the chain spaces. So one of the stitches in the chain, I'm going to catch that, and I'm going to catch one of the stitches in this chain. I'm not going to do the 2 stitches because when I join my next square, I'll be using that stitch. So in your chain, you're just using 1 stitch from the chain. So now I'm going to check it that it's all nice and symmetrical. And look at that, it keeps it all nice and symmetrical. So make sure that you haven't done your stitches too tight. Just give it a little pull. Make sure it's not too tight. And don't worry about it looking a little bumpy here, because there's a stitch here that we didn't use and a stitch here we didn't use. There's one in here that we didn't use and one there. But when we put the next squares on, we'll use those stitches, and that'll keep your whole blanket all nice and symmetrical. So I've got 2 done. I'm going to add another 2. I'll get all my other squares and I'll have them in lines of 4 granny blocks in each one, and then I'll sew them. I'll show you how to sew them together. And once I've done that, I'm going to go all the way around my blanket with a treble crochet row. So I've got the wrong side, that's the right side and that's the right side, and I'm putting it down that way. Now don't worry about these little corners. They will straighten up once we get them sewed in. So I'm going to come down a little bit with my camera. So you can see that these are still nice. They've got these nice triangles by doing what I showed you how to do this. So this is the wrong side and this is the wrong side. So the right side and the right side. I'm going to put them down on top of each other and just sew it the same way I did when I showed you how to do that one edge. So remember I showed you how to sew along the one edge. So now we're going to just do the same. I'll get my darning needle and my yarn. I've got some yarn and my darning needle. So this time I'm going to go into the second stitch in the chain. You've got 1, 2, that's that chain space. Now it's absolutely pouring with rain here, so it is a little darker now in the video. And in here, into the second chain space here too, just pick up the stitches in that chain. So you've got your 1, 2 stitches in the chain, and I will put a treble crochet row all the way around this little blanket when I've got it sewn. So I'm just going to come back through that chain, just so it doesn't come out. Over sew that, just to catch it so it doesn't come out, and that little end will be on the back end of my little blanket. You won't see it. So now we're going stitch for stitch again. I'll try and get that down a little bit so that you can see this properly. So now we're going stitch for stitch. So it'll be the second stitch in that little chain space. Pick that up and then pick up the second stitch in this side. So you're going right through both sides. Now you can see that a little bit better. And just pull that through. And then I'm going to come over the top and take the next stitch and then go through the V of the other square, so that you've got a little stitch that will go right over the top. Then take the next stitch. Make sure you don't go into that stitch again. Keep it stitch for stitch, and that way your pattern will stay. That way your little triangle will be all nice and neat all the way along. So into there, I'm going to work along to the chain space, and when I get to these chain spaces, we've got one stitch left in each chain space. I'll just match up that chain space stitch with that chain space stitch. And the same on this one, there's one chain space stitch and one stitch in your chain. Make sure you put them together and go through there, and that'll keep the corner section, the crossover section, it'll keep this crossover section here where your blanket crosses over, it'll keep it nice and neat here. So I'll finish sewing on this last line of squares, and as you can see, it's came up nice and neat. I've still got a really nice triangle there in it, and this is the way it is when it's that way. I'll show you it that way as well. Now I've only done 12 squares. I've done them in sets of 4 and sewn them together, but if you want, you can do many more. You can do much more. Just for the video, I did 12. And I'm going to go in to this corner. I'll bring the camera down a little bit more. Now, I have got a light behind me now, and it's kind of giving a shadow. I do apologise for that. But anyway, find the end of my yarn. I'm going to go in to this corner. Leave myself enough yarn to sew the end in, and just pull my yarn through. I'm going to wrap my tail over there and get my working yarn, and I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now, just like the square, when we did the square, that's going to be the last stitch of this side. So into this corner, just like when we did the squares, I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Now I'm going to go right into that corner stitch, that very first stitch there, and I'm going to put 1 stitch, 1 UK treble crochet in every stitch along. I'll treat it like a great big square. Some more yarn. I'll work my way along. I'll show you what to do at the joint where the squares are joined. On we go, 1 into each stitch. So I'm at where I've joined my squares. So into that space, I'm just going to do 1 treble crochet. I'm going to push my hook through the join in the stitch. Just push a hook through. Get a decent grip in there. I'm going to put 1 treble crochet in there. So I need to remember and put a stitch in to there. I'm going to put another one into that joint, so that's 2 into the joint. Just push it through there, that joint. I'm going to put 1 into the chain space. One into that very next stitch. That very next stitch there. And work along. 1 into each stitch. And that's enough to get me across there. So when you get to your next one, make sure you put 1 into your last stitch, 1 into the chain space, and put 1 in. There's a stitch here and the bundle, so make sure you try and get 2 in there, 1 into the chain space, and make sure you put 1 into that little stitch that's there, and work your way along. So when you get to the chain space, 1 in the chain space, 2 in this clump here, and 1 in there, and then make sure you start there and work your way along. All the way to the corner. Now when you get to the corner, treat it the same way as we did for the squares. 2 treble crochet, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. Then work your way down the side till you get to this corner. 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. Then 1 into each stitch, 1 into the chain space, 2 into that clump, 1 into the chain space, and make sure when you start your next square you go into that stitch that's there all the way along until you get right around your blanket. So I am going, that's what it looks like. I'm going to work my way along all the way around my blanket, and I'll come back and show you what it's like. So I've got all the way around, and what I've done is I've actually done 2 rows of the treble crochets. Now just like that first round, I did my chain of 5, and I'm going to slip stitch to end the round in the 3rd stitch in the chain of 5. And that's what I did on the first round as well. Just slip stitch through, and I'm just going to pull my yarn through. I'll cut it a little bit, don't need all of that. Just pull that right through, and that's my corner finished there. And this, I'm going to zoom, I'll bring the camera up a bit. Now it needs just kind of a little smoothing out, and you can see that the diamond shapes in this pattern, I've kept a pattern, and this is what it looks like. I think I've got it round the wrong way. No, I haven't, that's the right way. And this is what my little blanket looks like. Look at the pattern on that, it is so pretty. And I just edged it with 2 rows of UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. And you can make this as big as you like. Make it as big as you want it. I'm going to turn it that way. And look how it looks on either side. It just doesn't matter. It's just so pretty. And it's just done out of these squares. It's so pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Please give it a try. It's just squares and you sew them together. It's really easy. Thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel, and if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to do this berry stitch in a staggered formation. Underneath the video I'll put a link to the straight version of this stitch where you can have all your little berries just running up in straight lines. So for this video I have used first choice double knitting. This is only 99p a ball. It's sold in a shop in the UK called Home Bargains. Beautiful yarn. It says it's double knitting, but it's actually quite thick. It's quite a thick yarn. It makes beautiful, beautiful crochet and knitting. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. This is what the back looks like on this, and I'll show you how at the end to put a simple edge down the side with this. So if you're going to use different yarn, just use the hook it tells you on the yarn label. But what I'll say is you could try doing this in a size bigger hook. This is quite a compact stitch, so you might have to use one size bigger in your hook to make this open up. You can, if it tells you to use a 5, you can use a 5.5 and it'll make it much lighter because it is quite a dense stitch, and if you want the stitch to be nice and light, then if it tells you to use a 5, try a 5.5 and see how you go with it, because it is a dense stitch. So that's what I would do with it. I would use a bigger crochet hook. So it tells you on this yarn to use, the shade on this is 51, by the way. It's 51. It tells you to actually use a 4mm crochet hook, but I'm using a 4.5 for this. This is quite a thick yarn. It says it's double knitting, but I would never use a 4 crochet hook for that. I think it would be too tight. So anyway, I'm using a 4.5, and I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty staggered berry stitch. It's kind of like a cheese bobble. It's not a bobble stitch, it's just a nice big stitch. So it's really easy for beginners to do this. It's a UK double crochet and a UK triple treble crochet, and don't let that put you off. This is a very easy stitch. It's just one berry stitch, one double crochet, one berry stitch, one double crochet. Your second row is all double crochets. So easy, but it is so pretty. Look at that. So I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful berry stitch. You can use it for blankets, for scarves, even for hats as well. It's beautiful. This is from a shop in the UK called Pound Stretchers. I think it's £1.99 for 3. You get 3 of these 50g balls. It's 100% acrylic. This one is called Pastel Grey. There's no number on it, it's just called Pastel Grey. It's a double knitting yarn. It's really nice. It really crochets up nice. It's really soft as well for being a budget yarn. It's really soft, and it's a lovely silver grey. So I'm going to do a slip knot. If you can't do a slip knot, if you're a beginner and you can't do a slip knot, just tie your yarn on to your hook like that. Just tie it on. Put your yarn over and pull it through. Now just pull it up a little bit, because that first little stitch will disappear. So that's you got it on your hook. So you're going to need an even number of stitches for this. Do your chain the length that you need it. Use a measuring tape if you have to, and measure your chain to the length that you want it. I'm going to do a sample. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So into your second stitch, I'll bring this down. So into the second stitch in your chain, you're going to do what's called a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet for you. So it's a UK double crochet. Into that second stitch, push your hook right through, pull your yarn through. You've got 2 loops on your hook. So yarn over and pull through those 2 loops. You're going to do that all the way to the end. Make sure you have an odd number. Because we started our chain in an even number, we've gone into the second stitch. That stitch here makes the side. So you should have an odd number of stitches. So I'm going to do 1 double crochet into every stitch. And then I'll count them. I'll make sure I've got an odd number. So I've done my foundation chain. I've got 31 stitches. So I must have done 32 in my foundation chain. So I've done 1 UK double crochet. Now this is the right side of your blanket. You're going to chain 1 and turn. You're going to put a double crochet into that very first stitch. That chain 1 is not a stitch. So go right into that very first stitch there and do a double crochet. You'll do a double crochet into the second stitch. Now into the third stitch we're going to do the berry stitch. Now the berry stitch is 3 times around your yarn. It's like a little fake bobble stitch. 1, 2 and 3. If you're in the UK, this is called a triple treble crochet. So I'm calling it a berry stitch because that's what it goes under in some of the patterns and books that I've seen. Anyway, we're doing this as a berry stitch. So 3 times around your yarn and go into the next stitch and pull through. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over and pull through 2 loops. Right up until we get to the end, we're going to do 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch and 1 double crochet. So straight into the next stitch and do a UK double crochet. Now what it does is it pulls that big stitch into a bauble or a berry or a little bundle like that. Once you've got used to this, you can adjust it if you want. You can do 2 double crochets in between your berry stitches. So into the next stitch, wrap your yarn 3 times around your hook so it looks like you've got 4 loops on your hook. Right through the stitch and pull through. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over, come through 2 loops and once again yarn over and through those 2 loops. Into the next stitch, UK double crochet. 1, 2, 3 times around your hook and into the next stitch. And we're going to make another little berry stitch. Double crochet into the next stitch and that's going to pull that one down. 1, 2, 3 and into the next stitch all the way to the end. Double crochet into the next stitch. And then do your berry stitch 3 times around your hook and pull through the next stitch. Then double crochet into the next stitch all the way along. 1. So I've got 3 stitches left at the end. I'm going to do my berry stitch into the next one. And then the last 2 are going to be a double crochet into each of those stitches. You're going to chain 1 and turn. Remember that chain 1 is not a stitch. And this is what you get. You get these little bobbly berries. Into the very first stitch. These are the 2 rows you're going to repeat. This berry row and the very next row is 1 full row of double crochets. So you're going to do 1 double crochet into every stitch. So right into that beginning there, you're going to do a double crochet. one into the next stitch. Your next stitch is kind of down beside the bobble there. That's 2. And then your next stitch, give it a little turn, and you can see that, just go into that space there, and that'll let you catch that stitch at the top of the berry. Into the next stitch, then there'll be one at the top of the berry, and that's what you'll do all the way along. So I'm at the end and I'm doing my last double crochet. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to chain one and turn my work. What we're wanting to do is we want to move that berry over here so it staggers like this, so that the berries stagger in and out like this on the edge. What it does is it pushes all the berries along one so that they sit in between each other, and you get this lovely textured pattern. It's still flat on the back, just as it does with the straight lined ones. There is a video how to do this in straight lines. I'll leave the link underneath the video and you can go and check that one out. I'll show you how just to keep your berries on a straight line on the other video, but with this one I'm going to show you how it staggers in and out at the edge, which pushes all the berries across, and you get this beautiful texture. Look at that, it's absolutely beautiful. I'll pop that over there. So I've done my chain one and I'm going to turn my work. Now on that berry row we done 2 double crochets. This time we're only going to do 1. We're going to put 1 double crochet into that first stitch, and then you're going to start your berry stitch. So 1, 2, 3 wraps around your crochet hook and into that stitch. Yarn over and pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and the last ones. You're going to double crochet into the next stitch. You're going to do a berry stitch in the next one. You're just going to follow the pattern now. 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet. And what that's done, as you can see, it started the berries 1 space over. So all of these ones will sit sort of in between, and I'm going to do that all the way along. I'm just going to do my 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet all the way to the end, and I should finish with a berry stitch and 1 double crochet at the end. So I'll get that done and I'll come back and I'll show you all the next row. So I'm at my last 2 stitches, so I'm going to do a berry stitch and to that second last one, so I've done my berry stitch and I've got 1 stitch left, and I'm going to do a double crochet, chain 1 and turn my work. So as you can see, it's moved. You've got a berry here now, and it's going to stagger all the rest of them in between the ones that are down below. It's a really pretty texture with this, really easy, much easier than the puff stitch. So into the next stitch I'm going to do a double crochet right into that very first stitch, and kind of tilt my work a little bit just to get the stitch that it turns itself around a little bit, so it is there. So just turn your work a little bit, and remember, don't go into that hole there. You're going in and catching these 2 stitches. It just kind of twists itself the way the berries push down. So go in and just pull your yarn through and do your double crochet. There's a stitch in between, and then 1, catch that stitch that's kind of moved over to the back, you're going to do 1 double crochet all the way along. Make sure you don't go in that space there. Make sure you go into the space that's here, where you can catch those 2 strands. And you'll do 1 double crochet all the way to the end. So this one, to stagger the berries, has 3 rows to repeat. You'll have your first row where you've got 2 double crochets at the beginning, and then you start your berry pattern. You've got your 1 double crochet in between all the way along, and then your third row is only 1 double crochet and a berry. Then you'll do a double crochet row. Your next row, you'll go back to this one here. You'll do 2 double crochets and then start your berry, and you'll finish with 2 double crochets. So this is the 3 rows that you'll repeat. The 2 double crochets and your berry, your 1 row of double crochets, and then your next berry one is 1 double crochet and a berry, and that staggers your berries in and out up the edge like this one here. It will stagger them. I've got it out and then in. That one's in then out. So it doesn't really matter. It staggers them in and out like that, which makes all the rest do the same, and you get that pretty pattern. So I'll finish my double crochets and I'll show you that one more row. So I'm on my last double crochet. I'm going to chain 1 and turn. So the next row we need to get the berry over here, so we'll be doing 2 double crochets first when we turn. So now you'll do 1 double crochet and 1 double crochet and then a berry stitch. So 1 into that first stitch, 1 into the second stitch, and then start your berry. 1, 2, 3 wraps around and do your berry stitch. You'll always be doing the berry stitch when you're on the back of your work, so it goes to the front. Double crochet into the next stitch, and you'll just repeat your pattern. 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet. 1, 2, 3 wraps around into the next stitch. Pull that through and double crochet. So what it's done now is it's brought the berry back in between these 2. If you try and remember, at each end 2 double crochets. Your next berry row, it's 1 double crochet at each end. Your next berry row is 2 double crochets at each end. Then it'll go back to 1, then 2, then 1, then 2. And in between you've got 1 full row of double crochets. And if your berries end up on this side, just push them through. And that's all you do. You just keep repeating those rows. Just keep repeating those rows until you get this. This is what you'll have. Turn that around the right way. And you'll just work on it all the way up until it's as big as you want it. And this is what you'll get. It will stagger in and out and you get this beautiful texture. Now to finish your blanket, finish on a double crochet row like this. And then what you can do is, I'm going to show you on this, I haven't finished this one yet. I'll just rip this back out once I've showed you what to do. So when you've done your last stitch on your last row, you're going to just chain 1 and then go back into that same stitch. And that's your turn going down the side. And what you're going to do is put 1 double crochet into each row on this blanket. So just go in there and do 1 double crochet into the next row, 1 double crochet into the next row. 1 should be enough for each row. Work your way down, and this is going to neaten your edge. you'll be able to neaten the edge of your blanket. You can do more than one round, around and around with your double crochet. When you get to the corner, you can put 2 double crochet, 2 chain and 2 double crochet into the corners if you're going to do more than one row. Now I'm just going to finish and neaten that edge off, and it's just 1 double crochet into each stitch all the way down, and it gives you a nice neat edge. I can take that back out again. That's how you'll finish your blanket. I'm going to take that back out because I've not finished my blanket yet. I need that stitch. I've taken one too many out, just going to go into there. And that's all you do to get this beautiful pattern. Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful fillet block blanket. Now this is called a fillet stitch, where you have ones that are filled in and ones that have these fillet spaces in them. This is a 6-row block pattern. The stitch count for this blanket is 18, and then add another 13 stitches to your foundation chain. 18 makes up these 2 blocks. Your extra 13 makes a block on the end so that your blanket will stay symmetrical. So you'll start on a full block blanket and you'll finish on a full block blanket. Now the thing to remember when I've done this blanket, to keep the fillet boxes on top of these ones, the first set is 10 stitches and the last set is 10 stitches. I'll explain that as I go along. That way it keeps these fillet blocks the noise in the background's Smutty. It keeps these fillet blocks right on top of the other ones. If you do them all in sets of 9, you'll have this one will come over here on the beginning of it, and you'll only have 4 spaces left at the end. You won't have the 5, so your blanket won't be symmetrical. So each set of 2 of these boxes is 18 stitches, except for the end. I'll explain it again, like I've said, I'll explain it as I go along. Don't think you can't do this. You can. If you follow along, get your yarn, do your blanket in sets of 18. 18 makes a block, one of these blocks and one of these, and then add an extra 13 at the end. You'll get this beautiful blanket. I done a row of UK treble crochets right around my blanket just to straighten up the edge. In the corners I put 2 UK treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 UK treble crochets in each corner. When I got back around, I just slip stitched into there, and that just gives me this nice straight edge along the blanket. Now if you're doing your blanket and it looks kind of in like this, if it goes in like this, it's just the pattern of that fillet. Once you wash your blanket, if you can see with mine, that blanket opens itself up. The blanket does open up these little blocks, these fillet blocks. Now, if you're a beginner, do not think for a minute that you're not going to be able to do this pattern. You will be able to do it. It's a beautiful pattern. It's beautiful in any colour at all. It's so much nice. It's really nice in a solid colour. But if you follow along with the video, then you'll be able to do this easily. The bows that I've put on my blanket, I've put one of each shade of this lilac. These bows, I get a lot of people will say, how do you make them? I don't make them. I buy these from Amazon. I'll put a link underneath. They sell as handmade hair bows or crocodile clip hair bows. Normally you get them and you'll get two. So this colour of purple lilac, I got two of those ones. I got a big pack of 40. It was actually 40. You got two of each colour, and there's a whole rainbow of colours. And if you're making the blanket, if it's for a little girl, these come in great. You can take them off the blanket and you can pop them onto headbands and things if it's a little girl, and they just clip on. Look at that. When the blanket goes to get washed, the mum or the person you give this to can just unclip these and then just clip them back on. You can just clip them in like that and they make a beautiful decoration on the blanket. So I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful fillet block blanket. So to do this blanket, I'm using this baby soft spun by a company called Teddy, but you can use any yarn that you want. I'm going to use this beautiful lilac. You need to do your stitch count of a number of 18. So 18 will make 2 blocks. Do as many sets of 18 as you want it to be wide, and then add another 13 stitches. Just like I explained, the extra 13 stitches is for that last block on your blanket. You need an odd number of blocks so that when you start with a plain block, a full block, you finish on a full block. And the easiest way to remember to do it is to do it in sets of 18, then add an extra 13 stitches, and those 13 stitches are going to make that odd block, and the other extra stitches is for your foundation chain to keep your stitch count correct, just the way I showed you earlier. So I'm going to use this Knit Pro crochet hook. This is a lovely flat crochet hook. I'll leave a link in the description. These crochet hooks they're quite small and they're great. They just fit in your hand really easy. I'm actually beginning to find that flat crochet hooks, or ones that are really flat here, seem to hold in your hand. You don't need to grip all the way around it. It just fits nice into your hand. Your thumb can go anywhere on it as well, and it's still got a decent working shaft and hook, and the hooks are absolutely amazing on them. Look at that. Look at that part in there. It looks almost like a number 7 in there. It is so nice and neat and sharp to get into your yarn. So I'm going to do a slip knot, and I'm going to do my chain in sets of 18. I'm going to do it in sets of 18, then I'm going to add an extra 13 at the end. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've got 4 sets of 18 on my chain. So I'm going to do an extra 13 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So what this does is, those extra 13 stitches makes that extra block. You need an odd number of blocks, and the easiest way to do it is in sets of 18. 18 makes 2 blocks, and then add an extra 13 at the end, because remember what I said at the beginning, your first block and your last block has 10 stitches in it, so that when you start your boxes, when you do your fillet block, you've got enough stitches to keep it all symmetrical. the extra 3 stitches makes up your chain. It makes up your chain like this. So you're going to do a UK treble crochet into the 3rd stitch in the hook. 1, 2 and 3. So yarn over and go into the stitch and pull through. Yarn over and come through 2 loops. Yarn over and through 2 loops. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet for you. So you're going to count that little chain as 1 and that's 2. We need 10. So into the next stitch do another 1. That's 3. Into the next one. That's 4. Into the next one. 5. Through your next stitch. Try and catch 2 parts of that stitch. It makes it nice and neat. So my little chain counts as 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9 and 10. Now we need to do 5 spaces in the next block. We need 5 spaces. So you're going to chain 1, skip 1 stitch and do a UK treble crochet. That's a USA double crochet if you're in another country. So that's 1 space. Chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet into the next stitch. This is the fillet part of your work. Fillet means you've got holes, so you can either fill them in like this or you can have these spaces. So we've got 2. Chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet. Chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet. We need 5 spaces. So we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1 more will make 5. Skip a stitch and do a treble crochet. Now that treble crochet counts as your first stitch. We're going to do 9 stitches in the next block. Now remember, I explained in the middle sections of the blanket you'll have 9, you'll be using up 9 stitches, where on the end it's 10 stitches on the end, but all the ones in the middle we're going to be using 9, so that stitch counts as number 1. So we'll do a treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 2, 1 into the next stitch, 3, 1 into the next stitch, 4, 1 into the next stitch, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So this is what you got. You'll have your 10 stitches, that includes that chain of 3 there, 10 here, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, then we're going to do another 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, and you should finish with 10 treble crochets. So we're going to do the next set of spaces. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. That's you made one space. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. Do that until you've got 5 spaces. That's 3, chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. So chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, so chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. Now we need 9 treble crochets. That counts as your first one, so that's number 1 there. So we're going to do 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Then you'll do your 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets all the way along, and your last 10 stitches should be 10 treble crochets. So once we've got our first set of boxes done, you need 10 on the end to keep it all symmetrical so that the boxes will sit on top of this section. So you'll do that until you get to your last 10 stitches. You should finish with 5 spaces, then 10 treble crochets if you've done your stitch count correct. So I'll get that done, and once I get to the end I'll show you how to do the next row. So I've got my length done like this. I've got all my length done. Now remember, we had our chain here at the beginning, that counted as your first stitch. We've got 10 treble crochets, you've got 5 spaces, then you've got 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 and then 5. But on the end you should have 10 treble crochets. Once you do your next set of blocks, you need those 10 on the end to keep all the rest of the blocks to fit symmetrically along. And this is where a lot of people go wrong when they try to do this blanket. They try to do it all the same amount of stitches. They try to do it 9 stitches, 9 stitches, 9 stitches, but your blocks won't fit when you do your second set, just like I explained at the beginning. Now I've got 8 here and I've got 2 stitches left, so that'll make 10 treble crochets on the end. Now I found that starting with the treble crochet block, the full block, works a little better for this blanket. So this is what we've got. Now we're going to do 5 more rows. We need 6 rows altogether. You need 6 rows of these little spaces. So you're only going to chain 2. 1, 2, just chain 2. If you chain 3, you'll end up with a bumpy bit at the end. So chain 2. Don't do it too tight. So into the next stitch, not that space there, right into this stitch, you're going to put your next treble crochet into that stitch. Now what you're going to notice when I do my treble crochets, I like to keep them exactly on top of each other. Now if you can see that little stitch there, you've got your top stitch like a V, and you've got a little tiny stitch there. That's where I put my hook. I put my hook in through there so it catches that bundle on the post, and that will, especially here, it'll keep your treble crochets exactly on top of each other. I've pulled my stitch out there. I'll do that one again. So I'm not going into that hole, I'm going into that stitch there and doing my treble crochets. I should have 10 on this first block, so that's 1, 2, yarn over into the next stitch. Now I'm going in there, just push it through and it catches that tiny little stitch, and as you can see it keeps your treble crochets right on top of each other. If you do it into that holy space, I'll show you the difference. Now look at the difference. These ones look slightly over to the left. They look slightly over a bit, and you want to try and keep your crochet on top of each other. So my mother always told me to try and go into that little stitch. You can see that little stitch right there. So yarn over and into that little space, and it keeps your stitch on top of each other. An extra half a second to do that and your work looks so much neater. So you're going to do your 10 treble crochets, and remember your chain of 2 counts as your first treble crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. All the other ones should have 9, and the one on the end should have 10 treble crochets. So now we're going to do another row of our little fillet boxes. So chain 1, and into the top of this treble crochet you'll do a treble crochet, and that will make 1 space. That makes 1 space. Chain 1 into the next treble crochet, that will make 2 spaces. We've got 2, chain 1 into the next treble crochet, that's 3, chain 1 into the top of the next treble crochet, that's 4, chain 1 and into the next treble crochet. Now you don't really need to count them now, that counts as number 1, but you should have 9 by the time you get across here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So 1 treble crochet into the top of these stitches, then you'll chain 1 and do a treble crochet, chain 1, do a treble crochet. So you've got 5 spaces, then you'll do your 9 treble crochets, then you'll do your 5 spaces, your 9 treble crochets, your 5 spaces, and then you'll have 10 treble crochets at the end. You'll do your 10 treble crochets, make sure that'll be number 9 there, and number 10 is the top of that little chain. Go into the top of that little chain and that'll make 10. Chain 2 in turn and do the same again. Repeat this row until you have 6 rows done. You'll have 6 sets of little spaces, just like the bigger blanket. So I've done my 6 rows, and this is what it looks like now. You've got your block with 10 treble crochets on each end, and in between it's 9 in between. Your little fillet block is 5 spaces, and we've got 6 rows. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make it so that we have this fillet block on top of this one, and the full block will go on top of the fillet blocks. And the reason we've got the 10 on the end is so that it fits in over the top and you've still got your 5 spaces. So So what you're going to do is you're going to chain 3. When you do the fillet on the end, you're chaining 3. 2 is for the treble crochet and the 1 is for the chain 1. If you do 3 for the treble crochet here, you'll end up with a sticking out bit. So I found it's best to do 2 chain to represent the treble crochet, and then do 1 more, that's 3, that's your chain 1. You're going to turn your work, you're going to skip, don't work that one, you're going to skip this stitch and work into this one, and that'll make your first block. I'll get my hook through there. So that makes your first space, and as you can see, when we come along we'll put 1 in to the second stitch in this little chain, so it doesn't all stick out at the edge and you don't end up with a bumpy edge on your blanket. You're going to chain 1, so that's 1 space, skip a stitch and treble crochet just like we did before. So that's space 2, chain 1, skip a stitch and treble crochet into the top of the next stitch, chain 1, skip a stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do the 5th one. The 5th one is going to be in this space. So chain 1 and into the chain space, the first chain space, so you'll skip that stitch and do your treble crochet into there, and that's you got your 5 spaces. And what that's going to do, it's going to keep it symmetrical, and that's why we have the 10 on the end here, because this one crosses over into the next set of boxes. So count that stitch as stitch 1. We're going to do 9 across here. So into the top of this next stitch, you're going to do a treble crochet. So that's 2. 1 into the chain space makes 3. 1 into the top of the next stitch is 4. 1 into the chain space, that's 5. 1 into the next treble crochet is 6. 1 into the chain space is 7. Oops. Into the top of the treble crochet. Now remember, I'm going inside where that tiny little stitch there is. I just push my hook through, and that keeps your fillet right on the top of the other one. That keeps your stitches all in line. 1 into the chain space, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 into the chain space makes 9. So we're going to build the box, the fillet box on the top. So chain 1, skip that first stitch. We're going to skip that stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. So that's 1 space made. Chain 1, skip the next stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 2 spaces. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next stitch. Chain 1, work your way along, skip a stitch, treble crochet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. Last space, chain 1, skip that stitch and treble crochet into this chain space here. So that gives you your 5 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that treble crochet counts as number 1. We're going to do 9 across the top here. So that's 1. We're going into each stitch that's 2, into the chain space, that's 3, into the top of the next stitch, that's 4, into the chain space, that's 5, into the top of the next stitch, 6, chain space, 7, into the top of the next stitch, that's 8, and into the chain space, that's 9. And now we're going to do this one again. We're going to do the fillet block again. So we should have 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Chain 1, skip that stitch, and you're going to treble crochet into the second stitch in your chain. Remember here we did a chain of 2, so you're going to do your treble crochet into the top of that little chain of 2. And if you see how nice and straight it keeps it with just doing that chain 2 at the end. So this is what we have now. Don't worry about it looking like this. Once we do the rest of the box, once we do the rest of that square, it'll straighten up. And this keeps your 5 fillet spaces, and this keeps your 5 fillet spaces above this box. So that is row 1 of the pattern. You're going to do another 5. Just like the bottom pattern here, we need 6 rows for the boxes that are here. You're going to chain 3. When you're on the fillet row on the end, you'll chain 3. But when you're doing the full box, you'll only chain 2 at the end. So you chain 2, that makes your treble crochet, just those 2. Chain 1 and turn. And because you're only doing 2, you can see that you're not getting a poking out part on this corner. Sometimes if you do 3 here and then a chain 1, you get a bit that sticks out at an odd angle. So just doing the 2 here makes it much more flush and much more straight on the edge. So 2 chain for your treble crochet and 1 for your chain 1. You're going to yarn over and go over on top of this treble crochet. Chain 1 and move to the next treble crochet to make your next space. Chain 1 and move to the next treble crochet. I'm actually growling at the noise outside. Yarn over and into the next one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So chain 1 and into the top of the next one. I'll give you your 5th space. So you've got your 5 spaces, and look how much neater it is with having your 10 stitches on the end. It keeps it all balanced, nice and neat, box on top of box. So we're going to do treble crochets all the way along here. Then you'll start your chain 1, treble crochet, chain 1, treble crochet until you get to here. Then you'll do all your treble crochets, that'll be 9. Then your chain 1 and your treble crochets to make your 5 spaces. Do your treble crochets, do your spaces, your treble crochets, and then your 5 spaces. When you get to the end, you'll treble crochet into the second stitch, count 1 and 2, and that's where you'll treble crochet into there. Chain 3 and do another row. You'll do that until you have 6 rows, just the same as you have here. But you'll see that all your boxes have moved over one, they've moved over. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do my other 5 rows. I'm just going to follow the pattern that I've got here on this row here, and I'll come back and show you the next step. So I've done my next section of the blanket. Now these are the 2 sections that you'll keep repeating until your blanket is as tall as you want it to be. The one thing with this blanket, what it might need is you maybe need to spray it with water and make it damp, and then just pin it out, and just so it straightens itself out, especially these fillet boxes here. And then you can put it in between a couple of big bath sheets and leave it to dry, and that will straighten it all out nice and neat and make sure it'll open up these boxes a little bit more. So all you do is, once you've done this set, you're going to go back and do this set again. So you'll just chain 2, 1, 2, and turn your work. When you're doing just the trebles, just chain 2 here, and that way it keeps your edge nice and straight, and it doesn't make it go all in and out and in and out. It keeps it all nice and straight up the edge. So into the chain space you'll put a treble crochet. So that little chain of 2 counts as your first stitch. That's your second one. Then you'll put 1 into the top of this treble crochet. That's 3. Now remember, on the ends you should have 10, and then in here you've got it's 9s you've got in. So at the beginning and at the end it's 10. That's what keeps that little pattern the way it is, sitting almost on top of that box. If you only had 9, you would only get 4 of the spaces here. So 1 into the chain space. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 into the top of here. It's 5. 1 into the chain space. 6. 7. 1 into the chain space makes 8. 1 into the treble crochet makes 9. And 1 into the chain space makes 10. Now you're going to chain 1, and you're going to skip that stitch and do a treble crochet into this one. We're going to do those little chain spaces now. So that's your first one. Chain 1, skip a stitch, and do a treble crochet into the top of the next one. Makes 2. Chain 1, skip 1, and treble crochet. Chain 1, skip 1, and treble crochet into the next one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 1 more to go. Chain 1, skip that stitch, and do your next one in that chain space, and that counts as number 1. So we've got our 5 spaces. You've got your 5 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that counts as your first stitch. Now we need 9 now. We only do 10 on this, the first one and that last one. That's the only place that you've got 10 stitches. So that's 1. Should go into the top of the stitch. That's 2. Into the chain space. 3, and into the top. And remember, I've been going into that little bundle that's there. That keeps one stitch right on top of the other, so it's all nice and neat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the 9th one I'll go in that chain space. Then you'll chain 1 and do your box. We're going to do our little spaces again. So chain 1, skip 1, and do your space. You've got your little fillet space, chain one, skip one, and do your next one, and you'll work your way along like that right to the end. You'll do another 6 rows, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So your next one you'll have 6, and then what you'll do is you'll go back, once this block's done, you'll go back to doing that hole, the one with all the holes, and you'll work your way up your blanket until it's the height that you want it. I've got it as big as I need it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the edges just to neaten up down the edge. So into this corner I'm going to put one more treble crochet, just the one, and that'll make 11 along here. I'm going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and into that same space put 2 more treble crochets. That's 1 and 2, and that'll give you your corner around. If you put 2 in here, chain 2 and put another 2, it's going to bring your corner way off centre. So because we've got 10 here already, just put the 1 in, then put 2 chain and 2 treble crochets in the same stitch. So what that's going to do is, because you've got this row here, it'll make this one look as if it's just continuing along. Now in the spaces, it depends on your tension to how many stitches. You're going to evenly put stitches down here. This will open up these boxes on the end as well. So what I'm going to do for each row, into this one I'm just going to put 1 treble crochet, but you might have to adjust it for your tension, and into each stitch section, into each line, I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. So that's 1 and 2. So move to the next line of stitching and put 2 into the top of that. We're going to do that all the way down. Now if you find that your edge starts to go into a wave, then try doing 2 stitches, 1 stitch, 2 stitch, 1 stitch, 2 stitch. Make it even, just as long as you have the same number of stitches on this side as you put on this side, it will even it up. But you might have to adjust the amount of stitches. Every now and then you might just have to put 1 in. It depends on your yarn and your tension. So I'm going to put 2 in. We'll see what it looks like. So into my first box I'm going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Into my next box the same thing, we'll put 2 in all the way down and we'll see how it looks. Now I always find when you're doing edges you might have to adjust it, because your stitching might be different from mine and it might be a lot slacker or even a lot tighter. So all the way down, 2 into each section. And that's laying nice and flat. That's making it lay out nice and flat, and that should be plenty. Now when you get to the bottom, so you're putting 2 in each of the box and 2 in each at the top of those lines that you've got there, and then 2 into each of the spaces. When you get to the corner one, the very corner down here, put 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet, and then put 1 in along these stitches, because this is the bottom of the blanket. So on the bottom you can just follow the way it's done. Put one into each stitch, and when you get to the box, put one in the box and one in this, one in the box, one in this treble crochet, one in the box, one in there, one in the box, one there, one in the box. Because we're going along the bottom of the blanket, you can just treat it like you did the top. Up the sides, because it's wider again, put two into each section, because your sections are a little bit wider. So down the sides, put two in, and work your way all around your blanket like this. So I'm going to work my way around my blanket. I'll check that my stitch count is okay, that it stays nice and flat and it doesn't weave, it doesn't wobble back up and down. If it wobbles, then you just might need to adjust it. Every now and then you just might need to put one in just to lower the stitch count. So I'll work my way all the way around to that other corner. So I've done a whole round, and when I got to the end I just slip stitched into where I started. You can put more than one round around your blanket, and this is what it looks like. So give this a try. Give it a try. It's a beautiful blanket. It turned out beautiful no matter what colour. You might have to wash your blanket once you've done it, just to open up those fillet boxes. When you're working on it, it'll sort of squish in a little bit like this. So, but when you wash it, it will pull it out, it'll straighten it all out, and it'll look lovely. Give this a try. I'm sure you're going to love it just the same as I did. Thank you very much for watching. Now, this little blanket that I'm going to show you how to do, you can make this into a full-size pram blanket as well. It's easy once you know how to do it. Now, I've got my white wool and I've got my 4 strands. We're going to do 4 100-gram balls of wool, and we're going to do 5 rounds each time with each colour, but not in the normal way. Now, I'm going to tie my white down onto this corner down here. We're going to wrap every 3rd nail. So 1, 2, 3 and go along. 1, 2, 3, go up, go along, go up 3 and along, up 3 and along. Now go around your corner, wrap 3, come down, 3, go up, along 3, down, along and up, along to the corner. And then when you get to here, we're going to fill in the gaps that are missing. So we'll go along and up and along and up and around, fill in the gaps. This is back at the corner, and that's us done 1 round. Now I'm just going to wrap that around there a couple of times to hold it. Push this layer down. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my other colour, which is my blue, and I've got 4 strands again. I'm going to tie it to the same place as the white. So this time we're just going to go around this first nail, because it's not been wrapped, around this one, and the count of 3 again. 1, 2, 3. So now we're going to wrap the nails that the white one has missed. Now you will notice there's a smaller gap in the corner, but don't worry about that. That's where your pom-poms will be. So we're wrapping in between the white and then around. Just follow your blue to fill your gaps. Now if you end up crossing over your white, you've made a mistake somewhere, so just unwind it. Usually it's this little tight corner. Make sure when you go around the corner that you're following your blue. So your blue does not go in the same place as your white, and your white does not go in the same place as the blue. So just go around and get back to your nail. That's the first round of the blue done. Wind it a couple of times. Then what we're going to do is we're going to pick up our white again. So pick up your white again. So we've done one round of white and we've done one round of blue. Now we're going to do another round of white. So we're going to follow the white again and cross over the nails where the blue is. So we're going to follow the white. So it's every third nail. 1, 2, 3. Around here. 1, 2, 3. And along. 1, 2, 3. And along. 1, 2, 3. Around there. Up. And around. All the way back to your tying off nail. Now that's me got back to this nail again. I'm going to unravel my blue and hold on to it. I'm going to wrap the white on. Don't tie it, just leave it there. So now I've got 2 rounds of white and 1 of blue. So now I'm going to do another round of blue. So again, I'm going to follow my blue wool. And we're going to do this until we have 5 rounds of white and 5 rounds of blue, alternating between the white and the blue around your nails. So the blue will follow the blue and follow the white with your white. If you get any blue crossing over your white, you've done it wrong. Or any white in the crossover part of your blue, you've done it wrong. Go back and unwind it and do it again. So we will continue putting on. So we're going to unwrap my white, wrap the blue back on, and I'm going to do the third round of white. So this time I'm following the white again. And that's me got back to the start with that third one of the white. So I'm going to change them over. Just going to wrap that around there a couple of times. Change to my blue. And I'm going to follow my blue wool to put my third round of blue on. Now I'm going to continue doing this until I have 5 rounds of blue and 5 rounds of white. So once I've done that, I'll be back to show you the next step. We've done the 5 rounds of the white and the 5 rounds of the blue, and it does make the right amount of rounds all around our nails, splitting it up this way, and that's going to give us a nice blue and white base. And now to do the pom-poms. Right, to do the pom-poms, we're going to put our white back on, so it's our 4 strands of white again, and again we're going to do 5 rounds. But what we're going to do now is, to get our white pom-poms with the blue crosses and the blue pom-poms with the white crosses, we have to put this next 5 rounds on. The white is going to go over the blue. So this time you're going to put your round on and you're going to follow the blue. So what we're going to do is, get it all into the picture, we're going to go around the first nail here and follow up the blue. Then we're going to miss a nail and bring it down where the blue is, and then we're going to go up with the blue and over the top of this blue. So what we're going to do is we're going to wind around where the blue is this time. Then we will wind the blue where the white has been, a round at a time, 1 round at a time. So I'm still following over the top of the blue for one round. Now we're back at our start nail down here in this corner. Push all this down. We're going to wind that around like we did before. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to wind the blue on where the base white is. So where your base white is, we're now going to do that blue. So we're going to do the pom-pom part the opposite way from the base. So now we're going to follow where we wound the white on. So we're going to follow the white base, at least for this first round, and then you will be able to see where we are. Around that one. Yep. So that's me back down. That's me back at the start. So I'm going to unwind my white, wind in the blue to hold it. And now I'm going to just follow my white again. I can see the white clearly now, so I'm just going to follow where I did that last round of white. Now you can slow the video down and you can watch it a few times just so that you can get the hang of this. So now what we're doing, we're just winding our white where the white is and winding the blue where the blue is for the pom-poms. So I'm going to secure my white back down here. I'm going to do the blue again, so I'm going to do my next round of the blue. So we've done the pom-pom part is just the reverse of the base. As long as your nails are long enough to take this, it should be fine. Just keep pushing your wool down. That's me back at the start. Push your wool down. Don't wind it too tight either, and you won't buckle your frame. So I've got 2 rounds of white on and I've got 2 rounds of blue on. So I'm going to wind on my blue just to hold it, and then I'm going to do my next round of white, and this will make my 3rd round of white. And we're doing 5 of each. So you can see more clearly what way you're going. So I'm going to keep winding on, and I'll do 5 rounds, and I'll be back when I've done that. On this is a white pom-pom, a multicoloured one, then a white one, a multicoloured one, and on the opposite side you'll have a multicolour, a blue, a multicolour and a blue. So we're going to have a nice little mix of white, blue and white together. So I'm going to turn my frame back to front so I can tie it. I'm going to work my way along the blue line, securely tie it, and then cut my wool. Make sure you securely tie it at either end. And then I'm going to leave a little tail that will just go into the fringing. Then I'll tie along this one with the white. Securely tie it here and securely tie it when I've finished. And then I'll go back to the blue. That way I don't get blue mixed in with my white, because I don't like the look of that, as when you tie it and you've got your blue running along there like that. So I'm just going to tie the blue lines with the blue and tie the white with the white. I'm going to begin my shuttle tying with my blue. So I'm going to put it down through here by hand. And I'm going to double knot and hand tie as tight as I can the first knot. This part will become part of the fringe, so don't worry about that. We'll just chuck that through there. So that's just going to get tucked in there. So now what we're going to do is just shuttle tie the way I've showed you before. You can put a towel under your knees so that the nails don't dig into your legs. So we're going to go down the top left and up through the bottom right and through your loop and pull it tight. So make sure you've got a little loop. We're going to go down through the top right and up through the bottom left and through your hoop and pull it tight like that. We're going to go over to the next one and the same again, down through the top left, up through the bottom right and through your loop and pull it as tight as you can, and down through the top right, up through the bottom left and through your hoop and pull it tight. So I've got to this end and I've tied it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my wool. I'm going to split open these two parts, tie that one through that way. This one I'm going to put down through that way and up through there, and I'm going to tie it in a double knot. Now those two little ends I'll just get tucked under there into the fringe once we cut the fringe. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to tie along this line with my white. So I'm going to pop that down there by hand. I'm going to tie it in a very secure double knot, very tight. And again, that piece I'll go down through into the fringing. Just push it down through to this side. Push it through to here. And that'll get cut with the fringe. Now again, what I'm going to do is I'm still going to tie it this way with the shuttle. Just a little bit extra secure. On this side. Up this side. Through your loop. So tell me to come back through. Move on to the next one. Through your loop and tie it tight. So I'm going to tie it along to here and do the same again, and then I'll do my blue. I'll tie that one with blue and I'll tie that one with white, because these colours are going to disappear into the back, as you can see here. It's disappeared into the back and make it all nice and neat on that side as well. So I'm going to continue tying this up and then I'll be back for the next stage. Now this is the back all tied in, and as you can see it's really nice and neat by doing it a line at a time, and all my sections are tied in. So when you turn it over, I've got all my crosses in all my squares. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in, because I'm going to cut the pom-poms. Now if you can see down the side, this is where we're going to cut down to on each of them. Each of them's got a base and you've got your top. So we're going to cut down to the next colour on all the sections, which is quite easy. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut, as always, halfway between each of the pom-poms. So what we should end up with, a blue pom-pom, a blue and white pom-pom, a blue pom-pom, a blue and white pom-pom. Then we should end up with a white pom-pom, a blue and white, a white, a blue and white, a white, and a blue and white. So we're going to start cutting these. So what you're going to get is, these will fluff up a little bit more, and then you can trim them all once it's all done. So you're getting a blue pom-pom, a mixed one, a blue, a mixed, and then that one will be blue, a mixed one, a white, a mixed, a white. So you're going to get this lovely little effect of plain colours mixed in with these little multicoloured ones, and beside your normal blue with your white base on there. And when we turn it over, you're going to have a multicoloured base on the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to continue cutting out all these little pom-poms. Just give them a little brush up. And then I'll show you what it's like when it's finished. Now this is the pom-poms all cut out, and I absolutely love the look of this, because you get a white, a mixed and a white, and your next row you've got a mixed, a blue and a mixed. And when you run it up and down the way, you can see that blue pattern running through all the blanket. And we cut it off the frame exactly the same way as you cut your other blankets. Just cut between the nails. Just cut down in between those nails. And we should get a nice blue and white fringe. Now here is our little blanket. As you can see from down there on the floor, you do get a few little ends like this when you cut it off. That's just the way we round it around the nails. Now, look at this. Isn't that pretty? Now, I really, really like the effect of the back of this. And because we tied it in lines with the blue and then with the white, it all blends in, and we don't have any blue lines on the white or white lines on the blue. So I really, really do like this. Now give this a little try. Once you get the hang of it, it is quite easy. And if you do 10 rounds alternating between the white and blue, and don't cut the pom-poms, you'll have this blanket like this, and it'll just be a non-pom-pom blanket, and it's really, really pretty like that. So you have got two options with this. Once you do this, if you don't cut the pom-poms, you're going to have these nice blue and white flowers on both the sides. The way we round the wool around the nails, we've actually got this effect, and it's lovely because you've got white mixed and white, and you've got blue mixed and blue, and it really does make a difference to this blanket. It's a little change. It gives you any other little options on your pom-poms is always helpful, and that's the back of it. I really love the back of it. I love the way it's turned out like this. So give this a try. It is worth it. All you have to do now is tidy up your pom-poms and tidy up your edge. It's really quite easy, so don't be frightened of it. And I'm going to use this absolutely beautiful, this blue and this white. Now I have got more white. I do use all the smaller balls, and to get it wrapped up like this, there is another tutorial with the wool winder where I managed to wrap 4 strands of wool at once into this cake shape. So this blanket is going to have a white base and this on the top. So I'm going to get my 4 strands of wool. I'm just going to pop that down there at my feet on the floor. I've got my 4 strands of white, 4 strands, and I'm going to tie it down here on this corner peg. Just tie it to the peg, and we're going to do 5 rounds of a normal base. So that will just be up and down the pegs, all of your pegs, up and down like this for 5 full rounds. We're going to make a normal square base. Just push your wool down as you go along. Now don't wind it on too tight. It doesn't need to be tight at all. Once you get to your corner, we're going to come along this way. So we're going to fill in the gaps that we don't have any wool on, and that will give us our first full round. And I'm going to do 5 full rounds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do one diagonal this way, and then I will do the next diagonal that way, then a diagonal that way, and then that way. So it's integrated like this. You can see this is all integrated, crossed over, and I'm going to, that's the effect I want on the diagonals. A lot of people do the diagonals one way and then they do the other diagonal on the top. I'm going to do one that way, then that way, then that way, and then that way, if you understand what I mean. So I'm going to tie one here and I'll tie the other one over there. So I'll tie that on there. And I'm just going to do what we normally do for a zigzag. I'm not going to do that peg because there's nothing really there, and that will become part of the fringe. So I'm just going to go around all my pegs like this, covering the whole board. I'll take that out of the way. I'll move that across a little bit now. Now this frame is a little shade wider, that's why I can't get it right in to the full screen. But I am working on changing part of my craft room into a little filming studio because I do have a spare room since my, well, 2 spare rooms since my children moved out. So when you get to this corner, just go right around the corner like this and work your way back, filling in those gaps. Just follow your wool back, filling in those little gaps. Down. Now I'm sorry about my frame moving around, my little homemade stand, the bottoms fell off it. I'll have to get it fixed on. So we're going to go to this side now, and we're going to tie our 4 strands of the other ball that I showed you onto here like this, and we're going to work this way. We're going to do one round this way, one full round, now as I've said before, I got my loom from Rose and Gill Hill. You can find Rose and Gill, well Rose, in my craft group called Crafty Twints, and I will put a link in the bottom in the comments to Rose's selling page. So I will put a link in the comments to Rose's selling page if you need or would like to buy one of these peg looms. They're absolutely amazing. So I've got my rounds of my blue done. Now remember that I said I did one layer that way and then that way. So I've got 3 full rounds on that way and that way, if you know what I mean. I integrated it in, you can see what I mean. I've done around each way, all the way down. Now what we're going to do now is I'm going to turn the frame. So the turnover will be blue here, and when you flip this section here, when you flip it over, it will have white pom-poms on it. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to tie from the reverse. I am going to tie my blanket up and down these sections all the way to here. I'm going to tie it to here. This will be my line of pom-poms. This section will be pom-poms, and from here all the way down will just be a normal blanket. So I've got my white wool, I've got my 2 strands of wool, and I'm going to shuttle tie it the way I normally do. Now I'm going to give you a little tip as well. Now what I do, I have this pair of old woolen gloves, and I cut the fingertips off of it so that when you put them on, any of you who have tied blankets up before, you get blisters all over your fingers, so this helps a lot. It's so cheap, they were only 99p for a cheap pair of gloves. Now just make sure you only cut the tip of the finger off. I've been using these for quite a long time, so they have sort of gone shrunk a little bit. I need to get another pair. So it's so much easier. And as usual, I'm going to start down here in this corner and move on. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tie up my blanket. As long as you put that full twist on it, you'll be able to cut your pom-poms that are at this side. So I have the blanket part all tied in, and you can see the lovely blue crosses on this end. Now this is where my first line of pom-poms are going to be, and I'm going to cut from this side as long as I do that full twist with the loop. The loop will turn into a locking slip knot, and I have been tying lots of my blankets this way, cutting them from the same side, as long as you do that full twist in the loop. Now I will show you that in a few minutes. Tie the rest of this section. Make sure I use that full loop. I'll do the next one just to show you. You shuttle down through the top. I'm going to move that down a little bit. Down through the top left. We're going to come up through this bottom right on this side, this section of it, up through the bottom right. So as you can see, we're going down this side of that line and coming up this side of it. There's your loop. Do your full twist. So you've got your little twisted part here. Put your shuttle through your hook. Keep your finger in there and pull up the way. Now use your gloves. Pull up the way like that and then pull it really tight. Now that is going to lock that into a little twisted knot in there, and it won't come out when we cut our pom-poms. That is going to hold that pom-pom, and that knot will be inside the pom-pom so you won't see it. So we're going to go down the top right and up the bottom left, but we're going to come up this side of that line. I'll show you again. So we're going down this side of that line there, that line, down that side and come up this side of it. We've got our hook, do a full twist, put your shuttle through the hook, keep your finger in there and pull up. Pull up like that. Now use your gloves that won't cut into your fingers and then pull it sharply up and wriggle it back and forward to pull that in really, really tight. That's how many ladies tie up their blanket so they can cut on the same side. And that little knot disappears into your pom-pom. So I'm going to tie up the rest of the blanket and I'll be back when I've done that and I'll show you what to do next. So now what I'm going to do is right up this line where I've marked, all this section I'm going to cut the white as pom-poms, and I'm going to cut here, just halfway through each of the white sections. So I am just going to go through here, make sure I'm not getting any of the blue, and tilt this just a little bit, right at that halfway point, and snip, just like that, all the way up this line. This is going to make a pom-pom. I'm going to stop when I get to here. I'm going to stop, so I'll cut through here and all this section of the pom-pom. So I've got all my pom-poms cut on this side. I'm going to flip the frame over and I'm going to show you what to do next. So I've taken the loose stuff off. Now all I'm going to do is cut through the blue, just the way you do a normal blanket. Just cut in between your pegs or your nails, whatever type of frame that you have. Just cut between each of your nails like this, and we're going to remove it from the frame. like that. Now when you get to the section that still has blue and white, cut through all of it. Just cut through all the wool and take your blanket off the frame. So just cut all the way around. We'll fix all that when we get to it. Just cut it off all the way around the frame. So this is what the blanket looks like. This is the reverse side of it. And this is why it's called a turnover. Because when you turn this over, you've got your pom-poms here and your blanket here. Now it's turned out, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful shade of blue and I really like it, and it's really soft. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to do that crisscross blanket that I showed you. Now I'm using a pom-pom loom, but we're not going to do any pom-poms on this blanket. I've got some black material here so you can see the contrast a little better. Now I'm going to use like a cream wool with the red so you can see the actual pattern easier. So to make a crisscross blanket, this is a double crisscross blanket. You're going to have the crisscrosses on the bottom and on the top, so it's reversible. So what you need to do is you start with your 4 balls of wool. So that's 4 balls of 100 grams of wool. Now I've got mine down on the floor there. Now what you need to do is you need to tie your wool in the corner. Now this is your starting point. So this is your starting point. Now when you go all the way around and come back to here, that is 1 round. So what you're going to do is you're going to go around that nail like that, and then up around this one, and then up to this next one, and then bring it down on the inside of this one. We're going to go along to this one here, and then we're going to go up to this one, and then down to this one. As you can see the zigzag forming, or this is a zig and we'll get the zag the next time. Now what you can also see is there's a gap. You've got wool, a gap, wool, a gap. When we come back the way, we'll fill these gaps in. So don't pull your wool too tight or you'll buckle your frame. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to go around these nails, and excuse my head if my head gets in the way. Up on this one, around this one, and then up to the corner. I'm going to pull it forward a little bit. Now when you get up to the top corner, just come back down and then go around. Go around this corner and then just go back up. As long as you have odd and even nails on your board, you will be fine. So you just continue around your board, up 1 set of nails and around and down. Don't worry that it looks a little strange. It's just because of the way that your board is, the way your nails are. It will turn out perfect. Well, it depends on whether it turns out perfect to how well you do this. Now I'm going to pull this down a little bit closer to me. Now, when you get up to the top nail here, what you're going to do is you're going to go around that nail and come back on yourself down this way like a triangle. So I'll show you that again. When you get to the top and you've only got one nail left up here, go around that nail and then follow your rule back. And then what you're going to do is you're going to fill in the gaps. So you've got rule a gap, rule a gap. We're going to fill in these gaps. So what we're going to do is we're just going to work our way back. So just follow your rule back. If you're not filling in your gaps, just go back up to this corner and check it, that you went around the right way. And you can just push all your rule down to the bottom of the nails. And then that takes you back to this nail that we started off at, where we tied it. Now that is one round. That is just one round all the way and then back again. Now what I've done is I've done 4 rounds up and down and then up and down. So I've got my 4 balls of wool again. They're rolling all over the floor. I'm going to tie it here on this corner because I'm going to do my zigzags that way. Now there is another tutorial that shows you how to do zigzags, but this is for a crisscross blanket. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go around this one like this, and then up to this one, and then up to your next one, and then down. Now you can see those gaps a little bit better that I was talking about. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do our zigzag like we did before, but in the opposite direction. So once we get around to this end, once we get up to the corner, we're going to go around the corner nail and we're going to come back. We're going to follow the rule back, and that's going to fill in the gaps. So there's our gaps. So we're just going to follow the rule back here. So again, just do your triangle on these 3 here, and that's you completed 1 round. So I'll be back once I've done another 4 rounds. I've got 4 rounds on the bottom and 4 rounds on the top. Now what I'm going to do now is I've got my 4 balls of 100 grams. I've got red. So I've got my red and I've got 4 balls of that. So I'm going to start on this corner here. Now what we're going to do is we are just going to do the normal squares that you would do for all the blankets. Now that's going to be our centre part. Now I've picked red so that you can see it easily. Now what you do is you just go along to this nail and then up. You go up and around the top like that. And then round this one, around this one. So you're going to have a gap again. Now you can clearly see what I mean by a gap. And up and down and around your nails like that. When you get to the corner here, go up to this nail and then we're going to go along this way. And that makes your basic square. And then we get to the top again. We're going to come down and fill these gaps. We're going to fill these gaps in. Just like that, and that's what completes the round to make it 1 round. We're going to fill all these little gaps. When you get to this top corner up here, what you're going to do is you're going to go this way. We're going to fill these gaps in. So we're just going to do it that way, just like that. and that's us back to the beginning. So that's us back to where we tied the knot, so that's one full round. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another 3 rounds so that I've got four rounds in total. So I'm just going to go back up this way again. Of your other colour, I'm going to tie it to this corner again. Now this is where you're going to find out if your nails are big enough or not. So you just tie it onto this corner again. And we're going to do our 4 rounds of this colour again, and that diagonal that we did the first time. So you go around this nail. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So we're going to go around this nail and up to this nail, and then take it up one more nail like this, and then down here, around here, and then up like we did the first time. Now you can clearly see the gaps that you've got to fill when you come back the way. Now I'm going to zoom back out again. So we're just going to go up and down like we did the last time. We're going to do our zigzags again. So we're going to go around in the little triangle shape again and come back the same way, but this time we're going to be filling in the gaps. Okay everyone, so what I've got now is I've got my 4 rounds on of my zig going that way. Now we're going to do the zag going that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run it right along to the end to save me some trouble. So we're going, this is where you find out definitely if your nails are big enough to do this. So we're going to go down and around this way now. Just make sure that you've got enough room on your nails for all of this wool. So all we need to do now is just tie it on, and I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. I've turned my frame from this way to this way because I'm going to tie along the lines. That way you won't see where the wool is, because the wool's going to be hidden in with this crisscross part here. Now I'm going to zoom in. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to tie off your blanket. I'm using this little spanner as a shuttle. So I've just doubled up my wool. So what we're going to do is, if you can see the red cross in here, we're going to tie diagonally. So we're going to put it down through here, which I'm going to call number 1. And then I'm going to feed it up through, so down that one, and I'm going to feed it up through this one. I'm going to call this one number 5. So I'm just going to stick my finger down here to give it a clear way up, and then just push your little shuttle up through there, and then make a little loop with your left hand with this piece of wool here, and slip your shuttle through there into a slip knot, and we're just going to tie it tight. This is going to tie all your layers together, and which is going to hold your blanket together as well. So just pull it tight, but not too tight. You don't want to snap your wool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to feed it down through this hole here. We're going to call that number 2. So it's going to go around in a little circle diagonally, tying in all these areas, and I'm going to bring it up here, which I'm going to call number 5. So it's diagonal to 2 is number 5. Pull it up through there. Just pull it up. Make sure you don't catch it on any other pieces of wool. So just pull it up and then put it through your loop again and do your slip knot. So just pull that nice and tight like that, and that's going to hold it all together. So we're just going to work our way around here. So now we're going to go down number 3. I'm just going to call this section number 3. So it's going to go down number 3. and it's going to come up number 7. I'm going to call this next one section 7. Just here. Put your finger down just to help your little shuttle to come up through the gap, and then put it through your slip knot and tie it tight again. And this way it's going to save your fingers from getting friction burns. You're going to have a lot less blisters and stuff like that as well. So now I'm going to put it down here. This is section 4. This is this section nearly finished. So I'm going to put it down section 4, and then I'm going to bring it up here at section 8. So as long as you tie in diagonally around this little star shape, it's going to tie in this whole crisscross blanket. So once we've got them all tied off, your whole blanket will be all really secure. So what we need to do now, this section here, we're not going to tie it because it doesn't have the crossover red underneath. So we're going to leave that, and that's going to make the crisscross shape of the blanket, because I haven't done it here either. So the next one we're going to move over to is this. So we've done this first section here, and now we're going to move over to this area here and tie this in. So we're not going to tie this one, so don't tie that. Just jump one and go to the next one where your red cross is underneath here. So you can just barely see the red cross, and we're going to start feeding it down there as well. So this is what the next step is. So you just do the same here what we did with that last one. So we're going to put our finger in to help this shuttle down here, and then just bring it down there. Oops, and then we are going to pull it through and then feed it up, what we're going to call diagonally across here, and then up into number 5. So we're just going to bring that up through that gap there. And I've also got a little tip there. I'm going to put this through the shuttle and tie it. The red tea towel that you can see, that helps you to stop getting bruises on your arms, because it's giving your arms something to lean on, so you're not leaning on all the nails. So just pull that tight like we did over here, and as you can see, this part disappears. It'll disappear into the actual blanket once it's all off the loom. So now we're going to go down section 2. Just like we did before, feed it down through section 2. Just wriggle around till you get it in. Make sure you keep checking underneath that you haven't trapped it anywhere. We're going to bring it up section 6. Just like that. And this is a great little gadget, this. We're going to feed it through there and do a slip knot and tie it tight again. I'm going to zoom out just a wee bit there. So this is a great little gadget. You can go online and buy shuttles. They're called fishing net shuttles. But this works just as well. I've been using this for a good few months now, and I haven't had any problem with it. But you will get slight problems if your blankets are quite thick. So up through this hole here, then through the loop, and tighten in your slip knot. Now we're going to go down number 4. Go down inside there. That's it. Just make sure that there's no wool getting in the way when you push this down. And then we're going to come up section 8. So we're going to work our way all the way along these diagonal lines. Just pushing it through, pulling it up, and then tying your slip knot. So we're going to do all the way along. Miss that one because there's no red cross under it. So when you've put your middle section in, you're only tying on those areas. So what I'm going to show you now is, I'm going to turn, this is the flip side of the board. I've turned it around so you can see that you've just got your nice little crosses over here, and all these areas are tied in, but not this one. This, make sure that when your shuttle comes down, it doesn't do that, and it doesn't go in there and split it open. So just give it a wee check every now and then. So this is my board all finished. It's all tied off. I've tied it along all these little diagonal lines. I've only tied in the ones with the red crosses under that are sandwiched inside it. I've turned it around for you to show you this side, so it's all nice and neat there as well. There's nothing being caught up, and it's totally reversible. So once we take it off, that's it. It's going to be totally reversible. This side is all going to have the same crisscrosses as this side here. So I'm going to apologise first here because I didn't press the button to video me cutting this off the loom. I'm very, very sorry. But the way you do it is, all you have to do is cut the wool between the nails. So I'm going to push this little blanket off to the side. So you just cut in here and it makes these frills. So cut the areas that are in between the nails here. Leave your corners on until the end and then cut the corners. I do apologise for that. But once you've cut it all from the frame, this is what it looks like. So that shoe, I'm just going to put this frame on the floor. So this is our finished double crisscross blanket. Now as you can see, it's exactly the same on this side as it is on this side, making it totally reversible. So I'm going to show you what you can do with all these odd balls of wool. Now that's a lilac, as you can see, and that one's a blue. So I'm going to show you what you can do with these. That's lemon. So sometimes you get left with balls like this after you've done your pom-pom blankets, because I roll all my balls together and make a big ball like that. And then I get left with lots of little pieces. So I'm going to show you what I do with it. Now I've got this nice sparkly mint green. I don't know if you can see how sparkly it is. So again, I got this off John O'Hagan. I will mention him again because he's absolutely a super duper guy for wool. Now you're going to tie your wool either here to this nail or you can tie it here. I tie it here. Remember, it's your blanket. As long as you tie it safe, you can do whatever patterns that you can come up with on these nails. Now, we're going to do a base. I'm only going to do 4 rounds on the base because the top's going to be quite sort of heavyish. So we just do a normal base. Just like this, the way we normally do a base, and by this time you probably know what the base is. So we're going to go up and down around the nails. And again, if you're making your own loom, make sure you have odd and even nails. A lot of people tell me or ask where they're going wrong because they can't get it to come back to this corner. And the first thing I tell them is count your nails. Now, the odd and even rule is odd and even on the top and bottom. Or you can do it the other way around. You can have even numbers of nails up and down the sides and an odd number along the bottom. Come on to our Crafted Once craft group. It is a free group to join. And we also now have a Crafted Once 2 where you can come and you can actually sell the items that you've made. If you've made anything from my tutorials, or if you actually just make crafts, you can come into Crafted Once 2 and you can sell your handmade items. So anyway, that's us got round 1 done. I'm going to come back when I've got my 4th round. Remember, this time I'm only putting 4 rounds on. Now, I've got my 4 rounds on, and to make this little coloured blanket is super easy. So I've done my 4 rounds for the base. I've only done 4 because I'm putting quite a few on this diagonal. Now, these are the colours that I'm going to be using. I've got this white as well. I've got white and lemon. I've got a very light green. You can't see that, but that's a very light green. I've got the same little bit that I've got left from doing the base. And I've got a blue and a lilac. Now, what I did was, you can do these whatever colour you want. I'm going to do 8 back and forward on the nails. You can do a little bit more or you can do a little bit less. It's up to you. Now, I've worked out the amount of pins that I've got of the nails. So I'm going to do 3 blue, 3 lilac, I'm going to do 3 of the dark green, 3 of the light green, 3 of the lemon and 3 of the white. Now you can do it whatever way you want. You can do any combination you want, just to get rid of those little bits. You can even just do it all mixed colours. Now, super simple for this little pet blanket. Go to your second nail. You need to go where you're going to have a crossover section on the base, and that's here. Now we're only going to go on this diagonal. You can go on that diagonal if you want. Even if you've not got it rolled into 4, I'm going to do 4. You can actually just do it but with 1 or 2 and just keep winding. It's up to you. It's only for scrap wool. It's just a little scrap wool blanket. So on this second nail, I'm going to tie my wool. I'll tie it here. And then I'm going to put 8 rounds from this second nail to this second nail. So count nail 1, 2, this one. 1, 2, that way to get that first crossover section. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if you think it's too thick, you can do less. If you want to do more, you can. Now move to your next nail and do the same. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got another 8 I'll put one more on. If you come to the end of your wool, just tie it on at your nail and then do your last little row. Just tie it on there. It is only scrap wool. I need to go get that little ball, it's over there. I'm just going to tie that. It's a great way of using up all your little scraps of wool. So I've got one more to put on that. And then around. So that's got 8. So I'm going to move to my next one. I'm going to do 3. If you've got loads of different colours, you can just use one nail at a time. It's up to you how you do this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now don't worry about any of these edges because these are going to be in the fringe this first lot. So now we're going to get the blue. We're going to do the same. I'm going to do 3 nails of the blue. So there we go. I've got all my colours on that I want. Now I'm going to give you a little tip. How are you going to get your shuttle in and out without catching on all of these threads? Now I've got a super little tip. With your light colours, take a piece of your darker wool. I've got some parts here that... So what you're going to do, just get some little bits of scraps of wool. And in the area where you're not going to be shuttle tying, so in the actual... I'm going to pull this one so you can see it. In the square that's here, this is where you're just going to tie up some. I want you to do that one. So tie it just roughly in the square that you're not going to be shuttle tying in. I won't be shuttle tying in here. This is just to hold it together a little bit. You might think, what a nuisance, but actually, when you start shuttle tying, you're going to be quite thankful that you've done this. Just cut your little ends off. Don't worry if they won't get caught in, because you're going to tie it here, and you're going to tie it here. This one's going to get tied just here. So with this lemon, we'll do the same. I'm just going to find some of the areas in between my crossovers, just to tie it. It is a handy little tip, especially if your wool's quite thick. Tie it in this section. What it's doing is it's separating it out a little bit so that you can get in there. I'm finding trouble with my fingers, so imagine the mess you get into with your shuttle. And you do, because I have done before. I've made these before. I used up a lot of other little scraps before. So what it does is it's bringing it in like this a little bit. I'm going to get some more. You see what it does? It makes it so much easier so that when you come to shuttle tie, that you've got it sort of grouped together a little bit. And then we'll do that one. And it's just going to separate it just a little bit so it makes it easier to tie those cross sections. Now as you can see here, when you shuttle tie it, you're only going to tie these cross sections here. Now these little pieces of wool, I'm putting it in, I'm just tying it here so it won't get in the way at all. So I'm just going to tie it. So it's going to make it easier for my shuttle to get up and down. So I'm going to continue to do that and I'll be back in a minute. So that's it all tied off, just a little bit. This is just to hold it, it's not going to stay there. We will cut these off when we're finished. It's just so that when you put the shuttle through to tie it, it's got room to get through and you're not going to have to try and struggle to move all the strands back and forward. You've got two choices to tie. You can either tie the individual colours from the top. So if you tie that in purple, tie that in your blue, tie that in your green, tie that one in your mint green, your lemon and your white. If you're going to tie it diagonally, you have to start at the beginning, tie it in your cross, because that's an end, tie it twice, so go through it twice, do it twice, and then you'll just move up to this one, tie this one, move your way along all the cross sections, tie it securely at this end, tie it twice, cut your wool, and then start your next one. That's what you're going to do if you're going to do it in all the individual colours. I'm going to tie it from the back, so I'll have my little green squares, my little green crosses on the top. So it's up to you whether you tie it on the diagonal or if you turn it over and tie it from the back. And that's what I'm going to do. So now you can see through there. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And you're going to see where we're going to tie. we're going to tie all these square sections. Now I'll be tying in down from the top left, and I'll come up on the bottom right at this side of this bundle, and then I'll tie that way. Now because we've only got one diagonal, it's going to be easy to tie it in from this side, just straight over here. But to tie this one in, you're either going to have to tie through there and come up on this side, or go down that side and come up this side. So it sort of twists that and holds it in like that. If you just tie it in from there and there, you're not going to catch it. You've got to make sure you catch that. So go in from the top left, but at this part of it, and come up the bottom right, but at this part, so you're actually catching that in there, and then go through there and there to catch that part, like that. So I'm going to go down this section here, down there. Now it shows you why I've tied it, because it's so much easier. Look how super easy that is to get down in there. Now I'm going to come up on the bottom right here, on this side of that row, so that when we come up, you can see how it is. It's going to tie it up here and then down on this side, and that'll tie that in tight. Now because it's the end one, I will be tying it twice. I'm going to tie in and out of there twice. Now tie this first knot as tight as you can. Now this will just go in through there. This will become part of the fringing. Don't worry about that little long bit. Catch that bit. Just bring it around and wrap it on a nail. So just bring that around and wrap it on a nail under there out of the way. So I'm going to go down through this top right section here, and I'm going to come out up through the bottom left. Make sure you're not caught on any nails. Now you can either keep your loop like this, or you can twist your loop. It's up to you. Just feed your shuttle through that loop and pull it tight like that. So I'm going to do it again because it's on the edge. I don't want my ends coming loose. Up through the bottom right, through the hook. It's up to you if you twist your hook or not. Then I'm going to go down the top right and up through that bottom left. Make sure your wool is not caught on any of the nails. That's that little straggly bit that started out with. Shut it properly. There we go. Through the loop and pull it. Now your cross is just a tiny shade thicker here, but it's going to be so much better so you don't get those little strands won't come out. So we're going to move along to the next one. So I'm going to go down through the top left. I'll move it over a little bit. Down through this top left at this side of that bundle. And I'm going to come up on the bottom right at that side of that bundle. Make sure you don't get your wool caught in the nails. Give it a little wiggle. Now make your hook and go through and pull it tight. And that's that. And I'm going to go through this side, top right, and up through the bottom left. Make sure you don't get caught in any nails. Through the hook and pull it tight. Now do it again because it's on the end. This is the end and I do not want those strands to come loose. If they come loose, they become a choking hazard, and you don't want that. You don't need to double tie all the rest of the inside of it if you don't want to, but make sure you tie these edges twice. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to continue to tie up my blanket, and I'll come back and I'll show you what it's like when I finish tying it. So I've got it all tied, and I tied it from this side. Now all I have to do now is just remove those little pieces of wool that I had holding all these strands together until I got it tied. Just be careful you don't cut through your strands. Now I'm just taking these off. So I'll zoom in and I'll just show you how I cut these little pieces off. I've still got one here. You see, it wasn't in the way of my actual tying up, it was just holding it all together until I got it tied. Just put your scissors in and pull it up a little bit and then just snip them off. So we'll turn the blanket around the right way. Go that way. We'll zoom back down again. So I'm just going to take these little ends part, take the little straggly bits off that we've cut to hold all that at the end. There we go. So I'm going to bring that up a little bit so you can actually see it. So there we go, that's it all tied in. That's the way it looks. It's lovely actually, it's turned out really nice this one a little bit. So when you're tying it up with your shuttle, it does help when you tie just some of the parts here of those big strands to hold it in a little bit. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to move that down there a little bit. All you have to do now is cut it off the frame. I don't want to cut the wire of my webcam. So just cut between here for the base. Like that. Now what you will have to do is, these parts here, you're just going to have to put your scissors down inside the nail and carefully cut through like that. So just pull this part up. Get that little knot out. Not move that. Tidy like that. Just pull these parts up and cut through like that. You can trim all this up once you've got it off the board. So for the base, just cut through between the nails. Be careful you don't cut these. Not at that part anyway. You're just going to cut it all off the base. Pull these parts up, it's the easiest way I found to do it. And cut through like that. I'll tidy it all up in a little minute once we get it off. So just do that and cut it off your base. Pull those parts up. Slide your scissors down through the middle and just snip it. And you'll be able to get off any of the little knots that you've got on there where you've tied it. So I'm going to continue just to cut it all off the frame. As you cut it, this will soften a little bit, so it'll all just be all nice. It won't look so tight. It'll all slacken off. So I'm going to cut it off the frame and I'll come back and I'll show you what it's like. That's that all done. Just a quick little tutorial just to show you how you can make a little scrap blanket with your scrap balls of wool that you've got. Just remember, you don't need to do it up and down 8 times. You can do it a little bit less if you like. Today I'm going to show you how to make two-toned pom-poms on a pom-pom blanket. I'm going to show you how I worked it out. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how I worked out the way to put 2 different coloured pom-poms onto your pom-pom blanket. Now please be aware that your pom-pom blankets are for decoration only. They're not for wrapping around a baby, and they're not for leaving your baby unattended playing with these pom-pom blankets. Now I'm using my large turnover loom. So the base needs to be put on as usual. So that's 4 balls of wool and 5 times around the frame from where you tie it. Now we need to miss a nail and wind around the nail and then go up to the top. So you're going along to your 3rd nail, then go up to the top, up to your 3rd nail, 1, 2, 3, wrap it around, so you miss a nail, do a nail, come back down, miss this nail, and we're going to wrap it around this nail, and go back up, miss this nail, and wrap it around this nail, and then miss this one, and go up. So it's miss a nail, and then wrap a nail. Now when you get down to this nail here, you're going to count again 3. 1, 2, 3. Up to the 3rd nail and along. So we're counting our 3 nails takes us to the top. So we're going to count 3 nails and it's going to bring us back down. Now what it's going to do is it's going to fill in these gaps that are here. So we're going to go around this one, 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to go up. Just going to try and get this so I can get the whole frame in. So we're going to go up to the top. And then along the next 3 and come down again. And it's going to fill the gaps in that are here. You'll see it more clearly once I've got more wool on. So this is how it looks. So that's just got 1 round on. So I went around my board and I came back to my tying on nail. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do another 4 rounds because you need to do 5 rounds just the same as you did with the base. So I'm going to go around again another 4 times and I'll be back in a minute. I'm only going to tie in around here and around here in a cross shape. Just these sections. We'll get the other sections when we put the other colour on. Now I've got a towel on my knees. Now what that does is it stops the nails from digging into your legs. So I've got my shuttle. Normally what I do is I tie using this. If you don't have one of these, I got this off one of my subscribers. She sent me this because she has been using a spanner and then she splashed out a little bit. Now you can get a whole set of these just for a few pounds. on eBay or Amazon. I'm just going to put my wool through. I'm going to hand tie it to begin with, just this first one to tie. Tie it really tight and then double knot it. Now this part will go, just tuck it in along here. It will become part of the fringe, so don't worry about that part. It will get tied in, so that one will become part of the fringe. Now what you need to do is you take your shuttle, you make yourself a loop. Now we're going to go down the top left hole. Make sure you've got a loop in your hand. Come up the bottom right hole. Put your shuttle through that loop and pull it tight. So again we're going to miss one because there's no purple on that one. There's no cross section of purple. The next cross section of purple is here. So go through the top left, up through the bottom right, and through your loop, and pull it tight. Go through your top right, up through your bottom left, through your hoop, and pull it tight. All our cross sections of purple all tied in. So we're going to cut the pom-poms just in the middle of these sections, here like this, and these, all over the board. Now with this one, you're still going to have to come into the middle and cut it. Just only cut your colour. So you've got some waste, you just throw that to the side. Now what I'm going to do as well, the towel I've got, I'm going to put it over the top of these nails, because when you're leaning on it, you don't want your arms all bruised. So there's one of your pom-poms already done. Now, what you do with these, just make sure you do it the same. Just go halfway along and cut it. And the same with these ones. Just go halfway along and cut where you normally would. And just discard the excess off to the side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my pom-poms and I'll be back for the next stage. So once we've got all our pom-poms, this is what we've got. Now when we put the next colour on, we're going to have your lilac in the middle, and I'm going to do the rest of it blue. I've got a nice blue. It'll be lilac pom-poms in the middle with a blue pom-pom all around it. So it is just a little bit different, it's something else to try. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do 5 rounds in the blue with 4 strands of the blue. Now do it the same way we did the base. So we're just going to go around all the nails the same way as you do a base. I'm going to do it in the blue. So I'm going to start it in this corner and just tie it in, and then I'm going to wind it in just the same way you did the base. I'm going to do 5 rounds, and we're just going to cover the top of these pom-poms. So just go over the top of these pom-poms, it'll be fine. I'm going to do another 4 rounds so that I've got 5 rounds on my loom, and I'll be back and I'll show you that. So here we are, we've got our 5 rounds on in the blue, and as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. Now what we're going to do now is I'm going to turn the frame back to front, and I'm going to shuttle tie it again. I'm going to shuttle tie all the sections that don't have a pom-pom. So once again, I've got the towel on my knee, and I'll put the frame, I'll rest the frame on top of the towel so I don't get any bruises on my legs. What I'm going to do now is I am going to tie in all the sections that don't have a pom-pom. So that's tied already, so I'm not going to tie that one. So I've got my little shuttle again. I'm going to hand tie the very first one. It's down in this corner, just to start it off. And tie it really tight. So I've tied it really tight, and I'm going to leave that because that will just get integrated into the fringing. Once you've tied it securely, we're going to work our way around the board, tying in all the sections that haven't been tied yet. Don't tie the ones with the purple pom-poms. These ones, do not tie them again. Do not tie them. Just tie all the sections that haven't been tied yet. Just go around your board and shuttle tie those. I already showed you earlier how to do that. So I'm going to tie this in, and I'll be back to show you what it looks like. Now I've got all my back tied on. I've got the blue tied on to the base. And what I did was I shuttle tied up and down around the pom-poms, up and down this way, and then I shuttle tied the ones that run along this way. And that tied in all the areas around the pom-pom. Now I didn't tie the pom-pom ones in because they're tied in already. Now I'm going to flip my board over. So I've zoomed in, and you can see where all the white crosses are. This is all the sections that have been tied in to tie the blue in to the base, all the way around each of the pom-poms. Now these ones haven't been tied because there's a pom-pom there already. So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut the blanket and make the blue pom-poms the way you do in all the other ones. So I'm just going to start cutting and making some of the pom-poms. Now, as in the other ones, you just cut here. Cut in the middle of each of these sections, this way, and here. Okay, so just be careful when you cut here that you don't cut through your little purple pom-poms. So here we are. I've got my pom-poms all cut and they're all nice and fluffy. I've got my lilac and my blue. Now I will admit, I really wished I did the lilac on the base and actually put the white here so it would stand out better so you can see it. But you can actually see the gist of what this little pattern is all about, where you've got your square, the one colour, and then your one little pom-pom in the middle. So the way you cut this off the frame is the same way that you cut all the other ones off, and just cut between the nails. Cut here, between the nails. Just snip it through all the way around. You leave the corners on until the end. As you can see, it's very pretty and it's nice and fluffy. Once you've taken it off the frame, just cut your fringing all to the same level and that's your blanket done. So once again, I would like to thank everyone for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. I'm going to show you how to do chevrons on a blanket. They're going to be two different colours. Now to do the chevrons you have to work out on a little diagram like this the amount of working nails that you have going along this short side. I've got 11. Some people have more than that. The length's okay, but some people have more than 11 running along here. So you have to work the pattern out to the width of your frame. I really do think that you should make a little diagram like this. The diagram is invaluable so that you can follow the pattern on that big blanket. So let's get on with this. The first of what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the red pom-poms first. So this is a wool cake. I think these are fantastic to make. Now I have problems with my joints and I struggle with 4 balls of wool rolling all around the floor and around about the frame. They get tangled up and it just becomes a chore for me. So I got a wool winder. Instead of having this that my daughter does for me, I can now make these wool cakes myself and they're fantastic. The wool just feeds through the whole 4 strands, feeds through from the top like this. The base is flat, so it'll just sit on the floor and it won't roll all over the place. And I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's great for me. If you have issues with your joints, I would recommend that you get a wool winder and wind it all up into a ball like this. All it does is you just pop this down onto the floor and your 4 strands of wool, as you can see, the 4 strands of wool just come feeding up through the middle of the ball. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to tie the 4 strands down into this corner and we are going to do a basic square base with 5 rounds. Now you can make the base any colour you like. I'm using white, so we're just going to go up and down just the way you do a normal base. Most people by now should know how to do a normal base. See that wheel down there just feeding up through? That is absolutely great. Now all you need to do is go right around your frame. There are other tutorials where you can see me doing a base from start to finish. So you're just going around your frame from where you tie it off, around all your nails like this. Work your way all the way around the frame until you get back to the nail that you tied your wool on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 5 rounds with the 4 strands, and this is double knitting wool. It's double knitting, just as always. So we'll get this done, and what I'll do is I'll come back and show you what it's like once I've done the 5 rounds. So now we've done the 5 rounds and we're going to add our 4 strands of red. Now the red is just double knitting. I'm putting it on here the same as this, the 5 rounds again, just as we did for this white one. I'm going to tie it down here in the corner, just like we did with the white, and we're going to put 5 rounds on. And again, this is just double knitting wool. I'm using 4 100-gram balls, but I have got them all rolled into one big ball. So we're just going to go around the frame, just like we did with the white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this 5 rounds done, and then I'll come back and I'll show you how to do the first set of chevron pom-poms to do the chevron pattern. And I'm going to give you a little surprise, because we're actually going to tie and cut the pom-poms from the top. So I'll get this done, and then I'll come back and I'll show you what it's like. Now we're going to do the red pom-poms. We'll tie the red areas, we'll leave the black areas for the black pom-poms, and we'll tie these red ones. We're only going to tie where we want the red. The next thing is, I'm going to sit that there because I'm going to follow it. The next thing is, I'm going to tie from the front. Now, before you start posting comments that you can't do that the blanket will fall to pieces, I've made blankets and I have been tying it from the front, and I have had no problems at all, as long as you use a twisted knot. I will show you how to do that. It is easy, but you must always remember to twist your loop. That way it causes a knot. The knot's going to be inside the pom-pom, and when we do the dryer technique to fluff it all up, it's going to tighten that extra bit. Now they won't come out. We will be cutting from the front as well. Those pom-poms will stay in as long as you tie it tight and as long as you twist your loop to make that twisted knot. Now Jelly Todd has done almost all her blankets this way. Now people will say, don't do it this way, it'll fall to pieces. What I'm going to say is, try it. Just give it a try. Make a small size. If you have a small loom, make a small one. Just make a normal blanket, a normal small pom-pom blanket, tie it from the front and see how you get on. And I will prove to you that you can tie your blanket from the front. A lot of people do tie it from the front with a twisted knot. They don't tell anyone because they're too frightened of the backlash that people will give them. I've been in pom-pom groups and I have heard and seen people torn to shreds because the way they do a blanket, because they do the blanket different. I have had it. When I did blankets different, I got, I'm going to say bullied, yes. I got a lot of verbal negative comments, and I don't see why. If you want to do your blanket in a different way, as long as it's tied and it's safe, then that is the main thing. People come in with a different way of doing something, and if it works, don't knock it. Don't knock the way somebody else crafts. If it works for them, then fine. If you want to try it, try it. If you don't, then just turn the tutorial off. Turn the tutorial off if you don't want to do this. My pattern of red, I'm going to ignore that one, remember, I'm not ignoring that. I need to do a red, and then another 3 reds. Follow your little lines, make yourself a diagram and follow along your little lines. That way you're not going to get lost. Now I need to tie 1, miss 1, then tie 3. So here we go. I'm going to show you how to do this. So the first one, I'm just going to bring this down by hand and up through there. I've got my 2 strands of wool on my shuttle. Now, like I said, as long as you twist your loop, you will be putting a twisted knot inside that pom-pom. Now tie that as tight as you can. Now I just need to trim that. That's going to disappear into my pom-pom. This part. So I'm going to go down this side and come up through the bottom right. Now this one's already been tied, it's already very secure. Now here's my knot. Here's my hook. Here is my hook. Now you can see in there, no twist. Do this 1 full twist. Okay? 1 full twist, hook your wool through that hook and then just pull it down. Pull your wool up and let your finger go down with it. And then pull it tight, wiggle it up and down, up and down. That puts that knot in it. There's a twisted knot in there now, so that's not going to come out as much as you wiggle that around. It's not going loose, it's staying put. So, top right, bottom left, hook in my hand, twist it right around, and there's your twist. Put your shuttle through your loop, pull up the way, pull it up, and then down and back up again to tighten that in. Then down through the top left, up through the bottom right, got your hook, then a big twist right around like that. There's your twist there, there it's there, through the hook, pull up the way, and go up, down and back and down. That's tightening that in. So I've done my 3, 1, 2, 3. I can miss this one and then tie this one. It's the same thing. Even when we cut through the tying line, this one's still going to be fine. So down through, oops, missed that one. And then tie another 3. So through here. So that is why it's much easier to make yourself a little pattern that you can follow. I've got them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way up. So this is line 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way up. So I've got my wool through. So big twist, put your shuttle through, pull up, pull it tight, pull it down and up again and down, and that knot is all twisted in there. And like I said, Jilly and a few of the other ladies have been tying like this for a long time, and a lot of other ladies will say that is not how you do it, it will fall to pieces, and so far that has not happened. So I'm on tie 2 more. Big loop, big twist, through the loop, up, tighten, and wriggle it back and forward to tighten that knot in even more. And when you use the dryer technique to fluff up your pom-poms, what the steam does in the dryer is it makes your wool fluff up. And as it does that, it's going to help tighten this as well. So I've got my big loop, one big twist, and there's the twist there, through the loop, up, go it up, wriggle it down and back and forward to tighten it in. One, this one, 5, 3, this one, 3. Twist, loop, loop, twist, loop, and up and down. Forward. Miss this one and tie this one. So I'm moving at the end to miss that one and tie in that one. Make sure you don't get caught on any of your nails. One, up through this one, got my big loop, big twist, through the loop, and up and pull. Go it back and down, and you can hear it creaking its way in there, making it super tight. Now hopefully this might help some of the ladies that say the pom-poms come out when they tie from the other side. Doesn't matter how tight they do it, it still comes out. Try this. So one great, a lot of people just twist it a little bit, a half a twist. Even I do that, even I was doing that. I did it just that way, so you only got a little half a twist. So your twist was only here, if I can get that to show you. So your twist was only one little cross, almost, like that. So you only got one little twist. But with this method, put your hand in and do a full twist with your hand. So you're getting like a corkscrew here. It's almost like a double twist. Put it, your shuttle through the hole and pull up, and then wriggle it back and forward. It's almost like a twisted slip knot, the way you do it. Now look at it. It's not going back in there. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I know some people are going to say I can't see it very well because of the colour, but I can't tie this any other colour. Now hopefully you can see that there. There we go. There you are. Now look at that. I know it's a knot, but when the pom-pom gets done, you won't see that. And it's not slipping back. Doesn't matter how much you tug that. Because you twisted it, it's made like a twisted slip knot. So the twist itself is going to hold this in. And when we cut the pom-pom, it will hold that tying line in as well. It's like you've almost double knotted it. There probably is a technical term for this, but I don't know what it is, and I am calling it a twisted knot. I think it's probably like a twisted slip knot, but that's what it is. And look, it's not moving, it's not going loose. Doesn't matter if you push it around and rub it around, it is still there. It's not got loose or anything. So give it a try tying like this. Okay, so now I've got my red tied. Now I've turned my frame back this way, because they say you live and learn, don't you? Now when I was trying to do my pattern this way, I showed it to Jilly and Jilly said, turn it that way. Miss 2, tie 2, miss 2, tie 2. all the way along, and that's what I did. So I went up this one, did the same thing, followed my pattern, missed two, tie two. So I'm tying the red because it's the red pom-poms I'm making. And once the blanket's finished, I'll just turn the blanket that way, and then that'll have its chevrons either that way where I want them, or that way. Or you can leave it that way. It's up to you. But the easiest way is once you've done your pattern, turn it that way and follow it along. It's so much easier. It's only missing two, tying two, missing two, tie two. When I've done the red pom-poms, I'll put the black on the top, and then I will tie two, miss two, tie two, miss two. So that's the way I'm going, that's the way I've been tying it. As long as you do that twisted loop that I showed you, you can make this pattern, tie it from the top, and your pom-poms are not going to fall out. They're not. As long as you twist that, as long as you twist your wool and put it through, you'll make that twisted slip knot that I call a twisted slip knot. So now what we're going to do is we're going to cut the pom-poms. Now this is where I didn't tie them. I didn't tie this part because this is where the black's going to be. So all the areas that have been tied are where we're going to cut the pom-poms. So I've got two here, I missed two, and then I've got to cut two. So yes, I'm going to cut through the top, cut through my tying lines, because I did that twisted slip knot, that twisted slip knot. Now, just like in all the other pom-pom blankets, you cut it in the middle here. And the ones that are not going to be pom-poms, just make sure that you've cut it in the right place. So we're going to cut through that red, right through the middle, yes, right through the tying lines. Be careful not to cut through your white base. It won't matter too much if you have an accident and cut one or two of your lines of your white, but don't cut them all. Now this is just going to come out this. I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit more. I'll turn the camera so you can see better. So I've zoomed in a little bit more. Now this is the area that wasn't tied. So don't worry about that. Just go along and cut all the areas that you have tied into a pom-pom. Cut down the middle. So we're cutting the red, and once we've done the red pom-poms, I'll lay down the black and I'll do my black pom-poms. Just the same as I did on one of the other tutorials, how to do two different coloured pom-poms on the blanket. It's the same thing, but we're just doing it in a pattern. So that's one pom-pom. And look, I'm pulling that. It's not coming out. It's not. Look. So I'll cut this side. There's my tying line. And remember, we've done that twisted slip knot. I know somebody's going to come on and they're going to say, you're teaching people the wrong way, you're teaching it wrong. There is loads of people cut from the top, as long as you make sure you have tied it securely with that twisted knot. And like I've said, it's not only Jilly it does this way. There's other ladies that have found by accident, when they've tied from the top and then cut it, that their pom-poms haven't come out. And it's like everything else. You get new things all the time, or somebody discovers something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull that, and I've got my other hands here, so you know that I'm not intentionally just pushing that. And that pom-pom is not coming out of there. They shouldn't come out as long as you've twisted it and tied it tight. Now, I've been on other groups and some of the ladies have just tied from the top and accidentally cut through it. And other people have said your blanket will fall to pieces. And the ladies are like, well, no, it hasn't. It hasn't fallen to pieces. But it's up to you if you want to do the chevron. If you find another way tying it, then that's fine. It's up to you. But it's not coming out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to cut my pom-poms on all the areas where I've got it tied. It really was. It's a really great idea to do a little diagram like that so you know where you're going, especially if you have to stop in the middle of it and then come back to it. So I do advise you to do a little plan like this. Okay everyone, so I've nearly got all the black tied up. I've only got this last row. So these two have red pom-poms under them, so I won't be tying those. I'm going to tie these two, miss these two and tie these two. Now I've got a little tip for you. Inside here I've got two gloves. Now I am sorry this is black and it's not showing up very well, but this is what everyone asks me. What do you do when you're tying pom-poms to stop it from cutting into your fingers? This this is what I do. Now these are just cheap woolen gloves, and all I did was I just cut the very tip off. They will shrink down a little bit, so don't cut too much off the fingers. Don't cut too much off. That lets you get a really good grip, and that helps you to tighten these pom-poms. Now, I'm going to say once again, you don't have to tie like this from the top. You can tie from the bottom, but I'm going to show you something. If I can get my loom to go around, not from falling out there. So once you've tied your black, when you're going to go over the red that don't need tied, if you tie from the back, you have got to go from here all the way over to here, and you will be left with a loop. I've got a piece of white wool, so if you've tied here and you've got to tie here next, you're left with this big loop of wool. What are you going to do with it? So what you're going to have to do with it is get another piece of white wool on a darning needle and darn that in, sew it in. So that's the reason that it's quite time consuming to tie from this side, because you have to go back and tie these in, and this is why a lot of people don't do 2x2 pom-poms. Now if I'll get this to go back around this way, there we are. Now tying from the front like I've been doing, as long as you give it that twist and you wriggle it back and forward really tight, and this is a good tip to do. So we are here on this one. I'll bring that over a little bit. We're here. So I'm going to miss these two. Don't tie them in because they have a pom-pom already. So what I'm going to do is, my shuttle sorted. I'm going to put my shuttle down this way up through here. Now it doesn't matter which way your shuttle goes down and up, as long as you can manage to pull it tight. Now, as you can see with the gloves on, it lets you pull that really tight. Now down here, up through here, you've got your loop, give it a twist, put your shuttle through and pull it up. And then wrap it around your fingers and just wriggle it back and forward to tighten it. And that twisted slip knot is going to tighten itself in there very tight. Now it doesn't matter what colour I chose to show you how to do this, you still wouldn't see it because it's blending in. And as you saw from the red pom-poms, I pulled and pulled those and they did not come out. Just wriggle it back and forward. Through there. Tighten it. Wriggle it back and forward. Now that's the blanket all tied. And now we're going to cut the pom-poms. So like I said before, you're going to cut halfway where there's a tie-in. Where you've tied it, you're going to cut halfway. So I'm going to start down here at the bottom. So I've got a tie here and we're just going to cut halfway through. Be careful you don't cut your red pom-pom. Move that down a little bit. Be careful you don't cut your red pom-pom. Now there's something else I'm going to show you. This is my nail frame. Do you remember when I first started this tutorial, I had really nice purple nails? Now look at them. They are all broken, and that was the nails. That was these when they just got caught, and I can't wait until I get a peg loom again, till I get back on my peg loom, because these nails, some of them are sharp, and I would highly recommend a wooden peg loom. And I'll put the link to Rose Hill, our selling page, again in the comments. I'll put a link to Rose Hill and in the description to get a peg loom if you're interested in one. So again, we're just going to cut right through the middle. I'll do this side on this one. Just be careful of your pom-pom underneath. Now that's scrap wool. Just pull that out. We can always tidy the pom-poms up later. I'm going to put my bag there because I'm putting those little bits in my bag. I'm going to keep those. So through the middle. Be careful you don't cut your white. Now I did cut a few white ones earlier, but it's nothing drastic. Cut right down the middle of where you've got it tied. Now I am showing you this once again, that you can cut your pom-poms from the top as long as you've tied it in well. You don't have to do it like this, you can do it from the back, from the normal way. We're just going to cut the black pom-poms on all the ones that we have tied. Just be careful you don't cut into your red one or your base. And cut here. So there we go. That's just got one pom-pom done. We will tidy it up once we've got the whole blanket done. Blanket now, I've got it up and down this way so you can see the pattern better. And that's the way it's going to look once it's off, with the chevrons going up and down in a point like this. It's really sunny outside, so the light is not that brilliant. Now, all you have to do is cut your blanket off the frame. Once I've cut it off the frame, I'll be able to tidy up these end pom-poms. I'll tidy up all the pom-poms once I've got it off the frame. And all you do is just cut between the nails. Just cut here. I'll move that up a little bit. So just cut between the nails. Cut the whole blanket off the frame. Go right around the frame. Just cut between the nails and cut your whole blanket off the frame. The top and cutting from the top. Those pom-poms, there you go, you can see, there's my other hand there. You can see those pom-poms are not coming out. They're just not coming out of there at all. And I'm really pulling at those. Now, if you were really mean and actually got one and just tried to pull, look at that. It will eventually, well, it didn't actually. They just were not, they're not coming out of there. They're not. I'll give that one a pull as well. I'm actually twisting the actual frame around than the pom-poms coming out of there. They're not. So you can tie from the front. Now, I know some of you will say there's a knot there, but once that's been in the dryer technique is you can wash your blanket. You can wash your blanket, put it inside a pillowcase, tie the pillowcase up and put it in a wool wash. When you take it out, some people leave it in the pillowcase, some people take it out. Take it out the pillowcase and put it in your dryer for about 10 minutes. And that will super fluff up all your pom-poms. If you don't want to wash it first, if you just want to put it in the dryer, you can spray it. Give it a spray with warm water on both sides and pop it in your dryer. Or you can just pop it in the dryer the way it is with a damp tea towel. So what the dryer does, the dryer just causes steam, and the steam fluffs up all your wool. It tightens some of the strands, and it will tighten that knot that's in there even more. So I'm going to go all around my frame, and I'm going to cut the blanket off the whole frame, and I'll come back and show you what it's like. So here is our chevron pattern blanket. As you can see, it's absolutely stunning. I love it. I really do love it. Now, I said at the beginning, Jilly and I are not saying we've designed this. Jilly showed me a pattern of chevrons on a baby bag and asked if it was possible to do it. And it is. Now, we don't know if somebody else has did this already. So it's quite a common thing to do 2 sets of pom-poms. But this is how you do it anyway. We're showing you how you do it. And this is how you make chevron pom-poms on your blanket. It's up to you if you tie from underneath or if you tie from the top. It's up to you. Give it a try. As you can see, these pom-poms, they're not coming out. I'm really pulling that hard and they're not coming out. Now, like all pom-poms, if you just grab one strand and pull it, now, oops, well, that one's quite tough actually, but if you pull it, well, I'm not going to get one out of there. If you pull it, see, some of these are really quite tight, but if you deliberately really pull that hard, you will get strands that will come out of your pom-pom. But that took some strength to pull that out of there. If you're not confident that you're tying your pom-poms in tight enough, then do the other type of blanket. That'll set your mind at rest. Put this on a little bit of a slope so that you can actually see it. And I think it's absolutely gorgeous. You can do this in any colour you like. I did my base white and I did my chevrons black and red. Jilly has done her chevrons lemon and white, and the base of hers is white as well. You can do that. It's up to you what colour you make these. And just look at that. I love it. I think that pattern on there is absolutely gorgeous on a blanket. It really is. I really think I should have done my base black, and so I had black frills all the way around it. But you just can't see the white because it's on a white on my white unit here. But I've got white frills around the edge. Now I will put some pictures up at the end of the blanket all done. Now what I need to do is I need to trim it, and I need to trim up some of my pom-poms. And this is the chevron pattern. So give it a try. And it's like I've been saying all through the tutorial, it's up to you if you want to try tying from the top. As you can see, it's tied my pom-poms in super tight, and if I make another pom-pom blanket, I will be tying it from the top. As long as you give that hoop a twist, like I showed you, and then put your wool through and pull it as tight as you possibly can, then your pom-poms are not going to come out. There's lots of ladies out there who tie from the top and cut through the tying lines from the top, and their pom-poms don't fall out. I don't want any arguments in the comments about your blanket coming loose. It's up to you if you tie it from the top. All the other ladies who just do not will never tie from the top, always tie from the bottom. Don't knock the way other people make their blankets. It's up to you for the way you make your blanket, as long as it's safe. So if you have a small frame, make yourself a small pom-pom blanket and tie it from the top the way I've showed you, and cut it from the top, make your pom-poms and decide for yourself. That's the only way you're going to find out. And I am telling you right now, I am showing you that my pom-poms are staying in there. Now, and to get a strand out, I have got to pull it really tight to get a strand out. So I've got a strand out, but look at the force I've had to use to get that out of there. Now strands will come out if you force them to come out, and if they come out very easy, you're not tying it tight enough. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I got asked, what do you do when you need to make a pom-pom blanket where your base and your pom-poms are the same colour? Where do you cut? How far down do you cut? And how do you avoid cutting all the way through your base and having a very thin base? So what you need to do first is put your base on. So I'm doing just your regular square, and I've got 5 rounds or 4 balls of wool. So just do your regular base first. Now once you've done your base, what you need to get yourself is a ball of bright coloured wool. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Tie your ball of wool round your frame like this here. Now what we're going to do is, these are your tying off points once you've put your pom-poms on. We need to split it. This red is going to be in the way, and all you need to do is pull this red up like that, and it's going to separate your base from your top. I'll show you that in a few minutes once I've got my top on. Now all you need to do is just, I'm going to zoom back out again. All you need to do is wind your rule around your frame like this. Just wind it around, you can see underneath there. So then you go to this next section, like that, and then go underneath your frame again, and then wind it around that one. So I'm going to wind it around my whole frame like this. And I'll be back once I've got that part done. So once we've got our whole frame with your rule, I'm going to zoom in so you can see what I'm doing. So once you've got your rule up and down this way, avoid these parts, you're only splitting this square here. Now what you need to do is, I'm just going to go around this nail, it's not getting in the way of anything, this nail here. And I'm going to wrap my rule around this way to make a square. So it's not going to mess around with your tying in square. And it doesn't matter if this gets tied in, I'm just going to cut it off anyway because it's just a scrap piece of wool. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to wrap it around this way. So once I've got that wound around, I'll be back and I'll show you what we've done. What we've done is, we've just made ourselves a little grid. So now that we've got this done, I've done the whole board with it. I've just wrapped it around. I've just wrapped it around my loom that way and wrapped it around that way, all the way around the back and up to the front, just to make sure that we've got it sectioned off like this. So this is my base layer, and this red is going to separate my base from my pom-pom top. You'll see what I'm talking about when I come back, when I've got my pom-pom parts done. Now I've got my 5 layers on the top for making my pom-poms, and you can see your red underneath here. Now when I tie the pom-poms, I'm going to tie right through on these sections, missing out the red in here. So once I've tied it off, all you need to do is, you just pull the red sections up and it splits. As you can see, it shows you exactly where to cut for your pom-poms. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tie these in the traditional manner, what you normally do for your pom-poms. I'm going to tie all this in as I normally do, and I'll come back and I'll show you what it looks like. So here we are with my little loom all tied in. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what I've done. So I've zoomed in so you can see a little bit better. Now you can see where the red is separating off your base from the top. Now all you need to do is carefully just put your scissors through and cut where you normally would. Just be careful you don't cut that red wool. So that's why it's best to use a nice bright colour of wool. And that shows you exactly where to cut and how deep down to cut. So I'm going to cut this way. I'm going to cut a pom-pom out. And you just follow this all the way around your blanket. So make sure that you use a nice bright colour. You can use wire if you want, and that way you can reuse your wire. But I've just used a little scrap piece of wool. Now as you can see, I've cut quite a few of my pom-poms this way. You can see the red wool that I've been using to separate these areas. I'm going to move that down over here a little bit. So it's very easy now to use this red wool as your guide. You still got to cut the centre of your wool to make your pom-poms. So this is going to show us where in a same colour pom-pom blanket where the pom-poms and the base are the same colour, to where to cut it. Now you just need to try and not cut through your red. Don't worry too much if you do cut through your red. So don't worry about that. So I'll move it along here a bit and we'll cut it here. Now you just continue around your whole blanket doing this and using this red or whatever bright colour you've used as your guide just to separate it. It will all come away once they're all cut, as you can see, it will just come away. This is how the easiest way to make your little pom-poms the same colour as your base, and you're not cutting through too much of your base material, of your base wool. So I'll move it along a little bit. I'm going to go this way this time. And once you've finished all this, you just cut it off the frame the same way you would cut a normal pom-pom blanket off. So that's another one done. These will all fluff up. So I made sure I used double wool so that if there's any accidents and I accidentally snip through any of this, then it'll be fine because there's two parts of it. Don't worry if you do snip through some of it. Don't touch it, just leave it and just continue to cut out your pom-poms. Now these will look much better once they've all been fluffed up because they're still attached to the frame. Now all you need to do now is, I just use scrap wool, so I'm just going to cut right through this, just to cut it off. So just snip all around it. So there we go, that's that out of the way. Now all I need to do now is just snip here, and this is going to free my blanket up off the frame. So just snip between your nails, and that's going to give you your frill, like that. So I'm going to work my way around the frame and then I will show you that. Now what to do is, don't cut your corners off, leave your corners until the end, because your corners are going to hold the tension slightly in your blanket until you get there. So cut along the sides first. Don't cut the corners last. There we go. Now it should come off. Might have the odd extra piece just not snipped through. And there we go. So I'm just going to put that down on the floor. And there we are. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Now once that's all fluffed up, And there you are, that's your little blanket done, where it's the same colour on the top as it is on the bottom. And that way, using that method I showed you, it's going to enable you to keep your nice deep base. And that's it. So that's our little pom-pom blanket. It just needs a good fluffing, this one. So I'm going to use this size for a cushion. I'm going to make a cushion with it. So I hope you enjoyed that little tip on using a different coloured wool to separate your base from your top when you're doing a same coloured pom-pom blanket. Now, thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. So this is for when you want to put a picture on your blanket, or maybe an alphabet. You can put a letter or even a small name on it. With this, I've left the normal nails on because I've used this one a few times and I haven't found a problem with it catching on the base when you use it. I will show you that in a minute. If you make these yourself, whether you use headless nails or if you've got somebody that can make one of these and then use a hacksaw or something and cut the tops off the nails, but I found it works okay just like this. So I'm going to show you what to do and how to put a picture on your blanket. So I'm going to set this aside. So the first thing you do is you need to put on your base. So put on your base the normal way with the colour you want your base blanket to be. On now, and I've used 4 100-gram balls of wool. Now I'm going to turn my frame this way. And I've got my little frame that's going to sit inside. I'm going to put the small one in. Now my small one is quite wide, so I'm going to make sure to just pick your frame up. Now it should go on quite easy because I've never found a problem with putting my frame on. So just pop it on like that. Make sure your nails are up into the corners. So this one's into this corner, this one's going into this corner. You're not going to get any of the pom-poms from your picture on these ones. They're going to be inside this area here. Just all inside this one. So make sure it's up in the corner. Now I'm going to do my picture in red so it stands out really, really well so you can see it. Now, down in this corner here, this is the first nail of the corner of the little frame. I'm going to tie my 4 strands of wool on. So I've got my wool tied down in this corner here, and I'm just going to use this frame the same way you do the big one. I'm going to put 5 rounds on with my 4 balls of wool. What we're going to do is I'm going to do this little duck. Now it is a little bit odd and I've done it myself. All you need to do is just sort of tidy it around where your cross sections are, But make sure that when you do, you've got it in the middle. So you've got the same amount around the bottom and it looks quite central to what you're doing. So if you're hand tying it, you just line up, or you can put your little sticky dots on the sections that you have to tie. So I'm going to turn this around and it will hold. I'm going to put my pattern on back to front because I want that facing that way. So when you're doing it this way, make sure you do it on back to front and make sure you're going to tie in these sections that you've got here, and you're going to tie the central parts as well. So I'm going to get my little sticky dots and I'm going to show you the way that I found was the easiest to mark where I needed to tie. So I'm going to stick a little dot right where I need it. Just stick them roughly where you need them. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see that. So I'm just going to stick one of my little dots in all the areas that I'm going to have to tie. So once I've done that, I'll come back and I'll show you. So I've got all my little stickers on, all around the edge of where my little duck's going to be. I'll just take them off as I tie it up. You can see all the little dots. Now you can mark this whatever way you want. You can either just keep moving your little pattern and tie it as you're going along, or you can put on the little dots like I've done. Just make sure you take these off. Make sure you take them off after you've done your little pattern. So I'm going to shuttle tie along my little dots in all these little areas. I'm going to shuttle tie it in white. I'm going to put 2 strands on and I'm going to tie all these sections where I've got all my little dots. And I'll tie it up. Once I've done that, I'll come back and show you what to do next. Now you can't see very well from where I've shuttle tied all my duck. So I'm going to turn this over. I've shuttle tied it from the reverse. And you can shuttle tie, because I just have. I didn't hand tie these, I shuttle tied it. Now when you turn it over, you can see all the white crosses where I've tied it in. Now I haven't tied that one because that's the neck. So now it actually will go round the right way. But what I haven't done is, the little beak, I want to put 3 pom-poms for the beak, but I want to do them in orange. So for the beak, I've done 3 little pom-poms. I'm not going to use this whole board just to make 3 orange pom-poms. So I'm not going to waste all my wool, so I've made 3 by hand. So what you do now is, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So I'm going to I'll start here. So make sure you still cut in the middle to get your really nice little pom-poms. And try not to cut through your base. So take your time and cut down the middle. So I'm just going to continue to cut around my pom-pom areas. So there we go, I've got my little red duck on. I just hand did these orange ones and tie them on at the back. Just make sure you tie them securely at the back, because I wasn't doing the whole frame just for 3 pom-poms. And I already showed you the small pom-pom that I did. And here's the rest of the little duck. You can pop a black one in here in this middle part for an eye if you want. But now you have to do the rest of the frame. So this one, the small frame, you just need to lift your blanket up like this. Comes out very easy, and as you can see, it didn't catch on anything. It's up to yourself whether you use nails with a head on it, or if you actually cut the heads off, or use headless nails. I didn't find any problem at all just using that small frame with the normal nails. 4 100-gram balls of wool, and I'm going to put 5 rounds on. Again, I'm going to start down there in the corner. I'm going to tie it on, and I'm just going to work my way all over the loom board. Now cover these, I'm just going to cover right over the top of them. I'm going to turn it round and tie it, and then I'm going to cut all the pom-poms here. So I've tied it down here in the corner, and I'm going to do my 5 rounds just the way I normally do it. So do it like your normal base, and we're going to cover right over the top of these pom-poms. Now what we have now is, our pattern is underneath here. So when I put the top one on, I put it right over the top of the pom-poms that are there already. I've got 5 rounds on to the top. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip it over. Now you can see a little better here. So what we're going to do now is, I'm going to shuttle tie all the ones that haven't been tied. All these ones. I'm not going to tie the ones that have a pom-pom already. Don't tie those. Just shuttle tie all the areas that don't have a pom-pom, that are not tied already. So once I've done that, I'll come back to you and I'll show you what to do next. So this is the blanket, all tied in. I tied it in, I shuttle tied it on the reverse. So I tied around all the areas that didn't have a pom-pom. Now this is where the duck is, and it's not being tied. This is going to be waist wool, and I'll turn it around so you can actually see the duck. Now I've done the duck red, and I did it beat this sort of orangey colour, just so that it's going to stand out and you can see it better. What we'll do now is we're going to cut the pom-poms on the yellow. But first of all, I'm going to cut away this waist wool. All you do is you do it the same way you do every other blanket. Now I've got a tea towel here, and I'm going to put it over the top of the nails so that when I lean over, I don't get bruises on my wrists or up in my arms, because that happens quite a little bit, because these nails can be quite painful. So I'm going to start over here where the tail is. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. So we do just the same as we've done for all the other pom-poms. You cut between the cross sections here, and then we'll do all the ones here. But first of all, I'm going to cut this away first. This is a waist wool. So you just start and cut. Just be careful you don't cut your little pom-poms that are under there already. So just cut through the centre section of your pom-pom colour. Now only your pom-pom colour. Don't cut through your white base or whatever colour your base is. Don't cut through that. Now this is all going to be waste wool. I'm going to go to the other side and cut. I'll cut this corresponding side. And just be careful you don't cut through any of your little pom-poms that are there already. So we'll take this off, and that's just waste wool. Cut through that one. So what we'll do is, I'm going to cut through all this area, and this is going to make the pom-poms that are on this section here. Now that's all the pom-poms cut. All we have to do now is just cut it off the frame. You do that just as we always normally do, just cut between the nails, and this will give you your fringe for your blanket. So I'll just cut it off the frame and I'll be back when I've done that. So here is the little duck all finished. Now I hope it gives you a good idea how to put a picture onto a blanket. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this little blanket. It's got pom-poms and it's got these lovely little Celtic crosses in the middle. Now it's a beautiful little blanket and it is reversible. Please tie in your ends double. I tie the first two rows all around the blanket. I tie it twice through here, and then I'll do it again. Tie them all twice because you do not want those diagonals. You don't want them to pull out of there. So they have to be tied in as tight as possible all around the edge, and I do it for extra security. I tie the first two sections all around twice. In the middle, I just tie it the once in the normal manner. Now, the way I got this was, I just play around with my loom. Pom-pom blanket looms have been around for a long time. So I got this design by just winding my wool around, playing around with it, putting pom-poms on, tying them in different manners, just to see what I could come up with. Now it's very easy just to sit with your wool and wind it around your loom and see what you come up with. So I'm going to show you how to do this little blanket. This blanket is a doll's pram size. Now please remember, these blankets are for decoration only. When you get a baby pram, you get a cover with it that is the same colour as the body of the pram. These little blankets are made to decorate that top covering. They're not for wrapping your baby in. They're not for putting on the top of all the other blankets on the pram. They're only to decorate that top matching cover that comes with the pram. It's just to brighten up the top area of the pram. You have not to put them in with the baby. So I'm going to show you how to do this lovely little geometric back with the little Celtic crosses and pom-poms on the top. So let's get on with this. Right, to make this cross pom-pom blanket, That's this one here. So to make this one, I'm going to show you how I worked out to do this. So first of all, I've got my 4 strands of wool. Now this is black wool with a little red and coloured speckled in it. So it's just going to give it a little bit of sort of colour. So I've got 4 100-gram balls of wool. I'm going to tie it on to this corner down here. You just tie yours to wherever you normally tie it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a large square grid and we're going to put 2 rounds on. So you miss a nail and wind up this nail. Then miss a nail up here and come down, miss a nail, come down, miss this nail and go up. So all the way around you're missing a nail. When you get to this top corner here, just go around the corner, miss a nail and wind your wool along that one. And keep missing a nail and work your way down. Now don't worry if you've only got a small gap down here. Don't worry about that at all. Doesn't affect the pattern much at all. So we're going to go around the corner and we're going to go back up and around this way, filling in the gaps. Now I am assuming by the time you've got to this stage of making blankets that you will know what around is, you'll know what filling the gaps means, and you'll know how to cut your pom-poms as well, and you'll also know how to tie it. So that's us got to the back to the beginning, so that is the first round. So we'll do that again to make the second round. The nail down here in the corner because we're going to need it again. So just wind your wool around just to secure it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put some diagonals on. Now the diagonals we want to go across these sections here. So when we tie our wool on down here in this corner, we're going to have to wind the wool on the 4th nail up. So we're going to go up to the 4th nail so it crosses over this section. So on your loom, just go to the nail that's closest to cross over onto that section, and then it'll be the 4th nail up that will wind. What we're going to do is we're going to miss a nail and go around. So what you're going to do is go up to your 4th nail. That's the way you're going to go. So up to your 4th nail, just make sure it's crossing over that section. Okay, miss a nail and wind down this way diagonally. Miss a nail, wind around that one, miss a nail and up diagonally to that. Miss a nail up to the corner and come down diagonally so that you're crossing over these sections. Miss a nail and go up. And then miss a nail and come back along, and you're going to that one, miss a nail and we're going to wind up, miss a nail and wind across and up, miss a nail and around the corner. Now when you get to this top corner, you're going to go right around the corner like this, back to this section here, and then you're going to follow your wool back. So go along, fill this gap in, and come down, fill this gap in, and go back up. So follow your wool back. Just follow it all the way back to where you started. back to this corner here. Now we've done one round, we're going to do the next round. So just bring your wool up to this nail again. It's easier this time. You're just going to follow your wool the same way you did already. But bring that down a little bit. You go around and follow it back. So now what you're going to do is, you can either tie your wool off here, you can either tie it here and tie it back on again at this one, or do what I do, and I'm just going to run my wool along to this nail, and we're going to do the same, but we're going to do the diagonals this way. So we'll go up to the fourth nail, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to that one, and bring it down to the fourth one, so that you're going across this dark section. It's okay for that one, just leave that one the way it is. Push all your wool down, and then you're going to miss a nail and go up. Miss a nail and come down and go up. So you're going to cross over all those sections again. Miss a nail. Again, miss a nail. Go on, miss a nail. Around the corner. When you get to the top, just go around the corner and follow your wool back. And as you follow the wool back, you fill in the gaps. Back to this corner. Now I'm going to wind my wool around there because I'm going to need it again when I do the pom-pom layer. So I've wound my wool on and I've just left it sitting there. Push these down. So to do the normal base, you're going to go up your first nail and around and down. Do a basic base, just the way we normally do our base. That's weaving every nail just the way we normally do. And we're going to do 3 rounds. We need to get our pom-poms on all the black cross sections, and the way to do that is we need to do a diagonal. So you're going to miss a nail down here, you're going to miss this nail. I've tied my wool on here, miss this nail and wrap on that one. So count 1, 2, 3 up, miss a nail and come down. Miss a nail here and wrap this nail, miss a nail and wrap it here, miss this nail and wrap around this nail, miss this nail and go up and wrap around, so that all your diagonals are in line with only the black cross sections, or whatever colour you're doing your blanket in. So you're going to miss a nail and come around. You're going to miss a nail, go up the corner, miss a nail, sorry about that. So you're going to miss that nail, you're going to miss this nail and wrap that nail, miss this nail, wrap that nail. So you miss that one, wrap that one, miss that one, wrap that one, miss that one, wrap that one, all the way up until you get to the corner. So at the corner there's no black cross section. So what you're going to do is you're going to come all the way down to here and work your way back. Just work your way back like this. Follow it around. Just like that. So you've got all your cross sections of your white are going over the black. They're going over the black ones. Okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to do 5 rounds. Do 5 rounds up and down like this. So once you've got your first set done, it's easier to do the rest. So just follow around your row, and once I've done 5 rounds, I'll come back and show you what to do next. So I'm just going to weave my way back. So what we're going to do now is we're going to miss one nail and come down this way, and it's going to cross over this section. So now we're going to cross over all these sections that are in the black. So miss a nail and we're going to go up this one. Miss a nail here and go around this one. Miss a nail and up and come down. Miss a nail, go around, miss a nail and go up. I'm going to miss that one and come down. It keeps it on the right ones. Miss that one, go around, miss that one, come up here. Miss this one, wind round this one. So you get the idea, it's miss around. So it's miss a nail and up and wind the nail. Miss a nail, we don't need to do that one. We're going to go right around the corner and follow our row back like we did for that other diagonal. Now if you've made pom-pom blankets before and you've done diagonals, you should know what to do. So now I've got it all done. What we're going to do now is I'm going to turn the board over and we're going to tie every section. Make sure when you tie it, you get right through to the bottom, especially with these sections here. Now I'm going to shuttle tie it. I've got my shuttle and I've got 2 strands of wool on my shuttle. So I'll turn it round this way. You can see it much more clearly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shuttle tie it from this side. I'm going to tie all these sections all around the edge. I'm going to tie it twice. Please tie it twice. Go through here and through here and here and here, so that you tie it twice so that those diagonals don't come out. Now when you tie this section that's got all your diagonal parts like this, you're going to tie through here and through here and through here and up through there. And this larger section, tie this top part here, go down here, and you're going to come up this part here, and you're going to go down there and come up this part here, and that is going to tie all those sections in. Now I've got the blanket all tied, and it makes a really nice pattern actually, just like this. Now you can actually just cut it off the frame, just cut between the nails like you would normally do, and have a really beautiful blanket like this. And this is what this side looks like. It's all tied in. So what I did with it, I'm going to turn it back this way. Now what I did was, on the large cross section, I shuttle tied. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit, just going down through here and up through here and down through here and up through here. Just imagine it being that cross like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to cut the pom-poms. Now the pom-poms are going to be here. We're only going to cut these sections here where we were making the pom-poms. Now it is a large area, but just still cut your pom-poms nice and neat and small, the way we normally always do. Just cut your pom-poms. Just cut your pom-poms nice and neat. Here, here, here and here. Only on this white section, on the pom-pom section. So you're just going to cut nice, neat little pom-poms. Just cut through this white. You're not going to cut through that part. And it's really easy because it's diagonals. It's really easy. There's no base sort of under there for you to catch or cut. So just cut your pom-poms the way you normally would. Nice and neat, nice and small, just like that. Now I've cut my pom-poms and I'm going to cut it off the frame. Now you just cut it in the normal manner between the two nails. Just cut it off between the two nails the way you normally always do. Now you will get a little few pieces of it. Now you will get a few pieces of scrap white when you're cutting that, but don't worry about it. Just cut between the nails and cut the blanket off the frame all the way around. Now I'm going to do that and I'll be back and I'll show you. I'm going to fluff up my pom-poms just the way I always do. I've showed you that little tip on another tutorial, how to fluff up all your pom-poms. So once I've done that, I'll be back to show you the finished blanket. To do is just make yourself some ribbons, and you can put a little ribbon down on the corner. You can also thread the ribbon in and out all around. It's up to you how you decorate it. So that is how your little blanket is going to turn out. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Firstly, I'd like to thank all my subscribers who have subscribed, and to everyone who's been watching my videos and making my channel become quite popular. Thank you very much. Today we're going to make a weaving loom that will make pom-pom blankets for prams and cots and things. This is the one that I've made. This is the size that I've chosen to make. Now these battens that are down here on the floor, I got these from the garden centre in B&M Bargains. They were only 59p, so I'm not losing a lot of money. It's not going to cost me a lot to make this loom. You know, I always try and do things a little cheaper for everybody to try. You can buy these are actual dahlia sticks, and you can buy them a little wider, but for the very first loom that I'm going to make, I'm going to try these. These are 1 inch square and they're 2 meters long. Don't worry about the points, we will be cutting them off. Now what you need to begin with is 2 battens at 21.5 inches long, and then cut another 2 battens at 31 inches long. So once we've done that, I'm going to show you a diagram that I've made so that you can easily follow it and just show you where the parts go. You'll need some nails, 1.5 inch, you'll need a hammer, and you'll need some angle joints. I'll show you them in a little while. Now as you can see here, on the bottom and the top batten is 21.5 inches. And the side battens are 31.5 inches. You need to put 14 nails in the top and the bottom each, and 21 nails each on the long sides. What you need to do is you need to find the centre point of your battens of wood, and that is here and here. So what you're going to have is you're going to have like a crossover point at your joint. Now I'm going to put metal angle joints in here to hold this together. You can put them on the outside as well if you want. That's these. I'm going to put these in there like that once I've got the wood cut to the size that I need. You can get longer ones and put them on the outside to strengthen it if you want. So these are angle brackets. What you do is go from this point here and just measure 1.5 inches. And then do the same here. Measure your 1.5 inches. Whatever size of frame you're making, to get your starting point, do this. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to mark 1.5 inches all the way around the frame. And these are the little points where you're going to knock your nails in. Now the nails I'm going to use are 1.5 inch nails. You can use longer nails. So just go around your frame, the whole frame, marking 1.5 inches. Just put a little line. Now as you can see on the frame, this dark line that is all the way around, I just marked halfway across my batten. What it does is it keeps your nails in a straight line. So here we are. These are the nails that I'm going to use. These are 1.5 inch nails. They're round wire nails. And it only cost me about £1.55 for that whole bag. I got them at B&Q actually, that whole bag. So there we go. We're going to put those in. They do have a little head on them. Now here we are. This is the frame with the nails all in. This bottom part has 14 nails, and so does the top. Now each of the long sides has 21 nails, and that is the frame complete. Now all we need to do is wrap some wool on it. I will show that in a new tutorial. Now I want to thank everybody for watching. Please give this a try. I made this for less than £5. Less than £5 for this frame. Now thank you for everyone who's watched my tutorials. Please subscribe. And I'll love to see you all back again for the next tutorial where I'll put some wool on this and I'll show you how to make a pom-pom blanket. Right, I'm going to do a quick tutorial on how to do longer fringes. Now to do that, I've got my four, as normal, 4 100-gram balls of wool. Tie it in the corner. Now this is very easy. You do the base and the top for the pom-poms the same way. Now what you're going to do is you're going to miss a nail here and you're going to wrap these nails. When you go to the top, miss that one. Do your centre section the normal way. Now when you get to the top up here, what you're going to do is you're going to go right around the corner. So you're going to miss that nail and miss that first nail. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to miss a nail. I'm just using my little frame to demonstrate this. So when you get to this one, this corner, miss this nail, go round your corner and miss that one. And then you just go up and fill the gaps like you normally would when you do your normal rounds. So all you're doing is basically you're missing your first nail at each end, at the corners. And what that is going to do, it's going to give you longer fringes all the way around. Just remember when you get to the bottom to go around that big corner. So that's round one done. So you still put your 5 rounds on. So you still put your 5 rounds on as normal, but what you've got is, you've got big gaps around all the edge. So I'm going to put the 5 rounds on just to show you what it looks like, and I'll be back in a minute. Tie your next colour on at the corner, and what we're going to do is we're going to follow the black wool just exactly the same way. So up and around. But when we get to the top, miss this nail, go around the corner, miss this one, and take it this way. And the same when you get to this other corner, miss one nail, around the corner, miss a nail, and then up, filling in the gaps, just as you normally would. So up, miss a nail, round the corner, miss a nail, and work your way along. And then that's you back to the beginning. Now what you do is, you put your 5 rounds on for your pom-poms, tie it the way you normally tie it, whether you hand tie or you shuttle tie it in the normal way. So when you cut it off the frame, cut between the nails, just as you always do with your blankets. Cut it at the corner here, and then cut between your nails all the way up, and cut it at the corner and then between the nails. And that is how you'll get long fringes at the ends of your blankets instead of the little short ones. It's super easy, super simple, so give it a little try. I'm using 4 100-gram balls of majestic white. It's double knitting, and I get my wool from John O'Hagan, and this is only 80p a ball. By the time I go out and get the bus, because I don't drive, say I pay about £2 for the bus fare down into town. A ball of wool, the cheapest ball of wool you can get that's 100 grams is £1.19. And it doesn't always guarantee the shops where I live that they have any wool in. So at 80p a ball, delivery up to 18 balls is only £2.85. So that is cheaper than me getting on the bus, paying my bus fare, coming back up, paying my bus fare again, and maybe there not even being any wool down there that I actually like. Now, John's selling site he has a Facebook selling page called Knitting Wool Sales, and again I'll put a little link into the bottom description box for you to contact John. Now this is the baby pink and the white, and it's super soft. It's really soft. It's lovely. Now this one came with labels and this one didn't, but don't let that put you off, because John gets it in bulk. He sometimes gets it and it doesn't have a label, but it is all fabulous quality wool. It's super soft, and I always tell you you need 4 of one colour and 4 of the other. You won't use all that, you will have some left. And this is where these little blankets come in absolutely fantastic. I don't like the 4 balls of wool jumping around the floor. So either my daughter or my partner rolls it up into a big ball like this for me. So I just leave that running around the floor. So I've got my 4 strands. So you need 4 strands, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 strands of wool all at the same time. You can use less and then wind on more. It's up to you. But you can do it just with 1 ball and keep winding, but it takes forever. So you're going to tie it down here in this corner here. I'll just turn this slightly so we can see it. So I'm going to tie my wool in this corner. And we're going to start with the diagonals. We're going to do 3 rounds of the white and 3 of the pink. So what you're going to do first is, you're going to miss your first nail. I'll move that up just slightly. You're going to miss your first nail. Because there's nothing there to tie, don't even count those ones in. So you're going to go to your second nail along and your second nail up from the corner. 1, 2, corner here, up 2 nails. Now you're going to miss a nail and come around this one. You're going to miss this nail and wind this nail. Miss a nail and then wind up. And you're going to keep missing a nail and working your way around your loom. Just like this. Now when you get to this top corner, just go right around that corner. You don't want to work those 2 because there's nothing to tie there in that space. But you want to leave these empty for your pink. So all you do is you come right around the corner and work your way back. Just follow your white wool all the way back, like that. Just follow it back. We're going to do 3 rounds of the white and we're going to do 3 rounds of the pink. This nail, you can either tie it off and cut it, because we're going to move over to this side, or you can just run it across to here. It's up to you. I just run it across. Just put it there because we're going to need it in a few minutes. So you can use this pink, but I found some of this. This is a sparkly pink. I'm going to use that because I've got a couple of little balls of that. So I'll just throw that down onto the floor as well. So again, I've got four strands of wool, and we're going to do 3 rounds again. Tie it onto this bottom left nail. You can tie it here, it's up to you, whatever nail you want to tie it on. Just secure it to the corner. Now don't do those 2 nails, there's nothing to tie, so don't do them, it's a waste of time. Go to your first empty nail in between your white, and we're going to do our diagonals in between the white. It's super easy to follow because the nails are there, fairly marked with nothing on them. And then we're going to go to this one, and then we're going to go around the corner, you did already, and work your way back. Just follow your pink back. I told you it is super easy. Now if you do get lost, then you can slow the tutorial down. If you go around here, there's a little icon that's actually your settings. If you click on it, you can get the opportunity to slow the tutorial down. So when you get to here, just go right around that corner like that and follow your pink back again for your second round. So this is our second round. So what you're going to do now is you're going to take your white wool and we're going to miss a nail and wind. Now your white will wind on the same coloured nail that you have. So this is a white nail, that's a pink nail. So miss that one, we're going to go to this one, miss this one, miss a nail one up, and then down. Now you can see your white is on the same nails where your white crossover is here, and on this one. So it's the same again, miss a nail, wind up, miss a nail, and then wind back. Now this is a smaller size, you'll have more if you've got a bigger blanket. So we're going to wind this one, miss that pink one, do this white one, miss that pink one, do that white one, and we're going to come up and down here to this white one here, miss the pink one, and wind up. Again, it is miss a nail, come down a nail, miss a nail. Now if it looks a little bit strange down here, just keep continuing, miss a nail, do a nail. So miss that pink one, and you'll see your whites here. On each of these nails where there's white, you know that's where you're going to be winding. So miss that nail, up there, down that one, the white one, up and up. Now you're going to go right around the corner, because you're not going to do that one, that's too close. Just go right around the corner and work your way back, just like you did with the other one. And down and around. And we're only going to do 2 rounds this time, because this is going to be inside the blanket. And this is what makes your pattern, because this is going to be a little bit thicker, this bottom one, and you'll see that one a little bit better. This has got down to here. Now I'm going to tie the wool here again, because we're going to use it again. So I'm just going to anchor it here. Because we will be using it again. And I'm going to take my pink, take it up to the next one. You're going to go in between. Don't do that one, don't do that one, because it's too close to the corner, nothing to tie it on. Now you can clearly see where you have to go. you're going to do in between these lines. You're going to wrap in between these lines, like this. Now if you get lost, slow the tutorial down, but you can see clearly where you're going. You're going in between your whites, like this, up to this one. Now right around the corner when you get up here, go right around that corner. I'll show you again. Go up and around the corner and work your way back to the beginning. You're going to take your white wool back, your white wool. We're going to do a base. You're going to miss a nail and do a nail, miss a nail and do a nail. And we're going to do it in the square like we normally do. So come around to this nail here and then go up to this one. Miss a nail, come down, miss a nail, go back, come down, missing a nail each time. Now go around the corner, miss a nail and come along. Miss a nail, come along, miss a nail and come along. Now, what you're going to notice is a lot of people get a little bit confused. You only have a small white square here. Now that is correct. When you do the pink, you have a small pink square up here. It would be a great big square. So don't worry about that. That is because it's odd and even nails. Now you're going to come around, fill in the gap, and from here you're going to work your way back up and down to complete your first round. So up and then up, okay. Around your nails, all the way around so you've got no gaps. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our pink and we're going to go into these nails that we missed. So we're going to do a nail, miss that white one and come down. It's quite easy to see the grid where you're going. You're going in between your white wool. I'm going to unwind that and hold it tight. Wind my pink around. I'm going to put my light back on so I can get it back off again. So go up to this way now. Miss a nail and a loom. Miss your white nail. No. So you're basically missing your nails. Now you're going to come back and you're going to fill in the gaps. So now you have a pink grid on top of your white one. And here's your small grid, here's your small square from the pink. And that's your small white one down here. Now that is a little bit confusing for people. Some people are saying I can't get it to work, I don't know what's going wrong. I'm not getting a big square at the top. You don't get a big square at the top because you've got odd number of nails. Once you've done one or two of these, it'll be a doddle. Now tie off your pink down in the corner after your one round. Now what we're going to do is push your wool down. Take your white and we're going to do another round of white. So we're going to follow the grid again for the white. Missing a nail and coming down. You can clearly see where you're going. And there we go. Now I'm going to zoom in so you can see this. And hopefully it'll pick up that pink a little bit better. There we go. Now I'm going to turn it so you can see this side of it. This is the bottom. Now you've got your pink and your white, and you can see what I mean, because you want that nice little starry shape to show through once you've got that done. Now what you're going to do is you're going to tie it. You're going to tie it on the diagonal. So tie your white ones with white and your pink diagonals with your pink. Now this is what I tie my blankets with. This is called a shuttle. Well, we call them shuttles. A lot of them are called fishing net repair needles or just a repair shuttle. This is a size 8. This smaller one's a size 6. I did have other sizes, but I gave one to a friend of mine to actually try. Now you can buy these on Amazon and eBay. Now I'm going to show you something. If you don't have a shuttle, get yourself a little spanner. Now this is what I used for quite a long time. Before I was given these, I didn't buy them. One of my subscribers sent me them for this to try. I was using a spanner. If you don't have one of these and you have a small spanner this size, this is a size a 10 and 11. That's about the perfect size. Now I got these in a set of 3 from the pound shop. Now just tie it around your spanner. Now I'm using green, but that's just to show you. So you tie it around your spanner, just like that. Just go down to the bottom. Hold that part up there. Doesn't really matter with that. And you're going to wind around the spanner like this. Just wind it around like that, and it works perfectly well. To begin with, I actually used a lollipop stick. And then my sister Sandra said, why don't you use a spanner? Because I got the big lollipop stick and I cut a U shape out of each end of it. And she said, that just looks like a spanner, why don't you use a spanner? And it's got a look, don't drop it on your toes anyway. And as you can see, it actually feeds through there really well to begin with. It's fine to start off with until you get your needle point one. But I used that for months and months and months and months. And all you do is you just push it down through between your spaces, and it goes down very, very well. So if you don't have shuttles, use a spanner. It's so much better than tying with and hurting your fingers. I'm going to set the white one there, and we're going to tie this first one down here in the pink. So you're going to tie it just the way you normally do with a pom-pom blanket. If you want a really defined cross, you can go into all the sections, it's up to you. You tie the way you want to tie as long as it's safe. So what you're going to do is, you can see the cross section here. This is where we're going to tie. We're not going to tie where it's joined the pink and the white. We're only going to tie these cross sections here. So those ones where there's nothing in there, you're not going to tie. We're only going to tie where that base crosses over. So you're going to put your shuttle down through the top left, and you're going to bring it up through the bottom right, but at the bottom of that bundle. And there. Now this is where you need to be careful. So be careful that you don't catch on the nails that are underneath. Just keep checking on it. Now tie that securely there in a double knot. Now this long end will become part of the fringing. Don't worry about it. Tuck it through there somewhere. Out of the way. There we go. Now get yourself a loop. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go down the top right space, top right, pop it down, and you're going to bring it up through the bottom left, but at this side of it. So you're going down that side of that, and you're bringing it up this side of it. Make sure your roll's not caught on any of the nails. Now, you can either put it through the hole like that, or you can twist it like that. Just pull your roll and then yank it really tight. You need to do it again because it's on the corner. So just very quickly, top right, top left, bottom right, through your hook, top right, it should be top left, bottom right, top right, and up through the bottom left. Make sure you come on either side of that diagonal piece of wool. You can twist it if you want, but you don't have to. It's up to you. Now that's that one done. It's tied securely. What you're going to have to do is cut your wool. Now that will become part of your fringing. It won't come out. Because it's been tied securely twice, it's not going to come out, so don't worry about it. So you can either tie in all your pink, or tie a pink and tie a white. So here is the blanket all tied up. Now don't worry about these little ends, these are just where I finished and started on each of the diagonals. That will disappear in and get trimmed along with the fringe. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see that a little bit better. Now on this side it's your diagonals. Now all the blankets that I make are reversible because you get a nice pattern on the bottom as well as on the top. So they can be reversible. You can call them reversible because they are. So this is your diagonal top, and I'm going to turn this around, pull that down. Now remember as well, these blankets, once you've done them, they're yours. The only limit to these is your own imagination. So get winding your wool, change the colours, change the directions of the wool, as long as when you tie it that it's safe. Then that is fine. It's up to you what type of patterns and things that you can come up with. Give it a try. Just play around with it. So there's no hard and fast rules to how many rounds you need to put on the blanket. You'll know yourself if it looks thin to put another round or two on. If it looks too thick, the next time you make it, just reduce the rounds. It's up to you. It's your blanket as long as it's tied safe. So all you have to do is cut between the nails to cut this blanket off the frame. Like that, between the nails. So just cut. You can loosen all this off. You can actually, you'll trim it all once you've got it done. Make sure you don't cut into any of your cross sections. So just cut between the nails. You will get some little bits falling off, but don't worry about that. So I'm going to continue to cut this off the frame, and then I'll come back and I'll show you what it's like. I'm going to give you a little tip on cutting the fringe. Now what to do is, what I do, get it all in its little bundles like this at the edge of your table. Now be careful you don't mark your table when you do this. Now you can put a ruler down to hold it. Put it over the table so that you have about 2 inches, like that. Now you can just hold it with your hand. It's up to you. This one I'm just going to split this corner apart. Get it to where you want it. I'm going to do it about 2 inches. And just cut with your scissors and use your table edge as a guide. So here is the finished blanket, and it's absolutely stunning. Now you need your 4 strands of wool, so 4 100-gram balls of wool. You can either tie your wool to this nail or to this nail. It's up to you. When you're doing blankets, it's up to you how you do it, as long as it's safe. That's the main thing with these blankets. Now, if you found a way to change things, then that's fine. If you find a more comfortable way to do things, that's brilliant as well. So with your 4 strands of wool, it's double knitting wool. I've got 4 strands. I'm going to do 5 rounds to do the base. Now I'll leave the link to John O'Hagan. He is the wool supplier that I use, and he's super cheap and he delivers to your door. What you're going to do is you're going to go up and down your nails like this. Just go up to the top, come back down to the bottom. I think I'll need to get a bucket to put my ball of wool in with a hole in the lid. That might stop it from rolling over the floor. I think I tried it with a box, but it got tangled inside it, so I just let it run around. So up and down. When you get to this top corner, you're going to come around and you're going to go this way. Just like this. And I would recommend that if you've had a loom made or bought one, I would recommend a stand of some sort. It saves your back and it holds its position there, and it's a lot easier to work with. So now we're going to fill in these gaps up here. You can see the gaps? So we're going to fill in these areas here just by going around your loom. Now if you're making a loom yourself, make sure you stick to the odd and even rule of nails. So along the bottom you'll have even, the bottom and the top will have even nails, and running down the sides you'll have an odd number of nails, or you won't be able to do this full round. And this is becoming so popular. So we're going to go fill the gaps that are down the side. It's becoming a very popular pastime. So what I'll do is, I'm going to get this done, and I'll come back and I'll show you when I've got 5 rounds on. So we're going to do 5 full rounds for this base. 5 rounds of our base on. So we've got 5 rounds all the way around. So for my zigzag on the top, I'm going to use this pink. Now I'm going to say again 4 100-gram balls of wool. You can use smaller balls of wool if you want, but if you do, you won't use it all. You'll still have some left, and this is what I've had left from another project. I roll all the balls of wool together like this. So what you're going to do is you're going to tie it on down in this corner again. So I've got my pink wool tied on down here. So what you're going to do is, turn that way a little bit. You're going to miss this first nail and wind up this second one because you want to go over across. So you want to go over a joint here. So you go up to your next nail and you'll come back down over these ones and up and around, just like this, just the same as we did on the double-sided tutorial. Just go straight up so that we take in those diagonals, just like this. Now it looks a little strange, but it's just because it's on the diagonal. Now when we get to the top, up here, you're going to go around these nails here to this one, just in a square. So you're going to go around in a square here and follow your rule back, and that'll fill in all the areas where there's no pink. So just follow your rule back. And right about on your YouTube channel, right about there, there's a little round icon and it goes into your settings. If you click on that, you can slow the tutorial down and you can actually have your loom in the front of you and you can work along at the same time. So if you click on those settings, you can choose to slow the video down, but you will slow my talking down as well. So it might be better to actually turn me off. So we're going to go around this way, following back to the beginning. So that's one round. So I've got my 2 rounds of my pink on going this way. So now what we need to do is we need to go that way. And the easiest way to do that is just run your rule along here. Now we're going to go up to the second nail again. Go up to your second nail and come down to your second nail here. So take in that cross section there. Now go to your next nail and up and work your way along as you did already. And we're going to do another 2 rounds. Now someone asked me what happened. I've deliberately put a knot in my wool. Somebody asked me what happens when you get to your knot. Now as long, or if you've got a knot in, or if you've just joined some wool to use up all your odds and ends, as long as your knot is down here where these nails are, you will be fine. As long as it's here, then you can cut it out once it's all tied in. Now what I'm going to show you as well, this is where you count the rounds that you've done. It's in between your nails. So if you pull that up, I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my white on each, in between each of these like little ladders. And here I've got 1, 2, and on this one I've got 3 because we've not finished the row. This is where you count it here. So I should end up with 5 sets of white and 4 sets of pink. Don't count don't count from the middle. Count between your nails. And if you're asking, when I do a blanket that's all one colour, I've got these nails in here, little nails, and they're pushed down. And when I'm going to do a blanket that's all one colour, I wrap a really dark contrasting colour around these nails and up and around the frame. It splits it in half, so when you cut it, you could see where you're going. Just in case you're asking about that. So off we go again. Keep the knot to the bottom. So if you can, still work with your wool if you've got a knot. up to this top and around the nail like this. Spin around each nail. Like this. You don't need to do that, but just go right around the corner at this end and then follow your wheel back. So just go right around that corner, miss that nail and that nail, and follow your wheel back. And that's you done one round. So I'll do the second round and I'll come back and I'll show you what to do next. You can either tie it in the pink on the top, which you will tie in a diagonal. Tie it twice because it's running along this edge. Once you've cut these, you don't want these little pieces to fall out. So you'll cut your wool and then you'll reattach it, tie it securely here, and then go across and tie it here securely. Tie them twice because they're on that end. Cut your wool, go up to your next diagonal, tie it securely twice here, tie it here, tie it securely twice there because it's still on that end. All the way in. When you get away into the middle, tie your end securely twice, then tie and tie and tie. It's up to you if you tie it once or twice in the middle, but make sure you tie all those white ones underneath that edge. Please tie it twice. You do not want those strands to pull out. If you only tie it once, you are running a huge risk of these strands coming out and you don't want that. Now if you're going to tie it from underneath, you're going to tie it underneath with your shuttle. What you do with that is you just go along your squares and that will tie them in. But this edge, make sure you tie each cross section twice. You can tie it in a cross section and loads of people just tie it here, but tie it twice here. Please tie it twice. You don't want your strands coming out. That's why when I did my other blanket, one, I liked the cross that it brought out the way I tied it, and I wanted to make sure it was very secure. So at least tie all your edge twice. Now when you tie the back, you will just go along like this. You'll tie it this way and you'll have on this end, pull that through, you'll have little crosses on all your sections and this one will be open and free. So I'm going to tie it and I'm going to show you, but I'm going to tie it from the back. So down the top left, but underneath that diagonal, under that part there, you can see it there, like that. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, as far as I can. So this is where we are, we're in this section here. And when we come up, we're coming up this section. So you can see it there. So here I'm under this part of the cross and here I'm above it on the pink. So what we'll do is we're going to tie it securely. This end will become part of the fringing. Tie it as tight as you can. Tie it again. That will become part of the fringe. So I'm just going to tuck that down there, out of the way. Now I'm going to tie it again because I want to tie it twice. So it's the top left, but this part, this section of the cross, this is the way I do it. And then come up the bottom right on the top part of your diagonal. That's going to tie that diagonal in. Now, You can leave it like this, or you can turn your hook, put your shuttle through and pull it tight as you can. Now these are called fishing net repair shuttles, and you get them on eBay and Amazon. Now we're going to go down the top right on this top section of that cross. You can see that cross there. We're going to go in through there, and we're going to come up at the bottom left, but the bottom part of that diagonal. Now this is the way I tie it. People tie different ways. You find your own way of tying as long as it's secure. So I'm going to do that again through the top right, but the top part of that diagonal, and I'm going to bring it in under that part of the diagonal. Giving my wool a twist through the hook and pull it tight. Now that's going to really securely tie that edge all the way along here. So I'm going to tie that all the way along. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move along to this one. And again, I'm going to go in the top left, but I'm going to go in the bottom part of that diagonal there. And when I come up, I'm coming up the bottom right and the top part of that diagonal in that section. I've got a little twist on my hook. You don't need to twist your hook, but I do. Give it a really good pull. And then in through the top right and the bottom left, the bottom part of that diagonal. Make sure you don't catch any of your nails when you bring your shuttle up through the hook and tie it tight. Now I'm going to do it again because it's on the edge. So that's top left up through the bottom right, through my hook and pull. Top right, bottom left, through my hook and pull. You will hear it going like that. So the next one, we're going down, top left, up through the bottom right. Make sure you're going to that other side of that diagonal wool. Little cross. Just give your little hook a little twist. Just one little twist and pull it and jerk it tight. Now you will get sore fingers even though you're using your shuttle. I've got a pair of woolen gloves somewhere and I'm going to put those on to do the rest of this blanket. I've got woolen gloves and I've got just that tip end there of the gloves cut off. So I've still got the tips of my fingers free. So I'm going to go through this top right, up through the bottom left, little twist on my wool, shuttle through the hook and pull. The shuttle wool on your nails like I've been doing and pull it tight. That's once and I'm going to do it again. Now I'm going to tie the rest of my blanket up and I'll come back and I'll show you what it looks like. I'm going to twist it around so hopefully you can see it, what it's starting to look like on this side. So that's what it's starting to look like. You've got your little crosses here. Now I know they look like they've got double crosses, but it's so much safer than only doing it once and those long. Once you cut here, you need to make sure those strands are not going to pull out, especially these little short ones. So I'm going to turn it back and get the rest of it tied and then I'll show you what it's like. Okay, so I've got the blanket all tied. I tied it from, I'm going to turn that around. I tied it on the reverse I'm going to zoom in so you can see that. Just move that a little closer. So that's it. It's not tied here. It's not here. It's not tied. It's just tied all along here. And because I tied it with the white, you can't see where it's joined. I double tied all along the edge. All this edge here, I double tied all the way around the square. I tied it twice around that edge. So what I'll do is I'll turn it back and I'll zoom in and you can see that. So they've all got the little crosses over, so it's tied in these sections, but not in this middle bit. This middle bit's still loose, as you can see. So all you have to do now is cut it off the loom. So I'll move that forward just a shade yet so you can see. So like I showed you before, some of my wool, I've joined it because I've been using just some scrap wool, and I've got my knots here. So the knots are fine. Now it's all tied up, I can actually just cut the knot out like that, pop it off to the side. There we go. So all you do now is cut between the nails. So if you just cut your wool through the pink and through the white, just between the nails, the way you normally do your other blankets. And that'll come loose like that. So we're going to cut between the nails all the way around the blanket. So all that becomes a fringe, all that area. So you do end up with a longer fringe than you normally do with a pom-pom blanket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut all the way around and I'll show you what it looks like once it's done. So this is our blanket all finished. As you can see, it's absolutely beautiful, and I always love this side. I love this flower pattern. So it is a reversible blanket. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, that it's not, class is not a proper reversible. It is, if you can use this side, and you can use that side. And it's still quite light, and after all, it is for the top cover of the pram. So you've got your pram, you get a cover that is made with the same material. You usually get that with your pram, like a rain cover, a dust cover, it goes over the top. This is what these are for. These are to decorate the top dust cover of that pram. Not the plastic rain cover, but the top covering. Just as I showed you in the picture, that's where they go. Most people who sell them will put a ribbon or a tie of some sort on the corners so that it can be tied like this on that top covering of the pram. They're not for wrapping up the baby. Now, around the edges I've tied it twice, so I'm not even going to hold these areas so no one can say I'm pulling on the wrong parts. So this is this line that's running up here. I'm going to hold it here, and now I'm going to pull that as tight as I can. But because I've tied this in twice, these are not moving anywhere, especially these small ones. If you pull at those, I'll keep my hand out of the way, so if you pull that really tight, they're not going to come out. Now if you only tie that in once, it will. Now in the middle, they're only tied in once. Now watch this. If you get a piece of it and you give it a little pull, look at that, it is moving in the middle. But that's what you don't want at the ends. This can just all get straightened back in again. Now that is what happens when you only tie your blanket in the ones around that edge. It will come loose. So please tie all your edges. Tie them in twice. Do it once and then tie it again. Just to make it and keep it secure. So there we go. That is how you make a single-sided zigzag or crisscross blanket, and it turns out beautiful. And you can use both the sides for decoration. It's got your white frills on this side or whatever colour you do your base, and it keeps its fringing on the top. So all it leaves me to say is thank you for watching. Today I'm going to show you how to make this little blanket. Now this is a pom-pom blanket, and I'm going to show you how I worked out the way to make alternate colours of pom-poms on the pom-pom blanket. Welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to do a chessboard effect on a pom-pom blanket. Well, this size is a doll's pram size. Now it's going to be black and white. So you just tie it off here to begin with. And then we're just going to do the normal base. That's 5 rounds with 4 balls of wool. Okay, so I've got my 5 rounds on for the base. Now what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to put white pom-poms on next, I've got this colour wool. What it's going to do is I'm going to put a little grid all the way around, and it'll just block off the base from the pom-poms. So when I'm cutting the white pom-poms, I know how deep to cut and I won't cut through my base. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to tie it on this bottom corner down here. Now I've already got a tutorial on YouTube showing you how to do this. So I've got little nails that run all along the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook it around the nail. I'm just going to catch that. So they run all the way around my frame. I'm going to stand it up on its side so I can see this better. So I'm going to go, so I'm just going to go through this way to the next nail, and then along to this one, and then bring it down here and wrap it around these two, and then take it up here all the way around the frame. So this is going to block my base off from my white pom-poms. And this is what you do. It's a great way to separate your base from your pom-poms when you're doing a base and pom-poms that are the same colour. Now don't worry if it's not 100% straight. So there we go. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm going to come around that nail, and I'm just going to put a couple of turns around that nail there to hold it. I'm going to tie it off. Now it's just a scrap piece of wool, so we can just cut it off once we're finished with it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my pom-pom layer on. The pom-pom layer is 5 rounds with 4 balls of wool again, just the same as the base. So I've got my 4 strands of wool, and again I'm just going to tie it here, and I'm going to do 5 rounds. So just the same as the base. Now I've got my 5 rounds on for the pom-poms. Now as you can see the grid down through there. Now when I tie the pom-pom and I cut it out, I'm only going to cut down to this purple, and that is going to split my pom-pom white from my base white, so I don't cut through my base. I've worked out on how to do it black and white, black and white. We have to tie every other cross. So we're going to tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, all the way along, and then miss it, tie it, miss it, tie it, miss, tie, miss, tie, miss, tie, all the way up your board. Now I'm going to turn my board over, tied in here. So what we have to do is I've tied this one, and I'm going to use my shuttle. I've got 2 strands of wool on my shuttle. You tie the first one, miss this one, and then tie this one, miss this one, tie this one, miss one, tie one, all the way around. When you go on to your next row, it'll be tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, tie one. So we're going to tie and miss each cross. Tie this one, miss this one, now tie this one. Now you need to make sure that you avoid this. If you're doing a blanket that has a different coloured base, you won't need this grid on. I've just got this grid to separate my white base from my white pom-poms. I'm going to tie this one. Don't worry if your grid gets a little bit out of the way. It doesn't matter. We'll just bring it back into shape in a minute. So we're going to miss this one and tie this one. So we're going to go down this top left of your loop, come up the bottom right and go through the loop. Now you can twist the loop like this if you want, and then tighten it. Then we're going to go down the top right square and come up the bottom left square, through your hoop and tighten it. Pull it tight. So we're going to miss this one and I'm going to tie this one. Now I'm going to do that all the way around the board, tying in across, miss one, tie one, miss one, all the way around the board. So now what we're going to do is we're going to cut our white pom-poms, and this is where this purple thread comes in on my purple wool. So where we're going to cut is halfway along, just as we normally have in all the other pom-pom blankets that I've showed you how to make. This one won't be here. Once we've cut all the white ones, I'm going to put black on, and all the gaps are going to have a black pom-pom. So what we need to do is, because I've got white on the top and white for my base, that's why I put this little grid in, so I know how far down to cut. So we just start cutting our pom-poms out. Just down to where that purple wool is. Try not to cut the purple wool, but don't panic if you do. It's only a guide. And don't worry if they're out of sync. You know yourself where you're supposed to cut. It doesn't matter if these don't line up. These are only a little grid to show you how deep to cut. So that's one little pom-pom cut out. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you can see that. So what I'll do is, this is just waste wool, these parts here, for the ones that are not cut. So I'm going to cut my next one. Just remove your waste wool. There we go, that's the next one done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work my way around and I'm going to cut out all the pom-poms. So I'll end up with a pom-pom, a space, a pom-pom, a space, a pom-pom and a space. All the way around my board I'll have a pom-pom and a space. And I'm going to fill the spaces up with black. Okay, so here's our pom-poms done. We've got our white pom-poms on. So we've got our base on. That's 4 strands, 5 rounds. Then I did another 4 strands, another 5 rounds to make the pom-poms. We turned it back to front and I missed one, I tied one, missed one, tie, miss one, tie, miss one, tie, miss one, tie, all the way along. So now our pom-poms are all done, they're all tied. I'm going to put the next layer on. Now the pom-poms that are going to in between here are going to be black. So once again I've got my 4 strands of wool. This time I'm using black and I'm going to do 5 rounds. And I'm just going to go over the top of these pom-poms. So just go over the top of them. So I'm tying it in this corner. So I'm going to do the round just the same way as you do your square base. And by now you should already know how to do this if you've watched the other tutorials. So up and down around the nails. And this small one that I'm doing is for a doll's pram. If you make these bigger, you make sure that you tie it securely. And they are only for decoration. They are not to wrap babies in. They're for decorating either doll's prams or for decorating the top cover of a baby pram. So I've now got my 5 rounds on of the black and you can see the white pom-poms underneath. Securely here, I'm going to work my way along to the end, tie it securely, then I'm going to cut my wool and then I'm going to start here. I'm going to tie it securely and I'm going to do each line individually on its own because I don't want, when I get to here, I don't want to have a piece going across like this. So where I'm going to cut is, these are the white pom-poms under here. And they're on, the white pom-poms are under the sections that haven't been tied. So to do the black, to get the black pom-poms, I'm going to cut just the same way as we did for the white. It's very easy. We're going to cut here, 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 and here on all these pom-pom sections that are here to make the black pom-poms. So here is our finished pom-poms. Now you can see you've got a black, white, black, white, black, white, and this is how I managed to work it out how to do it. Is just tie one, miss one, tie one, miss one, all the way along, and you can come up with loads of different patterns just by tying some and leaving some alone and then putting another layer on and then tying the ones that you left in the first time, if you understand what I'm saying. So all I have to do now is actually just cut it off the frame. So all you do is just cut between the nails. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So all we're going to do is just cut between the nails just like we do with all the other blankets. And we're going to cut it off the frame. So I'll just continue cutting it off. You have seen me do it before, and I'll be right back when I've got this finished. All made. All I need to do is tidy up the edges, tidy up one or two of my pom-poms to neaten it in, and put a little piece of ribbon just in and out around the edge, and then that's it. Now, as long as you tie your ends securely when you're tying up the back, now that's the back. As long as, like what I did, tie it securely and then do your miss one, tie one, and then put your other colour on just as I showed you, and you should get a really nice blanket. But do remember, these blankets, this one is for a doll's pram, but remember, if you make a bigger one for a baby's pram, it's only for decoration. It only goes on to decorate the top plastic cover that actually comes with the pram. It's not to wrap a baby in, and it's not to put over the top of a baby. And never leave your baby lying on one of these type of pom-pom blankets without adult supervision. So I hope you give this a little go. I hope I've explained it quite well, how I worked out how to do this. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I've got my blanket loom out again. I've been asked, how do you put lines, pom-pom lines in a pom-pom blanket where you've got grey, pink or blue and white, lemon and green, whatever you want in a straight line where they're not mixed up. Now I'm going to show you quickly how to do that. Now I've got my little frame on here. This is just my little demo size. This makes a blanket the size for a doll's pram. So that's why this one is quite small. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Now I'm going to do my blanket in a pink, a really pretty pink, and a grey. Grey and pink go together absolutely beautifully. It really does. Now, a lot of people might think I'm not doing a baby blanket to go over a pram in grey. Now, really, the mixture, when you see it, is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to do the base in grey with a grey pom-pom stripe, and I'm going to put a pink pom-pom stripe. Now this is just a Tootsie yarn from Wilko. It's only 99 pence a ball. Now I'm using 4 strands of pink, and I'm going to use 4 strands of grey. You won't use all of this, even on a standard size blanket, you won't use all of it. Now I'm going to put that down there. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using 4 strands of yarn at the same time. I've got 4 strands here. And I'm going to tie it down onto this corner peg. Now you might see Muttley running around in the background because he's sitting right beside me. Aren't you? So the first thing you do is we're going to put down the base of the blanket. Now the base of the blanket is just your standard 5 rounds on the frame. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the whole frame using every peg, and we're going to do 5 rounds. So it's up and down and around, just like this. And there's Muttley there. He's growing up quite big now. He's a year old now. So we're going to go up and down the pegs like this. Oops. I need to tighten the bolts on my frame. I'm going to go and see what he's barking at. Come on, you. Come on. Never mind the cat. So now we're going to go around this way, and we're going to do this 5 times all around this frame. So I'll get on with that, and I'll come back and show you what it's like. By now, you should know how to do this. Muttley, leave the cat alone. Leave the cat. Good boy. So we're going to fill in the little gaps in between all the way around my frame. Try to keep the frame in a way that you can actually still see it all. So I'll get on with that, and I'll come back and I'll show you what it's like once I've got my 5 rounds on. So I've got my 5 rounds on, and what I'm going to show you is, I'll zoom in just a little bit. The way you can tell you've got 5 rounds is you should have 5 sets. That's 3 and 4. I'll pull that up a little bit. In between every single set of pegs or nails, you should have 5 sets of your lines. So you should have 5 little ladders between each of your sections. If you don't have 5 in between every peg, you've either missed a round. If you've got 5 and 4 here, you need to wind back because you've missed the pegs somewhere or a half a round somewhere. So between every single peg, you should have 5 sets of your yarn, and that's how you can tell that you've got your 5 all done. So we'll zoom back down again. So I'm going to show you how to do the lines. I'll straighten my frame up just a little bit. So I've got my 5 rounds on of my base in the grey. Now I'm going to put a stripe. Every other stripe on my blanket is going to be grey pom-poms. Now I'm going to show you how to put an easy grid on to stop you from cutting down into your blanket base layer when you're doing pom-poms that are the same colour as your base. Now I've been working on this, trying to come up with different ideas how to do this. In my old frame, I had a nail, a little tiny nail, in between each peg, and I wound the wool around like this on the nails. Now I found a much easier way to do this. So here is a top tip on making a grid so you don't cut into the base when your blanket is all the same colour and you're doing pom-poms. Take an entirely different colour. Now I've got white. I'm just going to tie it onto the corner peg. I'm tying it down here onto this corner peg. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a diagonal lines. I'm going to put 2 sets of diagonal lines on. Now I'm going to miss the first peg and go over this one. I'll throw that down there. Up to the next one, down to that one, up and down, and I'm going to make some diagonal lines. As you can see, the white, it will cross over here, but it also comes in here. And what this is going to do is going to give you a guide so that you won't cut down into that base. You'll see it once I do the blanket, once I start cutting the pom-poms. So we're just going to go up and down in a diagonal manner with a totally different colour from what your blanket is going to be. Now this is going to mark out a little grid, just like that. you'll get the idea of this in a few minutes. So to keep the blanket even, I'm going to put my pom-pom lines, I'm going to run them along this way. So if I start on a grey, I'm going to finish on a grey. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wind our yarn up to this first peg here, miss this one and go down this one. Miss that one, up, miss one. So we will be winding the grey around peg 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. You just keep going on until you've got your blanket finished. Now if you can see what I mean, I'm finishing on a grey line like this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up and down every peg this way. You've got to go every peg on the even way. Now up and down every peg on the even side. Now when we come back down, we're going to just miss a peg, follow the yarn that's already there, miss a peg, down that one, miss that peg, and we're going to come along that one like that. So that's that done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go up and down this way, every peg, fill in the gaps, up and down this way. Just remember when you get to this corner, you have to come over to this side. Don't work your way back up. You have to come over to this side here. Up and down every peg to finish that first round. And we're going to do 5 rounds of the grey like this. There we go. Now as you can see, I've got my grid. Now can you see what the grid is going to do? Look, the grid is going to pull that up. So when I cut my pom-poms here, I won't go down past that white. And you'll see that will come clear to you once we start to tie it. So again, miss a peg and around. We're going to miss that peg, miss that peg, and that's that second round of the lines going up and down that way done. Now we're going to come up and down this way, every peg, because we're on the even ones, so up and down every peg, and that will keep your pom-pom pattern even. So we're going to go around and come back. Just keep following your yarn. We're missing the pegs this time because we're going on the odd side from left to right. Now when you get down to the bottom, remember we're going around and up this way. You'll see it more clearly with the pink when we do the pink. But to do your pom-poms and stripes, you've got to remember every other peg on the odd side and every peg going up and down on the even side. It keeps your pattern symmetrical. Zoom back out. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my frame around like this. Turn it around. I'm going to tie line 1, line 3, line 5, line 7 and line 9. I'm only going to tie the ones that have that double grey. Now what you're going to do is you're going to start by going down. Try not to catch that grid. Can you see that little white grid that we did? Try not to catch that. So just go down into there, down the top left and come up the bottom right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to tie in a cross section like this. Now this first one, we're just going to tie it and leave a tail. The tail will get integrated into your fringe of your blanket. Tie it nice and tight. There we go. Now I'm just going to tuck that in through there out of the way and just pull it out this other side here. Now what you're going to do is you're going to hold your yarn in your hand like this. I'll move my frame over a little bit. Hold your yarn in your hand like this. We've already done this one, so now we're going to do this one. So go down the top right. You've got this loop. Give it one twist, put your shuttle through and pull up and give it a little wriggle. That will tighten that little slip knot that you've made in there, and it will keep it really nice and tight. So now we're going to go along to the next one. Down the top left, come up the bottom right side. Make sure you're not tangled in any of your pegs. You've got your hoop in your hand. Twist. So you have a twist in here. I found if you do that, you're making a nice tight slip knot. Pull your yarn up like this, take your finger out and pull up and wriggle back and forth, and that'll tighten that in. Some people, when they have a loop and they put it through and they don't twist it, it does come loose down here. This makes it like a slip knot and holds it nice and tight. Now go down the top right and come up the bottom left. Make sure you're not snagged on any of your nails or your pegs. Twist, shuttle through, pull up and wriggle it back and forward. Move on to the next one. Top right, up through the bottom left. Make sure you're not snagged on anything. You've got your hoop, one twist, shuttle through and up and wriggle back and forward. That'll tighten it in nice and tight. Down the top left, the top right, up the bottom left, twist through and pull and tighten it in. So we're going to tie all the way along to the end, and we're going to go up to this next one up here, and we're going to tie along that way. Miss that one, tie that one. All the ones that we've got our little peg on, that is the line that you're tying. So just once more, down the top left, come up through the bottom right, and you've got your hoop. Give it a twist, put your shuttle through and pull up and wriggle it back and forward, and that will tighten it in. We're going to go down the top right, up through the bottom left. Make sure you're not caught on any of your nails or your pegs. You've got your loop, twist, put your shuttle through and pull up and wriggle it. Can you hear it just going tightening itself in there? So we're going to work our way around our frame. So I'm going to tie every other line and I'll come back and show you what it looks like. Now I've got my blanket all tied. I've tied a line here, missed a line, tied a line, missed one, tied one. Now I'm going to turn my frame around. As you can see, I've still got my little diagonal threads in to show me sort of how far down to cut when I turn it around. Now as you can see, this white is coming through here, and you can still sort of use it as a guide to where not to cut below. So I'm going to put my scissors in, and my pom-pom I'm going to cut here right in the middle, and I'll need to make sure I judge it on this end because this one isn't tied. This one here's not tied. So what we're going to do is we're just going to snip through the grey. We can always tidy up the pom-pom later. Now my white yarn is there and I can see roughly where I'm not to go below. So I'll just keep snipping halfway up that line there, using my guide, my white wool, that's my guide, where I'm not to go below that because that's the base. I've still got a couple of strands there. Try not to cut through that guideline. And through there, lift it up, and that'll lift that little piece of yarn up there. And there we go. So that's us got through to the base. So that little guideline just shows me not to cut any further. Now on this one, we'll cut through the middle here. I'm just taking my time because I don't want to cut through the base of my blanket. And there's my guideline again, so I know that I don't have any more grey to cut through. Now once we're finished, this guideline you just need to snip it out and it will just all slide out. So halfway down this one, so we're going halfway down here to cut the pom-pom here of this one. Now you're going to say there's no guideline on that one, but it is there. You can see it. It is there. So just cut through. Once you've done a lot of blankets, you'll get the hang of where you have to cut it and how deep you have to cut it. And that's us through those strands. So we're through those strands. So now we've got the grey pom-poms cut. Now don't worry if you've cut through any of your grid, and don't worry if you've cut one or two of the blanket underneath. At least we know the base is really quite safe. Now we don't need the grid for the next colour because the next colour's pink. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut the grid off by snipping it. It was scrap wool that I used anyway. So I'm just going to pull all that out. It should come out. I've got a little loose. So if you just pull it out like that, if you cut through the diagonal white parts that are down here, the rest of it should just slide out. So I've got my 4 strands of my pink. I've got 4 strands, and I'm going to tie it down into this corner down here. I'll tie it onto this peg down here. Now I'm going to come up to this one. Miss this one because it's already got the grey pom-poms. Come down this one, miss that one, and go up. Got a little tangle in my wool. Miss that one. So when we get up to this top corner, we're going to go right around the corner, and we're going to come up and down every peg. Just go across the top of the pom-poms that are there already. We're just going to follow the same pattern as we did for the grey. Now don't wind your yarn on too tight. You don't want to snap your pegs. And we're going to do 5 rounds, the same as we did with the grey. Now around that top corner, and we're going to follow these lines. Now it's these lines that will make your pink pom-poms. Once we've got that tied in, and we'll cut the same as we did for the grey, and we'll have a line of grey pom-poms and a line of pink. So around and then up every nail, work our way back to finish off our round. I've got Muttley sitting down there, just waiting to dive on this wool that I've got. And down. Then that's us done 1 round. And you know we've done 1 round because we've got 1 line of pink in between all our pegs. So I'm going to continue to do this until I've got my 5 rounds of pink on. Once I've done that, I'll come back and show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 pink lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between all my pegs. So that way you know you've done your full 5 rounds. Now what we're going to do now is I'm going to flip the board over, and I'm going to tie these lines from here up to here and here and here, just like we did with the grey, but you can see it a little bit more clearly because it's pink. We're going to tie along these lines. So I'm going to flip my board over. And we'll be tying the 2nd row, the 4th, the 6th and the 8th. So these are the rows, the ones that are not tied, these are the ones that we will be tying. And I'm going to tie it again with my shuttle, and I'll be tying it in the grey. Even though you'll get a cross on the pink, by the time we cut the pom-poms you won't see the grey that's tied the pink pom-poms up. So I'm going to do that just the same as I did for the grey. I'm going to work my way along here and tie up these 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 rows to tie, and I'm going to tie that. So I've got my pink on, and you can see a little bit more clearly where the pink pom-poms are going to be along here. So I've got my grey here and my pink here. So I'm going to cut the pink pom-poms just the same way I did the grey. I'll cut here, here, through here and here, all the way around where I've tied. This is where my pink pom-poms are going to be. So I'm going to do that because I'm just going to turn the video off and get that done because the video is taking a little bit longer than I actually thought. So I'll get those pom-poms cut and I'll be back and I'll show you what it's like. So I've only got this one left, and this is how easy it is. You just grab that piece of waste wool and just cut your pom-pom to the same size as that one and that one. Look at that. And this is how you make lines. A grey line, a pink, or whatever colour you want. That is how you do lines. Just remember it's every other nail on this side to keep it symmetrical. You see, I started on a grey and I finished on a grey because I used the odd side. This blanket will be turned around that way so that these little stripes will be this way. Once it comes off the frame, it will be that way. And just remember, when you're going across your frame, do every nail so that you can make your pom-pom. All I have to do now is cut between my pegs like this to take my blanket off. Then what I'll do is I'll give it a little spray with some warm water and I'll pop it into my dryer and that'll fluff it right away up. And then I'll just trim off my pom-poms a little bit. There's one or two that I've got a little piece or two that are sticking up a little higher than the rest, and we'll just give it a little trim. So I'll get that cut off the frame, I'll get it tidied up, and I'll show you what it looks like. So here is my blanket all finished. I just need to trim up the edge. I do wish I put pink first though. It would have made the blanket look bigger if I put a lighter colour. Put the pink against the fringing on this side. But hey ho, we live and we learn, don't we? And it's turned out absolutely beautiful. Look at that, it's absolutely beautiful.